disappear. He has disappeared. I've not heard of him since he had made that speech on, was it Sunday? For all week, amenyamaza tu, anawacha people. Then I'm beginning to think this guy is not running his party. He's a guy. I was listening to this young MP from Western, and I'm beginning to believe what he's saying. Raila aonangi mbali. He just sees. Uh, his metaphor is brilliant. Unajua ile, when you go to the bedroom, all you have to do is just unashika mtu na suruali imeanguka. That is what you do to Raila. He's just touched a bit and everything is finished. He never thinks. He just jumps into things ovyo too without thinking. Uh, I don't think he has long-term goals. He has short-term goals and he does not control his party. I used to think he controls it. If someone can, like Junet, can influence him, and Junet, I'll talk out of nowhere. He's not a pillar of the society. He, you know, I mean, most of these MPs are nobodies. Walimfuata tu hivi. The actual people that are needed from Nyanza province are people who are rejected by the ODM party. ODM is now being run by Tumbocrats. And I said this before. I knew this was going to happen. Naumka Stone PK, we said this last week. We all said it. The reason we're celebrating Raila's loss was greed. Greed. Absolute greed. He does not know how to cool fires. You may think he knows how to cool fires, but he doesn't. Or he does not see. Unajua kuna watu wanakuanga na strategies. You see things ahead and you know how to strategize thing and know, okay, if this happens, I'll do this. If I don't even tell me that Ruto is politically, what do you call it? Politically brilliant. It is not. Ruto alikuwa ule, unajua paka mwenye anafuatanga ile tai na kimbia kila mahali. This cat just happened to have caught that light. But now he does not know what to do. Hakuna plan after that. After stealing the election, he didn't think what he was going to do after that. He thought this was the ultimate goal. An ultimate goal is kushinda tu na kukaa kwa hiyo kiti. And it's I think even Raila, it's the same thing. He just wants to sit on the presidency seat. There is no vision. There's no vision of kusaidia wa Kenya ama right now ni kuacha legacy. His party is being run down like sijui nini. And I'm seeing my brothers and sisters from Nyanza, mnaongea upumbavu kabisa. You're talking shit. You're going towards that revenge politics. Complete revenge. And usually, these big communities, including mine, you keep doing these missions, selfishly thinking amongst yourselves, forgetting that there are other communities in Kenya. There are other communities in Kenya. Yet we keep playing these games, except for the lawyers. Lawyers, sijui tunafaa kuwasaidia. How is Wetangula still sitting as a speaker to date? He's broken the law, and he keeps breaking the law, but he's still sitting there. We're in dogs. Like right now, Kenya is in ICU, and now ODM needs to eat for the next 2 years. Ndio wapigie Ruto kura. When I heard that senators have no money, gari yenye kuna kwanga kubwa kubwa zinatoka kutoka ma MPs. Those committees, that's what they're fighting for. Committees, hakuna kitu ingine. Wataki kitu ingine? Committees tu. Powerful committees. Ruto wants to hold on to the majority seat and speaker so that the motion of impeachment can never be brought forward. That's it. That's all he's protecting. The rest of these hyenas can keep eating. Because I've been watching nothing else but just these hungry idiots. I think nchi yetu tu ni kukula tu. It's eating. Hata nimesahau hiyo story ya AUC. I don't care about it anymore. And I want Raila to just retire ende. That man is huyo mtu anasumbua. Raila anasumbua. He's a pain in our ass as Kenyans. Anasumbua sana. Because we can deal with Raila ourselves. I mean, we can deal with Ruto. But Raila anasumbua. Yani every time he spoils everything. From 2007. Nimekuja kugundua mtu ni kuharibu tu. I don't know. Because if akina Matiba are given a chance, there are a lot of great leaders would have been given a chance. But this guy anang'ang'ania hivi. Just tell me one person from ODM that is I'm a mentor, any mentor that will take over from him. He's such a selfish guy. Kuna mtu mentor. And I'll tell you one thing. Stone PK, Njeru. Do you know who was the predecessor of Moi? Do you know that? There was a predecessor and there was somebody that Moi was mentoring. Moi mentored Uhuru Kenyatta. That was his golden child. But he asked me who's Raila's predecessor. Hakuna? Ama ni successor, sorry. Successor. There's no succession politics in ODM. Kila kitu ni baba, 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 baba. Everything ends with him. Then nimekuja kugundua the way Stone PK was saying here. We need to stop giving him airtime. Tumechoka naye. I'm tired of him. Tumbo tu. Tumbo. And he looks so dumb. Every time ukiona lose anything, even when you look at Stone, even when you look at this, the AUC bid, you saw the number of mistakes that happened. Wewe ungeshinda. I'm telling you, you Stone PK ungeshinda with the accolade Raila had. Kama Ruto angesema ujinga hivi, unaenda unakimbia unasafisha badala ya kwenda kuona the president you are supposed to go do. You'd have come and fixed those issues. Raila messes up, you go fix it. But no, he just wants to go on the jet. There's no planning, there's no strategy. Hakuna mtu anamkalisha to talk. And I think it's the same with there is no strategies. There are no strategies there are no strategic plans with these people. I've come to know that ni kubahatisha kwa hii Kenyan politics. Kubahatisha tu. And all is to do is to eat. Kukula tu, their strategies is mainly to eat. How are we going to eat next? It's just team fisi tu. And that's Kenya. There's no intelligent politician in Kenya. What is Sifuna telling us? Toka kwa ODM. Hata rafiki ya mama yangu huyo anaitwa Onyonka. Toka. Get out. What are you still doing in ODM? ODM is no longer a party that the people can rely on. Toka. Kwanza tutakuheshimu kama ukitoka tu. Just leave. We are in dogs. They are selling us. Tunauzwa. We're becoming the most disgusting country in Africa. Nigeria ilikuwa na hiyo baton, but they are bigger than us in terms of population size and size of the country. It looks like we are the monsters in Africa. Sisi ndio wanyang'ao kabisa. The things we've done. The celebration for the Djibouti man was they had money but we won. Do you know how embarrassing that was to watch his speech back at home? Alitukana mbaya sana. So with the grace of God, even if they had money, we still won. They looked at us as small. We look like bullies. And we are bullies in East Africa. We look bad. We really look bad. We're the country that abducts people. We're the country that kills our youth. We're the country with the most corrupt leader in the world. We're the country listed in the most deported people in Germany, UK. We're in the list. Kwa list ya illegal aliens around the world as economic refugees, of course. Kenya imeenda chini kabisa since the digital boys took over. We get worse and worse because I'm not going to praise Uhuru. Uhuru alichafua country because the behavior we have in our civil servants nowadays. Niitwanga hiyo kitu. Stone wanaitanga ile kitu tuende tufanye deal. Nimepata deal. I've got a deal. Brokerage. It's a country of brokerage too. To get anything you have to get a broker in Kenya. To get any work done. And we're used to it. Kupata kazi unatafuta broker. Kupata ID unatafuta broker. Kununua shamba unapata broker. Everything. Soon kupumua hewa utatafuta broker. It's bad. Thank you Stone. Taachia hapo kidogo.
Thanks Kip. Wacha nikaribishe mama alafu njiri. Mama, are you there? Haya, njiri endelea.
Sasa Stone PK just naelewa nilikuwa nataka kuingia kwanza niwaambie na story
nipo lakini nilikuwa mbali kidogo, kwa hivyo njiri waendelee kidogo.
Okay, ni sawa. So Stone PK, I want to begin with kukuonesha vitu zimeumana. Let me put my video. Sijui kama umesikiliza speech ya Cecily Mbarire leo.
Bado.
Yeah.
Karinda bado.
So just to make sense, ili ujue watu wanajua wamekaangwa. I'm sorry to do this, but I need to do this really for people to, we will interpret for them. Huyu ni Mbarire vile ameongea leo. Nataka kuwaekea.
Si Njeru, tume link kwa Stone aeke kwa nini? Kwa stream. Send the link on the WhatsApp.
Link. No, it's just iko kwa Facebook. Wacha tu nimtumie tu kwa account yake. See, I don't know sasa vile it is just in Facebook, so I don't know vile sasa atashare Facebook yake kweli. Nimemtumia, but I wanted musikie huyu mama vile anasema. I think the most important thing ni message. Wacha tusikie message. You don't need to see huyu mama. Usikilize, I want you to understand something here. I'll do the interpretation. 1 minute. Anyway, let me continue beyond. Let me not continue beyond that. I wanted to say something. Mama ashajua UDA is a shell like in Embu, na sijui kama kipa, hata kama uelewi, unasikia hata mtu anapiga makofi hapo, si unasikia mama ni kama anaongea mazishi. Keep. Oh, keep ameenda. Bwana Stony PK, si unasikia?
No, but see, we already knew Embu was gone a long time ago. It was the first one.
No, there's
Embu
something
went a long time ago.
No, but you see, the reason why this video is important, it is because it is UDH already confirming that things are not good, because anasema watu wananiambia niende wa Munyoro, ati niende na huko, alafu anaanzia kusema yeye hata asipopigiwa, yeye hata hataki makofi. Like she is confirming that she is on an unpopular opinion. So ndio najaribu kukuambia bwana Keep, mwanasiasa hakubalingi reality, lakini ukionanga mwanasiasa ashaanzia kukubali reality, that is what is happening.
Walisema kwamba that man is very threatening. Ukishakula pesa yake, it becomes very difficult to come out of that quick. Sasa yeye alikula pesa mingi huko, tumbo yake imeshiba. I'm sure she's gonna be a belly sahi. So yeye lazima aende afanye preaching without hiyo ni dawa tu, lazima she has to continue.
That really is a chairperson.
She did a deal with the devil. Na usimuone huruma.
No, and then you see they are trying to use the atio metaphor ya tusifukuze maendeleo. And I have followed the comment. Unajua saa zingine ni vizuri nimefuata comment hapa za watu. Wacha nikusomea comments hapa usikie. Majority ya watu wanasema wewe uko kwa mto, like everybody is, wengine wanasema havai wema ama. Yani hata ukiangalia comment, no one is positive. Cabbage, fake reasoning, uongo, hakuna kuinamia serikali, nothing of importance she has. Those are these are rife comment. What does devolution money have to do with Ruto? Those are, hakuna mtu anaanzia kusema mama tuko pamoja, hata mmoja, even a single comment. But it end at home. Development is our right. Like, so I want to tell. So there is a reason I wanted to communicate about this. And this is the mood which we need to use, by the way. And so we can now confirm. Na ndio nilikuwa nikisema Stony PK yani hapa, wale watu wanasikia uoga in the name ati ya kusema ati hawa watu watatuibia kura. How do you begin now stealing in some of the places whereby they don't have even stronghold? I want to tell you right now, Ruto, like places like majority of like in Mount Kenya region, although I know watu wanasema hiyo ni obvious, tunajua, you cannot have associations there. Nimeona leo wale watu wanaoneshana like the main opposition figures wale wamebaki, Gachagua, this other guy from Western na akina Kalonzo. I am seeing Azimio bloggers, let me call it, not Azimio, not UD, ODM bloggers wakiclaim ati hao watu wako peke yao. Okay, I know people are assembling na bado the opposition has not formed properly. That one I know. But ile kitu nilikuwa najaribu kusema hapa Kipu ni ya kwamba ile siku tu opposition itajiform and Kenyans to agree ya kwamba this is the opposition line. Nataka kukuambia hao watu wote akina Mbarire, akina Sudi, they will be minioned. So let's not take this propaganda which Ruto want to make us to believe that he can be a popular man in Kenya. Na mimi Stony PK,
ODM is misbehaving.
You see, ODM lazima tuachane na wao, wajiweke kwa kaburi la sahau. Already as we talk now, I'm hearing they are now being given more seats in parliament. Nimesikia Ndindi Nyoro na Karemba. Those are the news nimesikia huko Embu. Ndindi Nyoro na Karemba yule Mokorino yule washatolewa bunge. So Karemba, by the way, has been very on the side of Ruto sana. Karemba amekuwa akipitia hapo katikati like Karemba is not like in Embu. I'm talking about Embu. Karemba is not as strong as the MP for for Manyata in terms of decision. Karemba is a bit wobbly. It's a bit wobbly. So unaona sasa watu kama au akina Karemba wale ambao walikuwa wanacheza ni kama wako katikati, washanyimwa kazi ama washatolewa kwa kazi. What does that one tell you? Ndindi Nyoro ametolewa hiyo kazi yake. What does that one tell you? I think Bwana Ruto yeye ni kama yani he is ready to sacrifice the Mount Kenya region. Then the question which begets me ni then kwa nini basi he is still using Kindiki to still try and consolidate us? And most of the time anajaribu kutumia Kindiki to try and consolidate the upper region ya Mlima Kenya. So those are the issues which now people are not understanding. So in a nutshell, ile kitu ningine kujaribu kukuambia ni ya kwamba bwana,
not trying to use Kindiki. He's not trying to use Kindiki. It's just Farouk. Farouk is pissed off with Kindiki. So what Farouk is telling him is, I don't care how you do it. We fanya kazi yako. Farouk is a mean guy. Unajua, Farouk is like, I can't waste my money like that. Cannot be wasted. Tumekupatia opportunity, endelea. Whether it works or not, you have to do it. Na tena Farouk anataka tu kumwaibisha.
Yeah, so keep I understand that. So already, let's say this. Now as we speak, wale watu washafanya decisions, and I want to say it here because Stony PK, we don't need to see ourselves as losers or people who cannot form. Right now as we speak, Mount Kenya region, the whole of it, hiyo Ruto ana Nyanza, I don't think he will be able, even with Raila Odinga, nikusema tu nasema, even with Raila Odinga, I don't see how Ruto is going to penetrate many of the Kisii regions and the Korea, Uko. I don't know. So if we can give him the 3 constituencies, the Luo Nyanza, the 3 of them, hizo tunaweza mpea vile yako. But I don't see the 2 Kisii constituencies, hiyo sioni akipata. That one I don't see because kuna vile naona pia now right now the Kisii region is inakaa ni kama pia they want to form their own path. For the first time, maybe Father Danny you can confirm to me this. For the first time, mimi naona Kisii region they don't want to be overshadowed by the Luos. So I think Kisii and Luos, they are considering each other as principals now. Me based on what I'm now seeing, kuna vile naona mimi nikiangalia hiyo, naona sasa the Kisii region kuna vile they don't want to play the mingling concept. So I don't see how many votes Raila Odinga can take to Ruto from Kisii. That one I will need somebody to confirm to me, but I don't think he can take more than 20. Even if hata kama kuna wa Kisii ambao they might want to close over. Then Ukambani, I don't see them penetrating, even if they try to sweet talk Kalonzo, because Ukambani, I think they have suffered a lot with the Raila Odinga. First of all, Kalonzo Musyoka, who is the main man in Ukambani, hoping that he still has support there, he has shelved his ambitions 3 times. You can imagine. Kalonzo Musyoka has shelved his ambition 3 times. In any case, if there was a way of associating, in fact, Nyanza region was supposed actually to be pushing for Kalonzo presidency. If this politics of reward can make sense, although I don't think that politics of reward can make sense. So it even doesn't beat logic how even Nyanza region would say that they want to team up with Ruto, and Kalonzo Musyoka teamed up with them for 3 times, even if they did not acquire anything. So Wakamba now, the Kamba region, me I see Ruto cannot be able to infiltrate it. Akona Mutua and some other few colonies, but I don't see him infiltrating them. The other region is Masai region. Masai region, that one I don't see how. I still see Masais could go either way, but naona Masais they could come to the other direction. So in other words, Bwana Stone Peg, as we speak now, sasa sahi ili tuache kusema Ruto wako na nguvu. The only assured constituency ya Ruto is North Rift alone. The only assured place whereby he can go and at least kuambia watu where you can say that wacha nianzie siasa ni North Rift peke yake. South Rift you have to still have a number of alliances because you have vitu kama cha mashinani who are a little bit telling people the government is not doing enough. Already chama cha mashinani is saying that even if some of the people are in the government sababu ya zile kazi wamepewa na serikali, cha mashinani it has outshined UDA in the South Rift. I think chama cha mashinani could produce governors and MPs and MCAs in 2027. So with a strong alliance, that is actually a party we can actually win. I think Isaac Ruto is a little bit independent. Isaac Ruto sio extremely rigid. He is a guy who can reason with a wave. So ndio nasema South Rift is a bit wobble. Hiyo si kitu ati tunaweza. So in a nutshell ile kitu tunajaribu nini kwa kina msimamo kule nini coast, in the coast region. Coast region, that one is wobble. It can with a reasoning man, coast region is up for us. Hiyo tunaweza chukua. With somebody who is showing that vile tutapigana na miandarati, the way we are going to improve the economy, I don't think coast people will just be driven to Ruto with all these problems. The other remaining place ni Northeastern peke yake. Northeastern, that one I still believe they will reason right. Na Belfast anaitisha link. So wacha nisome comment ya Dan Dario alafu nimalize. Kisii has parted ways with yes, unaona sasa, these are the real things that bwana Stone and we need to discuss. It is true. Sahi Kisii and Luo Nyanza is not a block, and we and I don't think I think Kisii now want to determine. It is something that nilikuwa nimeongea na watu kadhaa kutoka hapo, so I think then you then that information could be true. So Kisii leaders met on Sunday in Omingo Magara home and confirmed it. Hiyo ni kitu kingine. So hiyo hapo hakuna. So hiyo ni block sasa. Ruto hiyo hawezi pata. Luo Nyanza nayo pia pia kama Raila Odinga ataenda kwa Ruto, pia Luo Nyanza could become fluid, although not extremely 100% fluid, but there are some people who are still, even in the Luo Nyanza, who are still questioning this association, which is not yielding anything. So bwana Stone PK na nati ile kitu najaribu kusema, even without talking about history ya kusupport the Hemedi ya Southern Sudan, ile nimesikia pia is also another calamity in Kenya history. No, the main Sudan, ile nimesikia sasa ni kama Sudanese are not very happy with our government because of what we are doing. Even without going to that thing, ili nimaliza watu wengine waongee, even without speaking a lot, I want to tell you bwana Stone, we are on the pole position. We can determine this election. Sisi, we can determine it, na Ruto tutamumalizia. So it doesn't matter what we think. So we just need courage. But whether there is an election or there is no election, whoever, how we want to go, Ruto and popularity cannot even make him even to vie for election again. Not even sahi hata ana chama. Leo nimemuona akiongea na tai ya ODM. Sijui kama mumeona Ruto leo alikuwa na tai ya ODM. Because UDA is untouchable. Na msiseme ati hiyo rangi. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Chungo alikuwa anaongea na tai ya chungo leo. Anyway, thank you. I will come again.
Asante Njiru for that opinion, and let me acknowledge all those who are in the comment section. Karibuni sana wote nawaona, kina Dani, Father Dani, Belfast, the link is there. Francis namuona huko already anasema but sisemi kitu kwa saa hii. Yeah, msimamo uko tayari?
Niko tayari, lakini unajua siku zote asikio alizidi kichwa na heshima, unajua usingoje kupewa jipe mwenyewe. So mimi kimtazamo wangu nitamwachia mama kwanza, kisha nitakuja baada ya mama.
Haya, sawa basi, na tumkaribishe Esther Kabiru, namuona huko kwa comment section. We are acknowledging each and every one of us that is coming on board. And also I'm recognizing all those who are watching via YouTube. As usual, YouTube is Stone PK, and also you can tuna stream mpaka kwa our brother Njiru. So leo tunazungumzia kuhusu can anyone stop Ruto falling? Alafu kuna Duale statement yake tyranny of bedroom ndio ita determine kura 2027 and beyond in Kenya. That is a new formula. Alafu Raila's followers very annoyed, castigating Kenyans who celebrated his defeat. Yeah, this one I watched in Senate. There was a lot of bitterness, but I picked one small thing that all of those members of Luo Nyanza, leaders, the whatever the hysteria they have, but they are not calling it as it is. They are using wrong examples, but I'll come there. Nyakairo ametoka tena. Nyakairo hako na shida. Toka alafu uingie tena. I can see you here, but I'm not able to bring you up. Maybe utoke kabisa. Yeah, so basically, Eli Karibu, basically, I would want to comment kidogo. Manake Nyakairo was to come in na yuko. Next, naweza mpatia Eli if you are prepared, Eli, because I don't want to be the one talking about.
Utakuja nitendea haki, maana nafasi ilikuwa kwangu nikaipeana, mama hayupo.
Basi ni vile nilikuwa bado nafikiria bado hauna nini. Wewe uko uhuru wa kuintervene na nini. Nidhani bado unahitaji
Sawa.
Haya, endelea.
Sawa. Okay, asante ndugu yangu PK na ndugu zangu wote hapa. Akipa Jero na Eli na wale wengine wako upande wa comment section. Sitakuwa mrefu, ni yangu atakuwa ya haraka ili niweze kusikiliza hapa. Najua unapenda kusikiliza sometimes hata kuliko ni kitu kingine ili nijifunze. So cha msingi ni kwamba nchi yetu haielekei kuliko, maana huu rafiki wa Sudan ama kwa lile kundi naweza sema ni janjawida kimtazamo wangu, kwamba limepata maskani hapa nchini, sometimes inaleta kizungumkuti, haswa katika masuala mazima na usalama. Yaani kimtazamo wangu unaona usalama sasa kwetu haswa kama taifa naona ni kama unachezea haswa. Pili, licha ya usalama sasa, atamsura ya sura haswa ya Kenya imebadilika kiasi kwamba heshima kwa hili taifa inakuwa pia ni kizungumkuti. Yote haya ni kwa ajili ya nini? Viongozi ambao wanajali tumbo zao, wanaongozwa na tamaa za tumbo zao, na wako radhi kufanya chochote kile kubaki katika pawa bila roho ya kujali ama roho ya utu haswa kwa wale wanaongozwa. Ndiposa tunauziwa uongo na tunaukubali wa Kenya, mwisho wa siku tunajipata hapa tulipo. So kawaida mimi pike na ndugu zangu hapa nasema likupigalo limekufunza. Haya mambo yafuatiliwe vizuri, kwa sababu sidhani kama kunaweza pitishwa jambo lolote kabla bunge ama kabla mwananchi kupewa hiyo taarifa. So hawa watu wa Sudan kupata maskani hapa, sasa najiuliza who is above the law katika taifa letu? Maana mwisho wa siku tunaambiwa sheria, lakini je, mbona inaonekana kunaye mtu ambaye kujua sheria anaweza pitisha chochote kile? So katika hali ya namna hiyo, hasa katika taifa, heshima ya hili taifa itatoka wapi? So tumi nikiona hii miungano ya hawa ambao wanaweka historia zao, huyu mwingine akiweka historia ya kuwa kaweza kuwania na kugombea na kuwa mtu wa pili katika maisha yake yote, wala hajaweza kupata kile ambacho amekipigania. Mwingine naye ataingia katika vitabu vya historia kweli, lakini sasa ni yule rais ambaye aliweza kuwafanyisha biashara wananchi wake, mwisho wa siku akalisambaratisha taifa. Mara zote hizo ni historia. Sasa wanakuja kwa pamoja kusema wacha tuungane, tutengeze serikali, kwa maana ni wakati wa kuweza kuadhibu jamii ama kabila nyingine kwa sababu ya kadhaa ambazo pengine hazina msingi haswa masikioni kwa wale vijana ambao walikuwa wameweka tamaa haswa katika hii serikali, kwamba ni serikali ambayo itaweza kuwajali zaidi na itaweza kujali kila pande. Vinginevyo imekuwa tofauti, vijana ndo wamekuja juu kwamba hawakubali uongo, kila kinachofanyika cha uongo mambo yanawekwa peupe. So wakati huu si wa huu mfumo na hii plani wako nayo, wakidhania labda Kenya ni ile ya jana na juzi. So to me PK sitakuwa mrefu, lakini kwa kweli ndugu zangu mimi kimtazamo wangu naona hapa kuna kibarua. Huu mpango huu kama ndugu yangu Njero alivyoeleza hizi numbers, huenda ikawa ni kweli. Mimi naweza nikakubaliana naye kweli kwamba hata sina haja ya kupiga hesabu hata na ngome wao, kwa sababu mimi napiga hesabu kile ambacho mwananchi anakisikia haswa katika masikio yake haswa juu ya huu uongozi. So kwa hilo linanipa matumaini kwamba huyu jamaa hapendwi, labda pengine masuala mengine yale ya kuweza kusukuma kwa mkono, goli zile za kusukuma na mkono rufa sione kama alivyojipata katika hali hiyo, na sasa hivi anajipiga kifua kwamba yuko katika uongozi, wakati ni goli hili la kusukuma na mkono ni rufa tu hakuona. So mimi natumaini kwamba haswa vita hivi tutaviweza tukiwa katika hali ya umoja, haswa kama taifa. Tuache kuchezeshwa karata ya ukabila ama blocks. Blocks tutazipanga pindi haswa tukisafisha uchafu, then hapo tutapanga haswa a block, lakini zitakuwa zina tija kwa sababu zitakuwa ni blocks ambazo zitakuwa zinawafanyia wananchi kweli kazi, si blocks za wachache wanaungana na kutuletea uongo hapa. Mwisho wa siku tunawapata wale wanasiasa ambao tunawashuhudia sasa hivi ni wema kwetu, kesho wanageuka kuwa si wema kwetu. Wao wanasiasa wa Kenya watandikapo sipo walalapo. Kwa hivyo nitaachia hapo, asante. Pike back to kama unanipata.
Haya, nimekupata bwana. Msimamo umeleta dimension nzuri sana hapo, ambayo inachangia kwa hilo swali letu tunaulizana, can anything or anyone stop Ruto from falling? Manake sasa hapo kwa hiyo mteremko wa kuporomoka, nini kinaweza kuzuia asiporomoke? Na umeleta jambo nzito sana hilo la maneno ya majanjawiz na hiyo RF something au magaidi. Hilo ni swala nyeti sana, manake hata Danio Mtata alijaribu kuleta kwenye Senate leo, na wale ambao wamepinga, wamekataa kukubali ni hawa wabunge fanatic wa ODM. Hapa hivi ni kusema kwamba wazi ODM iko tayari kufanya chochote kile, hata kama ni kupoison the entire country ndio wapate uongozi. It has come out very right, very open, that they have a very sinister motive. Motive ya ODM, I can say categorically here, they are out to revenge, and then they are revenging stupidly. They are revenging their own failures. Wanakasirika na kuanguka kwao. ODM is cursing, like when you see a mad person going along the road shouting things. Oh, mlinikataa, mmekataa baba miaka hiyo yote. Who are you blaming? Who are you blaming? Unapewa uongozi, unakataa kuchukua uongozi, then you go shouting like a mad person in the market. Oh, they went for maandamano, they were never supported. Why did we go for maandamano in the first place? We should have taken that leadership which was given to us so many times. Kwa hivyo tuache hiyo upumbavu ya watu wa ODM because they have lost hope now. The only way they can do ni kuipitia mlango wa nyuma by sleeping with a murderer, with a killer, in the pretense that they are supporting our government work. Garbage. And we are urging Kenyans not to buy that nonsense. It is nonsensical to even compare Raila with those runners who go there to win gold medals. Those runners never died to kill people. Baba has supported the killer of Gen Z. That is the bottom line. Na ijulikane kutoka hii broadcast kwamba Raila cannot be compared to the gold medalists that go to represent Kenya. That is a wrong comparison. It is stupid. It is illogical. Even coming from people we thought were respectable like Kajwang. It is nonsensical. Raila is not equal to gold medalists. They can never be the same. Raila killed all what he had acquired for this country by dining and supporting. Alisupport ule mtu ameua watoto wetu, wazalendo wetu, na hiyo ndio moja ile imechangia kwamba amechukiwa. Yani hawezi kuwa statesman tena katika Afrika. Wapende wasipende, hiyo ni dhambi alifanya. I don't know how he can get, na anazidi kutumbukia. That I'm saying with a lot of authority because I'm saying from what he's saying in his mouth. Sahi amesema kwamba Ruto did everything to support him to do that. So he still believes and loves Ruto. They are in bed together. Alafu na expect wa Kenya wakuje hapo ati kusupport hiyo. Nothing. So the only thing they can do.
PK, niongeze kitu hapo kidogo kama seconds kama 30 tu.
Atafanya nini?
Niongeze kitu kidogo hapo.
Sawa.
Unajua PK na ndugu zangu hapa ni heri uanze ugali ukiwa hauna mboga, kisha baadaye ukipata mboga uongo utaweza kuula ukaumaliza. Lakini sasa ukiuanza na mboga kisha alafu mboga zikatike katikati uongo, ugali kuna mara mbili, haswa la msingi haswa utafutia mahali uweke. So anamaanisha hivi kwamba huyu jamaa kauanza na mboga. Sasa ugali huu utachacha maana mboga zimeisha. Hii hela hii inakusanywa haswa mifukoni hii uongo. Ya magikayo hayarudi tele siku zote. So na isitoshe, God has no respect with a person. Mungu hana heshima hati kwa mwanadamu. Chochote kilichofungwa lazima kiteka wazi. Sasa huyu anaitwa baba sasa. Sijui ni kipi kitamsaidia haswa asimame haswa kama alivyosimama. So hawa ndugu zetu ambao bado wamelala na wanaamini kwamba ni wakati wa kuweza kulipiza kisasi. Huwezi lipiza kisasi ukionekana peupe, unatega mitego yako unaonekana peupe. Yani unatega tena mitego mahali tena kuna kichuguu alafu tena ni peupe. Unaona, lazima kama hivyo utumie akili ya hali ya juu kuweza kulipiza baada kwamba umepata power, una mamlaka, si hii ya kulazimisha. So kinachonitamausha PK na kinachonisikitisha swali hawa ndugu zetu ambao bado wananate kwamba sisi tutasimama anazakayo kwa sababu ni wakati wetu, maana tulienda kwa maandamano na hawakujitokeza kwa maandamano. Isitoshe hawa ndio wameweka hii serikali wakisema hii blaming hii inatumaza kwa sababu wale wameenda kwa maandamano. Sijaona hata baba siku moja ameenda katika mazishi ama amejaribu kutoa haswa a compensation wale watu ambao waliweza kupoteza maisha yao kwa ajili ya kuweza kukubali uongo ambao ushasukumegeuka kwa biashara. Nitaachia hapo PK. Asante.
Asante msimamo. Before ni bring in Joram amepotea tena. Before nilete mwingine, nadhani watu wakisha kuwa karibu na Ruto masikio yanaziba. Masikio yanaziba. Jared, karibu. Masikio yanaziba, akili inafunga, ubongo unaanza kuwa uji kama wa Francis vile naona ubongo labda umeshikwa na mtandao ya UDA. because nimesema dakika chache tu hivi nikasema Raila hawezi kuwa compared na wale yani machampion wetu ambao huenda kushindana nchi za nje. Huwezi kuwaweka mahali pamoja pale. Ndio ni Mkenya, lakini ni Mkenya ambaye ameshikwa na dhambi mbovu kabisa. Ameunga mkono muuaji. Ndugu yangu Francis, ama nitumie Kijaluo kama wewe ni Mjaluo ndio uelewe. Ama wewe ni mkabila gani? Niambie nitumie lugha hiyo yako ya mama ndio uelewe. Nimesema ni Mkenya haswa, lakini Mkenya muovu ambaye ameunga mkono muuaji. Hilo swala moja tu ndio zimefanya kwa sasa hivi Kenya haimtambui na anatambuliwa tu na watu wa kwao. Sasa hivi si kiongozi wa Kenya, ni wa kwao na ni kwao, wengine si wote. Ndugu yangu, nitumie lugha gani? Kama hiyo ni nonsense kusema kwamba amechukiwa kwa sababu aliingia na alisema matamshi yake, na nitatafuta hiyo video. Akiingia alisema hakusupport Gen Z. Alisema vile Gen Z wanafanya ni yeye alikuwa anafanya. Utoto tu ndio tuliona mzee kweli, ukizeeka unakuwa na akili ndogo mtoto. Akasema hayo Gen Z amefanya si mapya. Alafu akauliza Wakenya, sasa mnasema Ruto aende, alafu kumbe akatoa chuki ile amekuwa nayo hata yeye kwamba Ruto akienda Gachagua ndiye alikuwa achukue usukani, lakini wananchi walikuwa wanasema Ruto na Gachagua waende. Lakini yeye akaona serikali ikichukuliwa hata yeye ile mali wamepora, because amekuwa pia akigawia hiyo mali ya kupora. Mabwenyenye wote watafukuzwa, manake ndio vile ilikuwa Gen Z afanye. Sasa akaona hata yeye hali yake ilikuwa kwenye hatari, ndiye akaingia pale kusupport mwizi na muuaji. Watu wala comment kama hiyo si make sense, muniambie. Muniambie I'm not making sense. Raila alikuwa na mapungufu yake, lakini tulikuwa tumeyavumilia. Lakini alipokuja kusupport muuaji, ndio basi tukasema kwisha, potelea mbali. Na hata hawezi kurudi tena Bwana Francis, hata aende juu arudi, hata azaliwe mara ya pili, hata kuwa Raila yule tulikuwa tumesupport. Take that to the bank. If you like it, it's up to you. If you don't like it, ni shauri yako bro. Eli, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you, PK, and the panel. If you can hear me, just let me know.
Very clear, very clear, very
I
clear.
can hear you
Thank
very
you.
clearly. But by the way, Wangira is Gerard, by the just that quick comment. That is Wangira.
Okay. I wanted to start by thanking you again for this broadcast. I think you talk about UDA and whether UDA will die or it will continue. I remember way back when this one Murkomen was a panelist in many TV stations just at the time when he was still a lecturer and also a member of the ODM party. It was interesting how he was an intellectual powerhouse, I would say, when you had Murkomen on TV. And when Murkomen alivuka ile nini by defection or ideological defection, akakuwa mtu mwingine tofauti. So I see this is a syndrome that we have. Some people, when they decide to join a different movement, they change their sport. But anyway, I remember at one time I was having an aggressive conversation with Murkomen on his social handle, and then I inboxed him because at the time they were popularizing this thing called UDA, and I made him understand that in a different country where I am, UDA means something totally different, because if you lived in Northern Ireland, one of the four nations in the UK, UDA was seen as a very, very deadly organization. And so I told Mokomen, even though I don't support your UDA or ODM, but I know who I'm going to vote for the presidential elections, I would urge you to look for a different name, but not UDA. Because, you know, UDA, even today as we speak, is still a very, very powerful force here in Northern Ireland. It was banned in 1992 in the UK, and it was responsible for political murders, you know, of Roman Catholics and, you know, prominent Republicans. The Republican side also had their own thing called the IRA, which is still there, and then they killed people from the UDA side. Now, these political organizations, these days, because there's a peace process, they are involved in most of them in drug racketeering, you know, because there's that vacuum of politics because of the peace dispensation. So what I'm trying to say is this: I thought about UDA and how that name, if anyone just Googled UDA, you know, just for interest, our Zungwa, I'm Irish, I'm British, one of the first things they will find is the Kenyan UDA. So it will be confusing, you know, for them, you know, and I'm not being petty, but I'm saying that UDA of Kenya started from a wrong foot right from the word go, you know. Even just that acronym of UDA, in literature they call it, I'm sorry to put an academic twist to it, but you know, they call it interlingual homograph, which basically means that a word spelled in a certain way may mean something different in multiple languages, but it's the spelling or the sound of it may sound the same as in two different countries or two different places. And it's important, even when you yourself, if you are setting up a company, say for example PK, you're setting up a company, and you have to look at copyright things, how many people have the same company name, ama hizo spellings, sijui nini, before you even go for it. You have to do some research. So I think this thing of this outfit of Kina William Ruto was really rushed, and they started from the word go on a very sour note. Now, number two, I want to talk about minority governments, which is where Ruto is at the moment. Okay, it's not uncommon to have minority governments. I think maybe a certain percentage of the world runs on minority governments, maybe 25% of global so-called democracies. But it's not a good thing. Usually you expect that in a democracy there are two big coalitions or political parties. The situation you will probably have in 2027, if that's what we are talking about, there's going to be a serious minority government. I have spoken about William Ruto rigging the elections because his cartel, they've already said that's what they're going to do openly. Openly. And the machine that runs the state is from Rift Valley. If you look at the military, if you look at the composition of the police and all that. So if you look at the security agencies and then you look at what will happen or not happen, they'll say F the constitution, you know, they will rig the elections. If they don't rig these elections, thank thank uh, thank thank whoever, including Kenyans, for making sure that doesn't happen. But what I'm seeing is a situation where there will be a bloodbath in terms of not physical bloodbath that people will die or anything. I'm just saying a political bloodbath where uh, Ruto and his gang or his cartel will lose so many parliamentary seats. en masse. It would be something like never been seen before. He knows that. He might even call an early election just to annoy people, right? But that does not mean that he will not rig the elections to run a minority regime where the majority in parliament will just continue with its work as an opposition and run a minority regime. I'm not surprised. I will not be surprised if something happens in this particular parliament where eventually they let the ODM side or Azimio to alternate as majority and minority with the UDA Kenya Kwanza. In Kenya, anything is possible. Everything that is in the constitution is overturned in Kenya. We mostly live under the, what you call it, de facto rules in Kenya rather than the actual rules that are in the constitution. This happens all the time. And that's why Mr. Wetangula was able to do what he did the other week in parliament. So for me, I'm just being practical here that no matter which way we look at these politicians, ati sijui huyu ako na kura sijui ngapi, sijui wakisii watakuwa hivi. In fact, I was interested to know why people are only talking about Kisis as the minority in Nyanza and forgetting that in Nyanza there is also the Kuria, who are also a force in Nyanza. Korean people have provided a lot of big names in the public sector, and also Korea people have been involved in influential things that happen in the country. And Korea people are also strategically placed, because they're between the border of Kenya and Tanzania. So they shouldn't be wished away. But this is not an attack to whoever was talking about the Kisi. I was only saying that if the political forces now that are anti-Ruto do not merge the way it happened in 2002 against Moi, only something like that can remove Ruto. Something like 2002, something big like that. If they don't merge, they keep on, talking trash in the media, funerals, whatever, instead of, mobilizing with the young people and making the young people the most important people towards this 2027, then they forget it. There will be a minority government. Ruto will force himself in power. Kwani, in 2007, the PNU was vanquished, but Martha Karua, Nani's friend here, Kip's friend, Martha Karua, went and alifanya nini? Alipatia Nani ile Biblia Kibaki, and Kibaki continued with the second term in the darkness of State House. So, and then the PNU people pretended to have a majority status in parliament, and they continued ruling. So why do we think Ruto cannot do that? So we have to devise a conversation where we think this is what Ruto can do, instead of now thinking like the way Njiru is overconfident. In fact, he reminds me of the time when people hope that Raila and Karua will win. Njiru is overconfident about the situation. I am telling you, Njiru, I I hope you know that the only way that Ruto can be stopped is if there is a powerful merger of political parties that include young people without these things that is these MPs, what these MPs mean nothing. Even the ones who are not in parliament who are seeking political seats. It's the people who decide at the ballot. But so my point was about the minority government is not in fact, to be honest, most African governments have been minority governments, only that they stole the elections and they forced themselves into power. Very few have won landslide victories. And if they did win landslide victories, for the first term, the second term, they've either stolen their way into power or something, like near minority, representation in parliament. Thank you. And those are just my views. I'm not saying that my views are supposed to be convincing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Um, hmm, that's very good perspective. I also agree with you that I am very jittery about us removing Ruto by election. Hiyo hata Kalonzo hajanielezea, hata Martha, hata nani. Although Martha alikuwa amesema it cannot go far, there are many things. Because sahii siwezi zungumza kwamba ati numbers, because I know we will have all the numbers. But what shall we do with the numbers? They are there. They will not be counted. It is true, if you are to hold election leo, na kura ziwe na watu wa kuhesabu vizuri with a very good system, Ruto will go home in the morning. That is for sure. But tutafanyaje? Hata tukipiga kura sisi wote, si lazima zihesabiwe na lazima ziripotiwe. Sasa hiyo ndio mtaniambia. Julia, karibu sana. Leo umeona mambo yamechemka zaidi. Wabunge wa Nyanza wamekasirika, hata they are falling short of insulting Kenyans who they are saying celebrated when their God was participating internationally. He was equipped. He was even compared to our great runners. Yeah, and then I'm saying, yes, they are all Kenyans, but he is a different Kenyan. He is a Kenyan who went to bed with a murderer. That's the difference. So Kenyans don't see whether he got the gold medal or later. Nobody would have celebrated it apart from his ass lickers. Wale ambao wanamlamba ndio wangekuwa wakifanya nini? Wakisherehekea. But not general Kenyans. And then the kusherehekea, again, hao fanatics wake wamemisinterpret kabisa. Anyway, wacha nisiendelee sana. Julia, you have something to say? Karibu, salimia watu wako.
Asante PK, wacha niwasalimie na nasalimie PK, Njiru, Msimamo, Eli na wenye kwa comment section. Kipa nini umetoka, nilikuwa nimekuona Karo and others, akina Njiru, John Dirangu, Francis, and I see Danny Dairo ako hapo. And everybody else. Yeah, I saw that PK na nikaona Senate akina Kadhangu akijaribu kuelezea, trying to like explain whom exactly they were laughing at. But these people PK, I don't know why, how they can be so dumb. If I were them, I would not even pick a fight on that. Unajua kuna saa zingine unajuanga tu, you can tell you are falling PK, and you can tell you are not doing so good. All of us in life, we have been at some challenges, and probably when we were not doing so good financially, probably when our families were not doing so good. We've been there, and we have always known that things are not so good. So I guess if they would just not pick a fight, not talk about it, not bring it up in parliament, it was a waste of our time and public funds. They should not be paid discussing such nonsense. They didn't have to do that. It is not very important. That is not an agenda. You people, anybody who thinks that discussing that what Raila Chekwa na what is an agenda in parliament, your agenda inasaidia nani? Who even came up with that motion or that discussion? For what? You people tell me, why were they discussing that? How was it documented by the speakers that now we are discussing people after Raila Odinga? So I think there's something very wrong. They're just playing psychophancy. But now I'm just wondering, are they really thinking they're gonna keep this power? are they seeing a future of Kasongo and keeping this power? I mean, okay, first Kasongo is using Raila Odinga's team to keep the power. But now, is ODM seeing themselves as taking over government? Ama wanaona, how are they? Anybody needs to tell me, ni picha gani wanaona mbele, hapo mbele? Wanaona, maybe wanaona kwamba wakisimama Raila Odinga akiwa deputy president wa Kasongo, ama wanaonaje? I don't know what picture they are seeing. Because sometimes it is good to look at the signs of times and just play safe. I would rather play. I think the only man that is playing safe there is Sifuna. Sifuna is playing very safe. So I think he has some wisdom. So I wish they could just play safe and just watch him domo mingi. I mean that he to Raila Tukanwa. That should not be a debate in parliament. Okay? Whoever laughed out there. And it was not an official laugh or documented somewhere that people are laughing and making fun. So, and it doesn't add bread to the table of Kenyans. It doesn't improve the health condition of Kenyan hospitals. I mean, it doesn't improve the economy. So it should not have been an agenda in parliament. So our bunge wa Nyanza, I think something's very wrong with them, just like many other members of parliament. Kama hata si wa Nyanza peke yake, kuna hata wenye wametoka Mount Kenya region that will bring up such debates that don't make any sense, don't add any value to the lives of Kenyans. So that is kind of disappointing. To aid on who can stop Ruto from Ruto is definitely falling. And mimi wacha tu niwaambie, sidhani Kasongo anafikisha 2027. That is the rude shock that all these MPs will get from all sides. Juu, ODM or UDA or even Azmio, I wonder which MPs will go back to parliament. However, I don't want to say that because Nyanza has always brought back their parliamentarians. In fact, Ellie, I stand to be corrected. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I think Nyanza is a place where they always vote the same person. Tam hii mtu anaenda tam 2-3. Hata Western, I wish they could ape Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya doesn't have those small little gods who are there forever. Hata kama uko kwa chama tawala ama chama gani. So these members of parliament, so are they thinking if we have an election today, are they thinking what would happen to them? Ama they are hoping they will still. I'll just tell them vitu vichenjanga. Tunaweza fika mahali hata kuiba ikuwe ngumu. You people, did you see a policeman who was beaten up by some mobs in Kirinyaga? These Kirinyaga people are becoming too much PK. Wako karibu kutuambia Kirinyaga si Kenya. Si hao ni majirani wenyu. Njiru na PK. Those are your cousins. Imagine a policeman went to arrest somebody na akapatiwa kichapo cha umbwa. I'm just trying to say that people should read the signs of times. Unajua Kenya itafika, mshaona headmaster akifukuzwa na wanafunzi na watoto na walimu na wazazi. Hiyo wakati inafikaga. And Burkina Faso and the others were just countries like Kenya. So these members of parliament thumping their chest. I wish you're intelligent enough, they should just shut up and just go to parliament. They receive their salary and try and pay the little loans, the many loans they have. Because I think they have the least permanent job. A job where they can be fired anytime. Even kesho. Wasikia kuna bunge na kuna mshahara. Wajipata tu hakuna bunge na hakuna mshahara. They may find themselves in that situation. So Pika, I had that. And then I thought, how stupid. That is what I thought. Acha nifikishie hapo. Asante.
Thank you Julia, and kabla ni comment, wacha niite Nyakairo, ameingia akitupwa nje. Nyakairo.
Thank you. Thank you, PK. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Nawasalimia wote. Julia, Msimamo, Kip, Eli, Njiro, and comment section. Leo nitawaimbia kawimbo kidogo. I'm not a good singer, but I make an effort. Kegwire matuko mathino ni makue muno gutura. Gutire ugutura thino taiga o mundu niaguthie rugendo. Why I'm singing that song is because of what we are facing in our country. We have heard many people, and we have seen them, what they have done to the inhabitants, citizens, watu wao kwa nchi, na kuona kama hao watu, they deserve to live in pain as far as he is living. Ile mambo yote mtu anafanya dunia hii, in fact we forget that it is catching up with you. Nataka mkumbuke kwanza huyu mtu alikuwa anaitwa Idi Amin. Idi Amin alifanya mambo mengi mabaya kabisa that you cannot even think a human being can do that to others. Aliua, alibebwa juu ati yeye ni king. Alifanya mambo ya kiajabu. Alikuwa anabeba watu as we had na gari anawatupa kwa lake. Watu wanakuliwa na mamba. I'm not trying to scare Kenyans, but I just want to give you a rough picture of somebody who feels that power has given him all, that he can do anything to anybody. And what I learned with Idi Amin, it's a big lesson. Singeamini Idi Amin angekufia inchi ingine na akufe akiwa very miserable. Alikuwa hata labda anatafuta hao watu ambao wako Uganda wamshikilie, vile anaumwa, ni mgonjwa, hana namna. It was his last time in the world to be alive, wherever he was. And I understand this guy died of organ failure. Alipopelekwa hospitali akiwa mahututi, one of the doctors that treated him ni yule kutoka Uganda. Ameenda huko nchi ya kigeni. I think you guys you know where he died. Na huyo ndio alimhudumia. Na Amin alipokuwa amelala kwa hicho kitanda, aliamka akashika huyo dokta akamwambia, tafadhali ninaumia, nisaidie. You can imagine a person who was killing innocent people. Ndiye huyo alikuwa analilia Mu-Ugandan, tafadhali nisaidie. How can you feel pain while you know what you put people through? And that is my testimony for today. Wacha mtu afanye ile yote anafanya. You think you have power, you have everything. Nyanyasa watu kabisa because you have power. Sababu wewe ni kiongozi. But it will catch up with you. Kwani yeye ameumbwa na roho ngapi? Just one. Mwili ni ule uko na damu kama yangu. Mwili ni ule unasikia uchungu kama mwili wangu. What am I saying? Ruto amefanya nchi yetu ikawa ni kizingizio. Ni pahali, ni kama field ya majambazi. And that one It's when I come back to think, show me your friend and I'll tell you who you are. Ruto ameleta majambazi nchi yetu. Ebu imagine tulikuwa tunasikia Al-Shabaab ikitajwa, watu wanasikia msisimuko, mnasikia baridi. He is dealing with them. He is working with them. As I see what people are writing, because I am going with that. Hakuna fununu. Yale yote tumesikia ya fununu imetokeleza na ikawa imetimika na ni ya kweli. You see abduction, hata ya watu nchi jirani anasaidia abduction. In our own country, abduction na kuvanish, watoto wetu wamepotea, wameuawa, wengine hatujui walienda wapi. Now we have Sudan, RSF, they are already in Kenya, celebrating, enjoy, because they have coverage. They are being covered by the regime we have. Yani, unaangalia unashindwa, huyu mtu ni nini anatafuta? What is he looking for? Is he looking for other countries to suffer because of Kenya? Is Kenya going to be the safe haven of bad people? Look, he is a supporter of M23. Meaning what? That country is crying. DRC is crying. And he is supporting the rebels. What am I saying? Our country has been overtaken. In all effort that Ruto is doing is to show that he has no business with Kenyans. He has business with rebels who are going to terrorize their country, as well even our country. What can we face when we are hosting rebels? Kuna mambo mengi sana imetendeka nchi yetu ambayo si ya kufurahisha nyoyo zetu. In fact, now Kenyans are living in fear because those people, if they decided to riot in our country, they are already there in our land. What can't they do? And I even wonder, when we had this AUC election, I think even African leaders have looked at our country like this country is an enemy in all ways. Na hiyo ni kweli. Huwezi kuwa unasambaratisha nchi za wengine ati kwa sababu unashirikiana na wale watu wanaharibu usalama wa nchi ile wanatoka. It's terrible. I'll stop there and then I move forward to AUC, how it all went. AUC was divided. There were people who were celebrating, there were people who were not celebrating by the time when election had not been done. But after it flopped, there were people who were mourning, and it became the other way around. Kuna wale watu walifurahia, wale walikuwa wamefurahi mbele wakakasirika. Now they are driving it that there are people who are laughing at the Raila. But I would ask those people, the time you are laughing, other people are quiet. Now that you are crying, other people are laughing. That is democracy. We have to balance the equation. We have the freedom of what you feel is good. Kwani lazima to mourn the whole country ati kwa sababu ameanguka? We are thinking differently. And so you expect that. So that one should not be used as a weapon. Ati watu walicheka huko sijui. And maybe there were only 3 people who lived in a great constituency. Lakini hiyo ni kizingizio ya kutafuta tu mambo ya kutofautiana na kuharibu wale wengine. This AUC, I remember there was something we were told about Raila. He had a job in AUC. I don't know, he was either he was on the side of infrastructure, kazi ambayo alikuwa amesaidiwa amepata through Uhuru. Nani aliandika barua Raila atolewe huko? It's Ruto. What makes me not even think that he went and campaigned that Raila not to get it? And yet here they are coming back to the country to tell us that we love that Raila, that he did not win. You play wrong cards, and then you come, you want to pretend that you want us to trust you, that you voted for him. And so we are doing wrong, laughing at Raila because he failed. And you are the cause. You worked so hard for his failure. Now, who is a big betrayer? Who is making people to laugh at Raila? It's the same guy. He has worked so hard for Raila to fail. So for me, Kenyans need to understand that we have so much in stake that we should not blame anybody. We should come to a sense of knowing what is good for our country. This guy has completely failed, and he is failing us in every corner. Ile mambo yote anafanya nchi yetu ni mambo ya kuharibu uhusiano wetu na nani anaweza kubali kuwa uko na neighbor mbaya? We don't like that. Now that he is bringing all these crooks in our country, working with them, what do you think the other countries in Africa sees us? But I hope and I believe these leaders, they can individually pick that Ruto and say, this is the bad guy that is spoiling a good country. Kenyans are not the same, are not like him. Kenyans are good people who like peace, and they work so hard for their life. To live in Kenya, it means that we are Kenyans being bonded together for one particular good. And that is a good unity for our country. Mwenye anaharibu ni huyu kiongozi ambaye tunasema kuanguka kwake hakuna mtu atamshikilia. And I'm looking forward to see him fall, because he will. There is no way in Africa that the people are not getting this information about Kenya, what it is doing. Unaambukiza nchi zingine ugonjwa, unawaonyesha nitawasaidia, nitawapea hii, nitawapea guns, nitawapea chochote unataka. Why are you doing this? Because you are evil and you don't care about what will happen in that country. You don't love your country. The only thing you love, it's war. Na hiyo ndio Ruto anatengeneza. Na anatengenezea kwetu Kenya ndio irudi iende kule kupigana kwa nchi ambako hawa rebels wametoka, without knowing it can they can retaliate in a bad way. Wenye kuumia ni wa Kenya. Na hiyo ndio maneno yangu for now, and I stop there. But I tell Kenyans, we are at crossroad, na mwenye ametengeneza hizo crossroad ni kiongozi huyo jambazi ambaye tuko naye right now. Asanteni kwa kunisikiza. Thank you, PK.
Haya, kaklip kadogo, naona Njiro anataka kuja.
Si Kasongo aongee. Naona Kasongo ako studio.
Haya,
Kasongo atuongeleshe.
Haya,
I
Kasongo.
wanted to add something on top of what Mama said.
Wait, I jumped in first. Wait.
All right.
I just want to say something. Naonanga ujinga sana mingi na Kenya, where you start giving us history of tribalistic violence, or this tribe did this tribe this, that, what all this historical nonsense. We're talking about now. Francis, if you've experienced tribalism, what are you doing to change it? Hii ujinga ya kusema kwamba nataka kuwa na kabila yangu kwa sababu in 1960 what something happened. I think sometimes we are very stupid. Do you know most of the people on this channel here at Francis supported Raila Amolo Odinga? We're from all corners of Kenya. We've got people from Central here, from Nyanza. We've got people from the coast, and we've got me who's Kasonko's tunashare DNA naye.
Kips, umwambie wengine wetu hata tulikuwa tunafukuza watu tukisikia Raila akifuzwa.
Yeah.
Me, I was a disciple. Tell him I was a disciple.
I was a disciple too. Ukishika Raila bana na kumaliza. Ukishika Raila hivi, I was so angry with you. Hata Pen Nyakaka is a witness. Pen Nyakaka nilikuwa namfukuza kama Burkenge. He knows that. Mzee alikuwa anaingia hivi namwambia kwenda huko. Why are you talking about Raila like that? And then you call. I just think this mentality that because you have that guy on top that is from your tribe, it's so backwards. Naangalianga tu sahii, naangalia tu nasema saa zingine tutokanga wajinga. Tuna huyu mjamaa ako kwa is from my tribe. Itakusaidia aje, Francis? Oh, Kikuyus have been in government. Kalenjins have been in government. Now it's our turn to be in government. Wewe uko kwa serikali wewe mwenyewe. Ila ukikula tu chumvi kila siku, suffering like the rest of us.
I think Francis is using a lot of
Exactly.
energy to defend our own
So
government.
when we're sorry, I'm just trying to help him here. So when we're laughing at Raila, we're laughing because we are angry with him. A lot of our children, especially from the Luo nation, kwanza the Gen Zs that are killed most were actually from the Luo nation. Imagine. Huko Kondele, tuliona huko, there were some children who were killed huko in Homa Bay and CI. I saw that and I was like, even after mzee wa support, hawa vijana walitokelezea.
Keep au watu walikufa
Pisses
Nyarenda.
me off.
Keep wale watu walikufa Nyarenda washafufuka au walifufuka after Raila kujoin Ruto. Walifufuka au Wanyarenda atuongeangi story yao. Walishafufuka.
They had nothing to them. It's nothing. It's like I look at it and I think it's just idiocy, it's stupidity and revenge and childishness, very immature politics. Naangalianga tu watu nasema, oh, sijui mtoto wetu sitangu hii wizi ni ujinga sana, hii utoto. Like I think now we're immature and some of you have got primitive minds. Like I know I'm not gonna apologize for that. Ujinga sana. Why can't we think like people like Tom Boyer? Why can't we think like people like Matiba? Think like people like Ouko? We're following a reject from the family. Spoiled brat of Selerak. Jaramogi was a great leader, but huyu mtoto yake ni mjinga sana. No plan. Fala kabisa. I've just seen even the most minute mistakes. Stone tulikuwa tunaangalia mzee anafanya mistakes kwa elections. Sema this guy would have been president a long time ago. The mistakes he's done in that party being led by other people, yet he's supposed to be senior, knowing how to. I don't think everything has been handed to this old man on a silver platter. Nimekuja kujua hivyo. Just like Uhuru. Hajui control, he does not know how to manage things. He's never managed anything in his life. Asikudanganya hapo. Let me not lie to you. He's just a rich kid.
Kuna watu wamesema he likes power with no responsibility.
Nothing. Oh, sijui baba amefanya hivi, sijui baba. There's nothing he did. When he did the handshake with Uhuru, there was tension. That was it. Hiyo ndio kazi alifanya. Oh, kwa tension. Oh, sijui alifanya kitu background. Again, these stipulations that people always have in the background. Alifanya hivi. Those are all just bloggers just writing garbage. He has done nothing. All he does is just ni ukubwa. He just anapenda tu kuklapiwa. That is it. Yet he cannot run a party that he grew through the popularity of his of the sweats of the people who wrote the constitution. Orange Democratic Party is riding on the fame of what we did to get that constitution. Tulikuwa na ndizi na machungwa. Now keep attacking him. Francis, hiyo kitu moja hawa watu wanijui. I will attack Raila mpaka kufa.
Keep.
Because he's let us down.
Wacha tuchezewe video sasa. Wacha video ikuje. Wachana na Francis. Francis is a
sasa mbona nikata simu bwana
is a lost zygote.
Foremost, I want to congratulate Baba for being Baba, for just being Raila Amolo Odinga. We can never ever in the history of the Republic of Kenya have another copy of Raila Amolo Odinga. And I stand in this house through the mentorship and the guidance of Baba. Thank you for the space that you have given women leadership. And this is what Africa has missed. And I want to tell our president, the president of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable William Samoei Ruto, Doctor. Daktari, may the Lord bless you. I saw you hold Raila's hands like a son of Kenya. I was there. Many Kenyans from all walks of life were in Addis. Many. And we had a watch party. And the hall was full with Kenyans of all walks of life. And people gave themselves out. But I want to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya for his humility, for holding on to Baba's hand. And for all I care, William, any time that you are going to call on us, William, I'm telling you this, William, anytime you are going to call on us, William, I saw you. Nobody told me. I saw with my 2 eyes. Riding in the same vehicle with Baba, our Baba Uonoa, William, thank you very much. And when you want us, William, when you call on us, William, we saw you. We saw what you did to our very own. Somebody we value. Somebody Kenya values. Somebody who's gone through so much for this country. Somebody who sacrifices. Somebody who is not a tribalist. Somebody who has given so much for the great Republic of Kenya. And William, you came. And William,
huyo mama tutaendelea kumsikiliza.
You talk to us. And you are so
William. Francis,
William, I'm telling you what you did to Baba. What you did to our son, William, we saw you.
William,
and the way you were there, and the way Kenyans were mourning, and the way we were grieving, and both of you stood and talked to us in the evening in Addis. William, leave that gender thing alone first. I'm just congratulating William. And I want to tell you, William, just unite Kenyans. William, please put Kenyans together. That is the only direction that we want. I'm talking to President William Ruto. William Samoei.
I blame the speaker. How can the speaker allow such nonsense?
Look at Malemba.
William, I tell you, William.
Yani Andi jina Kasongo wameamua kuosha jina Kasongo hivyo.
It's embarrassing. Unaona sasa Malemba ako sasa speaker. Deputy speaker.
Mimi, let me just analyze this. No, I think we should allow Ellie to analyze this. But Ellie, Ellie may understand these people better than we are understanding them. Ellie amesahau vile amekaa mbali for some time now. Maybe he has forgotten. I mean, I don't know.
Father is saying I got a PhD. The lady has a PhD. Father Mandika, she has a PhD.
Julia, that person there, William, she can speak for herself. I don't think it's a thing. I don't think everyone from where she comes from will be like her. I think that she's just speaking for herself. I actually think the speaker is very dangerous. The speaker, how can the speaker allow that?
Maybe it is a power of room. Unajua pengine ni maneno ya room 350 na tuelewi. Maybe ni 350. Maybe ni Zilifinja inaongea.
By the way, we should
Me, I
agree with
don't like
Ellie.
taking
She can
allegations.
speak for herself. You know, unaona, yani the way she's worshiping that man. She's like ameshtuka ayawa. She's even saying that she saw William and Raila Odinga in the same car. Is that what she said? Oh dear, that is. She said, William, I saw you in one car with Baba. Oh. William. She saw him in the same car. That's what she said. So I don't know what is this. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it's so hard for me to understand. I don't even the other
No,
day
that psychophanthy is too much.
that the other day that Uhuru was president, I never felt anything different. I didn't even care. I mean, I don't know. Maybe people will say, Julia, mumekuwa na maraisi mara mingi. Hatusikiangi chochote, tunalipa fee kama nyinyi, tunang'ang'ana na economy kama nyinyi, tunang'ang'ana na kuchukua maloans kama nyinyi. We never feel the difference of whether Uhuru is president or Kibaki is president. I'm
Tena
telling
ni
you.
daktari, ameitwa Dr.
I wish
Lilian
people would understand that.
Gogo.
Hmm?
Julia,
Yes.
Dani anatuambia anaitwa Dr. Lilian Ogogo. Nini Gogo.
Ati Dr. Lilian who?
Anaitwa Dr. Lilian Gogo, huyu anasifu hivyo. And by the way, you know kuna kitu tunafaa kukua tukijiuliza even as we speak, when these people are speaking this way, Julia, maybe ni swali nauliza, na viongozi ni kama sasa wanaanzia kuoneshana sasa ni kama wanataka kusifu Raila Odinga. Do you want to tell me that masses from their regions, masses from their regions agree on what leaders are talking about? Do you want to tell me that Bwana Eri, people deep down there in their constituencies wanaweza sifu Ruto hivi amesifiwa hapa na huyu? Hata yule gogo ako huko anafieka. Can they do this?
There's sometimes that people, you know, the voters do stupid things. Sometimes the voters deserve the leaders that they get, you know, because you find that sometimes voters do these stupid things that the leaders do. For example, the voters picked Uhuru and Ruto as a sound ticket in 2013, you know. Now, is that not the stupidity of those voters? So I think when you find someone like this lady here, William, you know, until the cows come home, and the cows are the people, it's just, I would not be surprised if some of the voters think like her, honestly. But it's just a chorus that you saw during Moi's time, when people like Joseph Kamotho, they praised Moi like people like Sharif Nasir, you know, Oloa Ringo, who was the other one from Karachuonyo, not Peter Nyakiamo, it was Okiki Amayo. So you had four people, and Mulu Mutisia. I don't know. Look, there's a long list of people like this lady who has just spoken on in the
And Kariuki Chotara.
Yes, there was. So actually, when you look at William Ruto, it's almost like a carbon copy of President Moi, because with Moi people feared him, but with Ruto, I don't know what they're saying about this gentleman. You know, PK, if you allow me, I wanted to just point out something that Nyakairo mentioned about Sudan. Either it was Nyakairo or someone else. It was, I think, in 2023 when William Ruto made a trip to Sudan. It was not even an official trip, but Kenyans followed it. And of course, already William Ruto became president, you know, so this was 2023. But before that, during the campaigns, he made trips to Uganda and Sudan again. There was a tweet that was put on social media in the 2023 visit by a former diplomat, a Sudanese diplomat. I think, sorry, her name was Sana Hamad, the name of that diplomat. And they wrote a scathing, you know, piece about William Ruto's trip to Sudan. And the government really did not deny it. You know, there was something about, and I can read it here. I've just found the tweet. It says, the corrupt Kenyan president, William Ruto, is a close partner with Hemiti. You know, that's the man from the RSF wing of the rebellion, of the fight that is happening in Sudan. So William Ruto is a close friend of General Hemiti, who is a criminal, thief, murderer, and traitor. The Kenyan president and Hemiti are partners in exporting gold from Sudan to joint international companies. They concluded 9 deferred sale agreements worth $8 billion and received 15% in advance. Furthermore, Kenyan president is waiting for 25% debt payoff of the value of the bank guarantees for fuel tankers from Luxembourg, which is $4 billion. Currently, the Kenyan president is in trouble and is seeking to restore legitimacy to the RSF militia or its allies in order to avoid losing his business operation. Now, recently, as recent as sometime last year, Ruto visited the Gulf. And this article continues to say about how Ruto's dalliance with those countries, Dubai and so on, to export gold to those countries. And this Nairobi was going to be the hub of transiting gold from Sudan. You know, Sudan is very rich in gold. And this particular commander of RSF is known to be not just a military general, but an accomplished businessman in gold. So there was that connection that people made between Ruto and Sudan and the war that is going on there. But as you know, ourselves, Kenyans, I don't want to say that our memory is really bad, but every day, every week, we get something very, very interesting that can actually help us in progressing this revolution. But then we forget about it very, very quickly, because when that information came out, Kenyans were very excited to know a little bit more and how they could use this against Ruto, you know, because the government didn't deny it. Because the classic thing is whenever such things come out, government needs to send their spokesperson, or the government needs to make an official statement. So I was just adding that because someone mentioned RSF and Ruto's connection with the RSF in Sudan.
Wow, lest we forget. Mazee,
Son
hiyo ni noma.
PK,
Yes.
let me ask you something.
Right.
I was surprised hiyo story ya Sudan. Ninaona huyo mtu mrefu wamesimama na Ruto anakaa kama, I used to think Ruto is tall, lakini leo nimeona kwamba he was only half of that man's height. Tumetoka tu kwa ile story ya Ruto kuingilia story za Congo, sivyo? And then I mean we just say that is one of the things that made Raila fail. And then hata hatujamaliza, I mean the story is still fresh that Ruto aliingilia Congo, hizo story zake za kupayuka ati ana interference, mara ndio huyo ame-mention, amesema ameingilia Palestinians. Then he had already arranged for this visit for these rebels to come to Nairobi. You people, I have been asking myself, I have been asking this question, whether Kasongo is sane ama ni ile mtu akitaka akifika wakati wa kuanguka ni mteremko tu, no turning back. Is that what's happening with this guy? You know, when you are going, you
Julia,
mess everything.
Maybe to mention to you something there. In fact, ijawahi onekana rais mwingine including the most fake ones, including akina Mobutu Sese Seko, hawajaifika hii level whereby unaenda kuguza explosive material wewe mwenyewe ukiona. Already this guy knows very well that Sudan is up to for anyone. You see, both the government and the military gang anyone can outwit the other. Unaona, Stone, I'm not a diplomat, mimi si mzee wa diplomacy, but unajuaga wakati ambako unajua anyone can win, unapitianga katikati. Hey, oro here uendagi ati kuanzia kuenda
Hata
pande
comment,
moja.
you don't invite them. You don't invite them. You don't comment. You know. And you
Actually, what you say,
everybody
Julia, Julia, what you say unasemanga, we are just monitoring the situation in Sudan.
Yes.
We are looking at how the situation goes. We are waiting for communication from the right people. But we turned one of the group. Sio ingine bwana itakuvamia.
Angalia Uhuru style. Uhuru would say we are asking them to maintain peace. We are asking them to you say we are asking, we are persuading them. Unaita mmoja. This you people tell me kama si IQ, kama si wazimu. Yeah. Amuniambie ni nini baya na Kasongo.
Julia, let me tell you, unaona any explosive material, you uguzangi, unaona vitu kama, unaona hata hivi vitu kama ya Ukraine na Russia, you don't comment. Hata you don't even share border with them.
Hata ya Palestina na Israel. You don't love Palestine or you love Israel, unafunga mdomo.
Because sasa kama sasa saa hii, hebu nikuulize, kama sasa Palestine na Israel wanatuhusu nini sisi? The border is 5,000 kilometers. Like for example, unajua mimi kuna vitu by the way mimi siele yangu. Ukraine iko. You are busy saying, oh, Kasongo,
And unaona Sudan iko hapa. Hao majambazi, unajua Kenya hatuna ujambazi ule mwingi sana. Even our army inakuanga tule to dwarfs to twende walikuwa maslolanas tu uko shule. Unaona sasa army yetu ndo wanisamehe nikiwaita hivyo. Sasa unajua army yetu inangua maslolanas wenye walikuwa special sorry for saying special ed. Maslolana watu slow tu. Army yetu inakuwa tu slow. Wacha nitumie tu jina slow. Why am I saying slow? Because army yetu huwa ina watch tu vitu vikitendeka Kenya ni menyamaza tu. Sasa Kenya haijaionja violence na vita, unaona hatujaonja ile kuonja, because even the violence that was in Rift Valley was organized by Kasongo. Si ati watu waliinuka Rift Valley wakaamua tuane, hapana. It's not like people in 2007 decided to kill each other, and these people kept saying that this was a result of rigging. That's a lie. The violence that was in Rift Valley was so highly organized. It was not a result of rigging. Si ati Wakenya waligundua kama si ni Wakari, si ni au ni Wakikuyu, au ni Wajaluo. Suddenly we woke up from our sleep, we realized we are tribes. No, it was organized. Somebody planned, financed the killings. Now, hatujaionja violence, that is what I'm trying to say. We live, we fight. Sasa watu si wako hapa kwa border. You know they can decide to cause chaos in Kenya. See, they're just around here.
Tulifukuzwa juzi South Sudan.
Julia, I think 1 minute, I think unaona hii story tulisema ni propaganda hapa. Hii story ya kuongea na Al-Shabaab hii, it could be true. Unaona ile story tulikuja hapa tukaanza kusema huyu jamani kama anaongea na Al-Shabaab.
There are no rumors in Kenya. There are no rumors in Kenyan politics. Ukisikia kitu, it happens. Hata hiyo kitu ya PM, I don't know.
Kasongo ako na kichwa mbaya. Imagine ati machifu ameshikwa, machifu watatu. Haya. And then from nowhere Kasongo thinks that he's a negotiator. Ati Kasongo kunasikiza ati Kasongo alita Al-Shabaab. Is Kasongo abnormal? Something he needs to see a psychiatrist. Now, we are coming from a situation where we have argued, analyzed, ati Kasongo aliingilia Congo, sijui akaingilia Palestinians, Raila ameshindwa. Yani, it was a very good analysis. Then, what is Kasongo doing? We see a very tall man like Mlingoti wa Bendera, Nairobi, from South Sudan. Hey! And these people are so close to us. You know, they can say to cause chaos in our northern borders. Not in our northern borders, even in Nairobi. Because, Kenyans, we are not used to violence. And even our army, I wonder whether our army, Kenya army, can stop any violence. Because naonanga wakiwa slow. Juu hawajai pigana mahali, wamelipa mishahara hiyo yote wameretire without fighting anyone. You know, most Kenyan army have been paid for nothing, for doing nothing. So, this Kasongo is gonna cause us trouble. Hey, after eating our money and stealing our money for schools and health, now he wants us, those tall people, to start causing us stress. Hey, PK, wacha nyamaze tu hapo. Naona comfort ako area.
patia comfort coming, karibu sana. Alafu Njiru ama nani mwingine yule comfort.
And people subscribe and like the video. Nimeona Shiroa, anaitwa Shiroa was encouraging us to subscribe.
Anaitwa Shiro Inokrad.
Shiro in Auckland. Thank you
she's
so
a
much
maestro.
for reminding the people. Naona I'm seeing 76 people viewing. I'm kindly asking you please subscribe and share the video and like the video. Asanteni. Endelea comfort.
Comfort. What?
Comfort, are you uncomfortable? Go ahead.
Amepewa stress na Kasongo kutuitia watu warefu. Hawa. Watu si ni warefu.
Achana na watu wangu bwana.
Unajua unaenda Walmart. Unajua nilienda niambie story mbaya.
Julia, to correct you, it is not Southern Sudan, it is main Sudan. Unajua kuna Sudan mbili
Huko juu.
Ni ile Sudan ya pale juu.
Huyu mtu mrefu ametoka huko juu.
Ni hapo Katuma hapo.
Anaitwa
Hemediti. Sijui ni Hemediti ama ni Hemedi, kitu kama hiyo. Hemedi ama Hemedi.
Yaani Kasongo amepeleka Mushene mpaka huko juu.
Unajua huko na shida bana, hawana mafuta.
Si mshene, ni biashara.
Achana na watu wangu wa South.
Hapana, hiyo ni mshene mingi heli. Tuko na shida mingi hapa Kenya. We have more problems here.
You know, if you read Lee Njiru's biography, which was published a few years ago, one of the things he said about Moi, and it's all that we are saying here, comparing Moi and Ruto. Moi, hizi vitu alikuwa anazifanya kichini chini, unajua kwa chini ya maji yani. Sasa unaona this guy John Garang, President Moi had a very soft spot for General Garang. You know, General Garang was just living in Lavington, and Moi used to send Linjiru there with Kina General Simbweyo and Joseph Nkaiseri, because those were Simbweyo and Nkaiseri were the military intelligence for Kenya's foreign matters, you know, matters military, regional and all that. So they used to Moi used to send them to, according to Linjiru, used to send them to visit John Garang in Lavington. You know, that former fighter who brought the independence to South Sudan. But Moi never, you know, everyone knew that Moi was up to something that finally brought freedom to the people of South Sudan. But he never broadcasted it to the international media. He was operating quietly compared to this Mr. Ruto. Ruto has no diplomacy skills at all. Someone said in the broadcast yesterday, I think it was James, and it was very interesting. Was it James? I can't remember who it was. Lakini whoever spoke there yesterday about mgeni, tuseme mgeni amekuja Kenya, ama tuseme hata Nairobi. I want to get to Isili. I want to get to Umoja or something. Kenyans, you know, we are so peaceful, so confident with ourselves. Utampeleka, yani, you take that person to the point where they want to be at, you know. Kenyans don't suffer this suspicious thing, like if you go to the likes of Rwanda, Uganda is even worse, you know. So you find that Ruto is just like many Kenyans. I'm sorry to say this. Kenyans, we don't do secrets with our defense or security matters that concern our country, and that's why Al-Shabaab, for example, is a business for us, because people just give them IDs and no problem, you know. Now you go to other regional blocks or even East Africa, just get out of Kenya, and you see how difficult it will be to do such nonsense in, for example, Rwanda. So sometimes I think, sorry.
Sorry,
it
am I muted?
was just a comment there I wanted to make about
Hmm.
while we're attacking this man, William Ruto, I don't know if it's a cultural thing because we will never keep secrets. Ruto is supposed to be keeping his mouth shut, but the problem is he's a micromanager. So he wants to punch away in every ministry. He wants to personalize everything that he's doing. Quite dangerous. Quite dangerous for Kenya, as far as I'm concerned. I think I'm looking at it in the geopolitical sense, how we are. This can cause us a very, very huge problem. This thing to do with Congo, Sudan, Somalia. In fact, as we get busy trying to do this foreign matters, then we are easily attacked by Al Shabaab because they know that our inbox, yeah, desk, yeah, foreign affairs, Mudavadi is full. It's the easiest way that Kenyan can suffer again, in the way we suffered in 2014 hapo hivyo Garissa University, and then the thing that happened at Westgate. No, these things, I'm afraid, when our foreign policy is this bad, those guys fighting in Sudan, in Sudan, those two generals, and the things that is happening in Congo, they have nothing to lose if they use their, their agents in Kenya. Kenya unampatia pesa hivi, go and do this, do that, they'll do it. So that's why, for me, I think this Mr. Ruto, if he can't even step down, there's some way of removing this man. And we've all suggested how this is possible. But this guy can actually step down to save Kenya, troubles that is coming ahead. I don't want to be a doomsday person. But where we are heading, even more, it wasn't like, I think the most devastating thing that happened in Kenya during Moi's time, in terms of terror or security, was ile hao watu waliblow nini ilikuwa inaitwaje, Al-Qaeda at the US embassy and next door, all the buildings that were around it, and of course over 200 people died. And then those bombs that exploded in the hotels in Mombasa. But those things were international, but it's nothing to do with what Moi said. Kenya was a target because it was a proxy of Israel and America and all that. But it's not because of what Moi said. That is why I think our situation right now is quite dangerous, with Ruto still, flapping the Kenyan flag. I think we're in a very, very dangerous position, which needs to be addressed. At the risk of annoying people, I don't know if this is one of the reasons they think that if they bring this 80-year-old man, Mr. Odinga, into the fold, they think that could sort of sanitize Kenya in international or regional affairs. I don't know, but I'm just trying to think hard, because this situation that Ruto has put us in is a very difficult situation. He needs to know how he can come out of it. And I don't know if maybe that's how he thinks that, because Mudavadi right now is the cabinet secretary, what do you call the first minister or something, whatever they call him. Now, he's also holding the foreign affairs docket. So there's a rumor that it will be easier for Mr. Odinga to be given the foreign affairs docket because he was fighting for an international seat, AU, than for him to be considered as a prime minister. Prime minister is difficult because already the government is full. I'm just being practical. I'm not saying that this is the things in my head. There's no space for a person. In fact, I don't think a lot of people will entertain this. But Ruto will try something like pushing out Mudavadi from Foreign Affairs docket to give it to Mr. Odinga, thinking that will make Kenya look good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eli. Comfort, karibu.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Very well, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Stone PK, Julia, Nsimamo, Keep It Real, Ella, Ellie, and Jiro. I listened to you from around 15 minutes ago, and I can get the gist of the topic. It's probably about Trailer being prime minister and the situation between M23 and RSF, and of course how it affected also the elections, the outcome. My comments would be, first of all, we all know that Trailer's sister has a child with Ruto himself, so that's a Shemeji. We do know that also Raila and Ruto were in ODM when they were fighting the whole Kibaki thing. So these people go a long way behind and they're kind of related. They'll pretend they're not when they don't want to show it, but they're closer than we think. That is one. The other thing is, of course, we have those people who follow Raila. I did momentarily when I was in Azimio and I believed in him. It took me years to be on his side, but with all the merging of parties, I found myself in Azimio. What I can say right now is that there's a bigger global picture with the moves that Ruto is making. He's making them thinking he's just in a local village or just in East Africa, but things are seen with a wider lens. The Russians support the other side, not the RSF, they support the other side. And they were also responsible for the initial blackouts we were having for the entire country, because it would happen whenever Ruto would give RSF assistance. That was their response. And I wouldn't want to play around with Russian hackers, because they have also done a number or two on the e-citizen. And like I said before in some channel, that is always all covered up. Now, when we are playing at that rate and having open borders that anybody can come, Kasongo may be thinking it's very clever. He'll expand his electorate, people who can vote for him, because of giving IDs to people along Somali and that kind of a thing. Opening the borders, meaning allowing people can come in from an airport to apply for a visa to enter. As a simple visa, it's just a stamp where you're coming from, not detailed. They're not running a background check on your behaviors or anything. It's more like to be allowed in. When you have so many enemies, from abductees, their families, there's one person who can leave their home, lock the door, and decide, I'm not coming back until I get this guy down. Then you open up, you have M23, you hold meetings in Nairobi, you show support for them. The rest of Africa is not supporting that move. You add more people to your enemies list. And then now the RSF, you allow them to come in, you meet them personally. We hear you on the microphone saying, welcome, come home, that kind of stuff. That cannot be happening. You don't do such things. So I think he's endangered himself, he's endangered our country, he's increased the number of people who would want to get him, and somebody will. When you have so many enemies, all the corners, somebody can get you. It's easy to be gotten. I know that he can straighten that. Now, when it comes to ODM, yes, ODM, they have a way of celebrating that's a bit unique. They're passionate, very, very passionate when they have a win. I've watched them when they've won Gor Mahia. Even the face, the expression, the dedication they have to their team spirit, it's higher, higher octane. So I was also amazed by that woman in the parliament, the way she went on and on. I couldn't believe it. I also couldn't believe that she was not being stopped. Somebody was really enjoying listening. I don't know what was going on. But that was a bit sycophantic, but maybe to others it's fine. But doesn't represent what people. That is the house of where our laws are made and things happen, serious things happen. We're not going there to ideal. If you belong to a party, but don't spend that amount of time just anyway. Maybe that's our Kenyan angle. Um, so I would just say that we need to be careful as a nation because we have a leader who is making enemies from everywhere. And before he made those enemies, he was with Biden. He wanted to build what do you call it, for the army base and all that kind of a thing. So Americans have started coming. Now, when you start making enemies, like with Palestinians, by siding with the Israelites openly, you have so many people who want to get us or get him. And in the process, being that front for the US, we can be hit. They're going to start hitting us from all sides. Or the planes taking off, planes landing, and people, a lot of things can happen. So we should hope that those are some of the things we look out for when we meet to redo the constitution and make it very clear. A president should remain neutral, or at least have some diplomats who handle the situation. You can't handle diplomatic situations. At the same time, you're leading. You're taking care of $120 million oil, edible oil. Edible oil was $120 million worth, and it disappeared. Some was expired, some was whatever. It was still eaten up by every Kenyan. That's a story for another day. The diseases we've gotten from that edible oil, which was expired oil in Singapore, it was supposed to be destroyed. They said they'll come and make it into something else. The same story they said about the sugar, which was not supposed to be eaten directly but could be made into alcohol or something like that. It disappeared from the warehouses. The edible oil was stamped by KBS as you can't eat it. It's like poisoned. Then it disappeared from the warehouses, and people continued frying with it. So we will see the impact as the cancer index keeps going up in Kenya. So leaders. It's very important that we choose the correct leaders, and we have an opportunity because I think the reboot will be hit soon, maybe in the next 2 months. Otherwise, I don't have much more to say. Thank you.
Yeah, sawa comfort. That one is okay. We appreciate your coming. Sijakuona kwa muda, nilikuona hapa juzi nikajua, hey, kumbe uliokuwa.
You still hold that title of the most Mr. Handsome or something like that?
Nani Kasongo Keep ni kama alikuja akaichukua, but it is still there.
Oh, it is with Keep, okay.
No, si ati kuna Keep aliamua kunipokonya, but I don't know if people agreed.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you kwa kukusikia. So I think the discussion is moving on well. Yeah, so maybe wacha tu niweke tu ka point moja and then maybe sijui ni Nyakairo ama ni Juria. I don't know who will want to go. Na Juria unaweza kuwa ukigonga watu ring hapo. This is a dual share. We are in both channels. So let me ask a question. Maybe Comfort Wendy anataka kukuuliza swali sasa. Do you believe the voices of dissent in Kenya, the voices which are rising against Ruto? And with this care tunaambua sijui msiongeleshe Raila vibaya, msiongele. So ni kama tunaambua tushike Raila kama mayai. So do you think the voices of dissent in Kenya can win this war?
Well, for every situation where there are politics, there are always two sides, and then of course there are those ones who sit on the fence, and it depends on where you're tuning in. You tune in where you find Jiru, you find a different form of dissent. You tune in somewhere else, you find people who are really for Kasongo Kabisa, and others who don't want to hear, the word of God, or something like that. So the dissent is that, of course, with technology and media, it has brought everybody so close. We can hear every breath, every beat, every thought people are having through Facebook, IG, TikTok. So If you were to take a check and see just a random check, what are they saying on Facebook, majority are, or IG, or that kind of a thing, you see everybody's talking. I think even from first grade, they have an opinion. So it's a matter of who is opposing what and on what issue. The economic uh, point is the highest in Kenya. It's a pocket. It boils down to your pocket. And the pocket for everybody has been affected. I would say maybe only the 2 or 10% who are up there who are living Kenya the way they want. But the majority are either holding back whatever they have, and so everybody's in a saving mode. They're all very careful. I saw there were less weddings when I was in Kenya. There's less people are walking a lot, not taking public transport. I could see many changes, and that's across from every income level. So if you ask them what could be the reason for this, then they'll say it's Kasongo because he's the man who is the leader. That's the one you point at. So when you say the dissent, who can win the dissent debate, it's the people. And the majority do want the man to go home. He doesn't want to go home. There are those who are now joining, and I hate that tribal thing because what about the small tribes? It's always like, oh, the Kambas now will join with the Luhias and Kikuyu, so they're gonna win. Oh no, the Kalenjins will join with the Luos now because Baba and Ruto were seen in the same car, which translates they're now together, so they're going to win. Then oh no, let us allow people to come in. If you get 5 million coming in, we don't vet them, give them IDs, tell them who to vote. Then we have cancelled out the basket from this tribe. It's all about the big tribes emerging, and it must be scary belonging to a small tribe. And that's why I believe in the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are our hope, and if we give them the platform, we give them the space to transition and take the leadership because it's their country that they're going to live in.
Comfort kidogo
Thank you.
ni kuongezea kitu hapo. Don't you think Gen Z ndio ni kama ndio watakuja ku separate hii vita, because I see Gen Z will be looking for which ni mrengo gani inakaa mzuri, and they go into one side. Don't you think like
There'll be the deciders, yes. That's what
like
that is what I was saying.
they will be like and that means that if that is the case at the moment, even if Ruto had to team up with the Raila, because there is that possibility because of that association, do you still think they can attract Gen Zs?
They cannot attract Gen Zs. Gen Zs, really, I've talked with them. They're not tribal. They're not going to say, oh, Baba. First of all, Baba messed them up. He's the one who ruined their chances of actually winning the situation. They were winning it. Even us were shocked when Baba went and joined. So they're really out of him. Even his own followers, because I knew some of them personally when there was mandamano going on because we were providing porridge. I didn't say that. But yeah, so we kind of knew them. But many of them lost their lives. Like those who were in Kisumu, they were dragged out of their houses, killed, castrated. Okay? The number of people who were shot with bullets. Even Baba himself was going to be killed by Ruto's man. It's just that he got away with it. And when somebody has tried to kill you once, why do you think they'll not kill you twice? Why would you trust them? Why would you travel in the same car with them? So it must be maybe Tumbocrat, keeping wanting more money, the greed. I do not understand. But I think Baba likes to be the limelight in the world of Mandamano. And he saw that this generation might be taking the light away from him. He was asked clearly, stay at home. We got this, stay at home. And when even Ruto had changed, had kicked out the MPs, he had listened to them. And then Baba comes and joins in and gives his, experts of retired people, very messed up. He just seems to be taking the wrong steps as he grows older. He was a great man, but he's taking the wrong steps continuously. And now, if he accepts that prime minister, he first refuses, and the next thing you hear is accepted. It's like the last person to tell him, whisper something in his ear, is what he goes by. But he's going to accept a prime minister situation and so on. It's so messed up. I'm just praying for the Gen Zs. This is their country. They have shown that they can do it. They really can. They're the ones who will understand how to have a world where we use technology for everything to keep people accountable and that kind of a thing. We need to support them. We need to step back. 60 years since independence, we're still interfering with failing formulas based on tribes. We need something fresh. That's my opinion. And yes, they can do it. Thank you.
Okay, that one is good at least. So that means Gen Z is a neutralizing factor based on what you have said.
And they
So
have the numbers. They do have the numbers, but of course, Kasongo knows that, and many of them have not been able to
question,
register. They've not been able to register to have an ID. But
question.
you can give people coming from Somalia and whatever IDs, but they're having issues getting an ID, and for some, even paying for it is an issue. I think
Question,
it's one,
question,
yeah.
question. Before I bring I just want to get some intelligent discussion from you in terms of that. Okay, let's take a Gen Z from Rift Valley, or let's take a Gen Z from Ruto backyard and a Gen Z from Raida backyard. Discuss.
Sorry, there's no backyard. They're talking of Gen Zs. They're just talking of people with their telephones, and they're who they are, where they are. They're very intelligent lot. What backyard are you talking about? If your wife there, Gen Z's wife there, or girlfriend's another tribe, don't you know the tribe? Don't you know that last name what it means? It is us who have tried to corrupt them, but this is a new world. They've merged with the rest of the world. Let it be. That thing is so irritating to them, and it pertains to 6% of the people who are over 60, or 6% of the population. So we're having conversations of 6%. Give them the platform, give them the space. They can organize themselves, and they can do it. They're not
So
thinking like you, Njiru.
okay.
Even like conversations our age, when they come to such a conversation, it's always about tribe, 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 tribe. They're not there.
So in other words, you are trying to tell me that a Gen Z in Rift Valley and specifically in North Rift would still be shocked by, or will still not agree with Ruto. Is that what we mean?
Of course. And when you say he's in the Rift Valley, physically, yes. But his
Yeah.
mind is in the X spaces that is
Okay.
global, and
Then
they're
if,
discussing people wherever they are.
okay, good. If that is the
Yeah.
case,
If
we
he's
are safe.
delivering, if Ruto delivers, fine. If he's
Yeah.
continues being the ASS, then that is it.
Wow.
He'll be removed. I
If
didn't
that
say
is a
that.
Gen Z, then
Yeah.
Buana Stony PK, we have a winning formula. So then that one means, is it now us to join them or them to join us? Which one is bigger? This one inajiuliza tu, like if you look at the momentous forces which are in Kenya, because Gen Z pia inaoneshana it's like a force, ni vile maybe it might not have consolidated its leadership. Which one is easier? Gen Z to drift towards the forces of opposition which are opposing Ruto, or the forces opposing Ruto to drift towards Gen Z?
Just leave them. Leave them where they are. Somebody is saying it's a creation of Gashagwa. That is just a hater, in my opinion. It is not. They believe some propaganda. This is an organic group of young people who have come together. In fact, they didn't even want leaders. So until they accomplish their mission, please stop trying to box them into what you know. Let them be. We can give you space to keep talking until the cows come home about tribes and tribal groupings, but they're on a different level. Over to you.
Njiru, may I also add on that?
Okay, go ahead, Miriam.
I have had the opportunity to go to their space meetings, especially last year, and they're on a different kind of reasoning. Even the way they articulate points, they don't see themselves as tribes. And in all those meetings that I attended, sikusikia maneno ya tribe kabila letu, na wako mbali kabisa, hata wako mbali na kina Gachagua na kina Kalonzo na wengine. They are far from those people's reasoning. They are very different, and they are very mature and sober. And if you hear their reasoning, they're just fighting for the rights of Kenyans, what Mwananchi needs: health, good services, vitu kama hizo, equity in education, access to equitable distribution of resources. That is what they are fighting for. On the other hand, if you listen to the group of Akina Kalonzo, they are wanakutana pamoja, they are trying to combine their efforts to get a presidential candidate. It means what is driving this other group is power, but the Gen Z just want a genuine change in Kenya, no matter who brings the change. They want a genuine change. That's the difference between the two groups. So you ask a question, is the Gen Z to join the people, the other group, or the other group to join? It is the other group to change the way they look at things. And unless hao wanasiasa tuko nao pia wabadilishe mienendo, they start looking at Kenya from a revolutionary point of view, they will not cope. Even now, let me say this, if something happens and we have Kalonzo as presidency, the Gen Z will still oppose him if he doesn't change how he looks at things. I'm telling you, they won't stand that kind of mediocrity. The Gen Z cannot stand mediocrity. They can't. They can't even stand mediocrity of shareholding. Ati ni wakati wetu ni share zetu, si tuko kwa serikali. Hawana hiyo kitu, hawana. They cannot stand that mediocrity. So it is these old politicians who are to change the way they look at things if they want the Gen Z to be. And I promise you, even if Matiang becomes president and he decides to work with the kind of mediocre politicians that we have, the Gen Z will still oppose him. There will still be a very strong Kenya haita poa ati kuwe watu wamenyamaza, because the Gen Zs have taught Kenyans that people can rise and fight for their rights. Now, those who are talking like this, I see somebody like Francis saying that it was a question of Washagwa. I don't know Francis lives in from which hole or which cave. Francis, you must be living in a cave somewhere away from human civilization.
Ruto sympathizer.
Anaishi kwa shimo fulani ya away from human civilization. Now, those who are watching this show, I want to urge you something. I think there are a lot of people of my age. Age yetu sisi miaka yetu imeenda sana. Mtu akiitwa shosho ujue si mtu mchanga. I'm not bragging, but I'm proud of that. I'm a grandma, for that matter. And I'm a mother-in-law for that matter. So for me to announce that, I'm trying to say that my generation may have been found. Unajua sisi tumepatwa na simu ya mkono kama tumekomaa tu. Tulinunua ile simu kubwa, ile Nokia kubwa inatosha na almost half of my hand. Tukanunua kina CMN na kina Motorola, hizo vitu tumenunua hizo simu. Na tukapata na Facebook. Facebook imetupata tu as we know ourselves, Facebook, okay? So those of us who are my age, most of us are mostly in Facebook. My daughter tells me that Facebook ni atua yesterday too sana. That I don't blame her, that is true. So but then tukajipata tukaona kuna Instagram, kuna X, kuna TikTok, all these, there are numerous of them, these platforms. Now, I have not joined those platforms maybe to be watching those silly movies, silly things, although I see a lot of silly things in those platforms. But I've found that I need to connect with the current generation, the youngest generation. If you want to connect with the youngest generation, you need to get there and hear what they are saying. If you don't, you continue saying that Gen Z ni ya Gachagua. Hiyo ndio shida ya watu kama Francis. They're just outdated, they are informed, they are ignorant, they behave like they live in a cave away from human civilization. Because if you connect with those people and you read the news and you are on those platforms and you are listening to what people are saying, you'll begin to understand where they're coming from and what they want. And you'll stop reasoning from a point of view of the tribe. Utaacha kujiona kama Mjaluo ama Mkikuyu. Even those who are pro-Gachagua people, mimi nawaomba sana mwanze kutembea mitandaani. Go to Instagram, go listen to what people are saying. If you start listening, you'll stop telling us here Gachagua akiwa president. You'll stop it. Because if you are reasoning here atunataka Gachagua kuwa president, pia wewe naona kama unaishi kwa shimo away from human civilization. Because you'll begin to understand what Kenyans want. Kenyans are looking for revolutionary leaders who do not look at each other as my tribe, at that president. Lazima atoke kwa kabila langu ndio tuwe kwa. Like these idiotic members of parliament from ODM who are now celebrating that anaingia kwa serikali. Hao wanaishi kwa shimo gani jameni? I just told you here, we've had 3 presidents. We've had Jomo Kenyatta. I think when I was a kid, Jomo Kenyatta was president. I never saw him clearly. Lakini nafikiri alikuwa rais na alafu akafa. Then mimi nikakuwa nikipewa maziwa ya Nyayo nikapata rais Moi. Then later on Kibaki was president, then Uhuru was president. In other words, Kikuyus have had 3 presidents, but in all that my life never changed because the presidents were Kikuyus. Nilikuwa naendea alone kama nyinyi. If I had to borrow a loan to buy a plot of land, it's the same way you had to borrow that loan. I was given the same interest rates, just like the same interest rates. Si kwa sababu maisha yangu ilibadilika kwa sababu tulikuwa na rais watatu wa Kikuyu. So that mediocrity yenye kuna all those ODM MPs. Hiyo hao tu ni watu walizoninia yesterday tu sana. Hao ni watu wenye hata waongei na watu wanaochi hata si KBC sijui wanaochi TV gani. They refuse to open their mind. Their minds are dumb. Ama sijitaki kusema akili zao zimejaa uji. But I'm just trying to say this. If you open your eyes and your brain and your ears and you listen to people, you begin to see Kenya from a revolutionary point of view, where we are looking for equitable distribution of resources, irrespective of when kabila gani ama umetoka wapi. And that is the mind of the Gen Z. So me, I totally think that Jiru meuliza, sisi, and these other these politicians, when wanasema wameka kwa politics, they have to join Z reasoning. If they don't, even if they become president, the Gen Z will continue opposing them. Hakutakuwa na amani Kenya. And if Fred Matiang'i is going to vie for presidents, he must embrace revolutionary leaders. Si wenye wanaturudisha square one shareholding. Uko tumetoka. Ama ati Raila should become prime minister. Ama somebody is saying William Mo atulika kwa gari moja na Raila Odinga. Hao ni watu wametoka shimo gani? Asante PK. I think nimewasomea kutosha. Hiyo ni msomo phase 1. Msomo mwingine inakuja. Asante.
Julia, unajua you are behaving like a Gen Z, eh?
Nimesema hiyo ni msomo phase 1. Phase 2 inakuja.
Ni kama umetumwa, eh? Ni kama wewe ni representative wao.
Jiru, just a small one. Went somewhere for Nyama Choma with my friends in Nairobi, and a Gen Z was serving us. And one of the guys said, I need to go to the kitchen to tell the guy something about pili, onion, something like that. The Gen Z looked at him and said, no, you cannot go to the kitchen. we all froze. The way she said it, it was so powerful. Left no room for any discussion. And, we were just like, we realized there's a force. They know the rules, they stick by it, and they'll just look at you in there and tell you, regardless of your age or your tribe. This thing of tribe, you have to forget it. Back to you.
Okay, wacha niulize swali, eh? In the same spirit of Gen Z. Leo nataka kuwajoga akili kidogo. Kuna history ya bribe. I'm just asking a honorable question. If a Gen Z becomes a traffic police today, can he take a bribe?
How do you take a bribe? They'll be censoring each other on other using technology. First of all, before they choose you, they just do a nice run up on anything you've ever done. I mean, we're moving to a new world. Let it be. We're just still with the fax people. I remember Moi wanted to ban fax machines because people who were faxing information from BBC or something like that, which might overthrow the government. We have a president who wants to fight social media like he can. We have to step back. I mean, we were the Gen Zs when we were chasing Pambana and doing all those other things. We were doing all that stuff. It's their turn. They're the ones who are going to live in this new world we're headed to without having our old way of thinking. Let them be. They'll not take the bribe. That's what I mean.
Okay, Stony PK, can you react to that also? Nimeona ni kama ulikuwa unataka kureact kwa hiyo story. Kuna kopro Gen Z hapa. Nikimpea finji atachukua. Uko mute sir. Ama ni Mrs. Keystone PK? Stone, mimi nikaa sikusikii.
Something happened to PK. Let me respond as PK works on his mic.
Yeah.
I
Stone,
think
work on your mic.
somebody says everybody has a price in Kenya, but what we need to look now is not start asking us those questions, because people are individuals and people have different values as individuals, but we should listen to msimamo wa watoto. Msimamo wa watoto ni mkali sana. Hawana room ya hii kabila. That is what we should, let us emphasize on that. Msimamo wao ni mkali sana nakwambia. Msimamo wao, they have a very tough stance as far as issues are concerned in the country, and I think that is what we should if we listen to them. Ushasikiza kale kashana kanaitwa Wanjiru kenye kalikuwa kana pale kwa protest kakisema, when we lose our fear they lose their power. Anybody has watched that girl? Kale kashana kengine kanye kalikuwa naambia polisi niguze baba. You remember that kasichana? Those
Yes, she leads a group in Mathare.
Yes, Wanjiru has a group in Mathare.
Yani Karawa kwa hapo yani like you are giving a romantic message. Unajua bwana huyo Karawa you know that was a very romantic approach. Uniguze baba. Hey.
And she was very firm. Niguze baba. And then I saw Wanjiru later on pale kwa nini kwa streets. Policeman was trying to unanishikia nini, and then she insisted utanikamata. The policeman feared, and then she said, when we lose our fear they lose their power. And that Kasichana the other day was being interviewed by Spice. If you listen to their talk, those kids are they are intelligent, they are smart, they are articulate, they know what they want and they know what Kenya needs. They never tell us that they have not been coming to tell us around, we want to be president, we want to be this. They just want change. They just want a better life for Kenya. Lakini sasa ukisikiza our politicians, they are here telling us, I vie for presidency, taungwa tujui na gema. Which presidency na uchaguzi itaibiwa? Unaona? Our leaders have the wrong focus. That's the difference between Gen Z and our leaders.
As PK comes, nata nakaribisha nguru karibu na relax hapo kidogo. Kuna kitu nauliza unajua many of these Gen Zs let's postulate in the next 10 years they will be in places in our government. Kuna wale watakuwa kwa polisi, kuna wale watakuwa jeshi, kuna wale watakuwa. So can we focus? I'm just trying to think about. Can we say that with this Gen Z revolution, however our elections will go, in the next 10 years, we can have a change in Kenya? Because these people will be doctors soon, they will be nurses soon, they will be in counties soon. Can we say that Kenya is on, as long as this Gen Z wave or Gen Z mentality is there, can we say that Kenya is on a path of change? Hata kama Ruto anataka kutukalia. Stone, are you okay? Ama tukaribishe nguru. Stone, I can't hear you. Ama ni mic imekatika? Earphones.
Jiru, what kind of answer are you expecting from that question that you asked?
Wewe bwana, swali ni swali, react. If you want to react, you can react.
No, we can't just react for the sake of reacting, you know.
Wewe eli bwana.
I'm asking you, you know, because that question is like saying, you know, when there was one Frederick Chiluba who became president of Zambia, and that time everyone was sick and tired of Kaunda, the famous Kaunda. And eventually, Nani alichukua power, Chiluba, from the trade union. You know, Chiluba became one of the most corrupt people in Africa within 5 years. So I would go with Julia's answer that it's an individual response to that question, because even among the youth population, there is going to be people who are still it's going to take them time to change their culture, their ways of thinking, and this corruption thing has been fed into us for the longest time. And I think part of the reason why corruption is there is the language of corruption, because if we were saying that wewe Njiru umempatia nani hongo ile, tukasema yule polisi ameiba kwako, theft. Some countries, you'll be hanged, or you'll be sent straight to jail. The punishments will be very, very heavy-handed. Okay, but in Kenya, number one, we don't consider this corruption as theft. So we will have. So I think we will have to. I think we'll have to deconstruct this particular word corruption from our psyche. Alafu we call it theft. We just need to change our language as a nation, how we look at this particular word, because I think this word corruption is too soft. It makes it yani it's too soft, yani unaona. Na mi ukiniuliza hilo swali ati sijui wale vijana unawaita Gen Z, if they take power in 5 years, I've seen young leaders here in parliament, in the Kenyan parliament. They're more ruthless than some of the people, the older ones who are during Moi's time, Kibaki's time. Look at that Osoro, Silvanus Osoro. And he's a youth, he's a young leader, terrible piece of work, So I think it's an individual thing. But I know where your question is coming from. You have a lot of hope, and I think you have some positive thinking about how our future should be like. I think that's what you're saying, that you have a lot of hope. We also have hope, but I think even amongst the youth generation, the young people, Kwanzaa, if we look at the young people, not in the big towns, now we're talking about people in the villages. Yani, those are the poorest of the poor people. Now you tell me, the same revolution that takes place in the big towns like Nairobi, this quiet revolution, is it the same that is taking place in our villages? When I go to my district, all our young people, in fact, majority of our young people in my district, hawana kazi. Honestly, I would easily say 75% hawana kazi. Alafu wale ambao kuna kazi ni wale wanduthi peke yake. So they've got those motorbikes. They are paying the loans back from whichever way they got the motorbikes. A lot of them are in A&E every other day, because now A&E in many referral hospitals is full of motorbike taxi accidents. So these people that we're talking about, Gen Z, are we talking about like the youth who moved to the towns, or the youth in general, or the youth in the rural? Because this is a big statement to say, and I would like, so for me, I would be number one, be more concerned about the youth in my district. And I'm telling you, it's pathetic what I see, because a lot of these people, they used to go to farm, they used to go fishing, and now all you can see them sitting the whole day waiting for a passenger to come and get a ride on their motorbike. Sometimes mtu anaweza pata hata tuseme, if they were lucky, 300 bob a day, if they were lucky, because there are so many motorbikes in all those small village centers in the area where I come from. And the only other businesses that you see is the Somali shops, the retail sector, that all the small supermarkets in our villages are owned by Somalis. I have nothing against that. That I'm not profiling them. It's a fact. Petrol stations, petrol stations. So if you want to tell me how mobilization of Gen Z is happening in my rural area, then I can tell you that it's not as strong as what is happening in big towns like Nairobi. And maybe that's where one of the things that needs to change. Thank you.
Okay. Let's give it to Guru. Guru.
Mr. Tortoise.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Very loud and clear.
Now, I've heard several things from Julia, from Eri, but let me add my voice. What happened in June?
Guru. Also, as you add your voice, unaangalia hiyo vichwa, what the main discussion? It's around. Yeah. You've seen it.
Okay. I can see.
Can anyone stop falling?
Pardon?
Can anyone stop Ruto falling? Na Dule amesema pia turudi kwa kitanda ndio tuweze kushinda kura. Okay?
As I end my voice, I'll touch on that. Let me say this, that what happened in June last year, in 2024, shocked the nation. It was like a shock therapy. But the most shocked were the political class, who have a way of getting themselves to positions of power through ethnic mobilization. And the moment they heard that there's a group of youth that is saying is tribeless, most of them have never recovered from that shock. Because what it means is that it will become much more difficult to mobilize these youths so that they can get and retain power. Now, they have been trying to pull the country backwards towards the known trodden path of mobilizing political power through ethnicity. What happened in Parliament during the discussion of what happened at AU is a sure way for you to understand that these people have not left that path of using ethnicity. You could see emphasis on celebrations captured on the mainstream media of market women celebrating that Baba did not make it, and it was made and amplified into something very big and used to label the whole of the Mount Kenya communities as people who are ungrateful, people who are driven by hate, and people who should be punished. And the ones from these MPs indicated that is exactly what they would want to see. Some of them, their psychophancy went to levels that can be described only as ridiculous. Things that we only experienced during Moi era. But then, you understand them. They do not know their political future. And that's why they are running around like Henry's chicken. Even within ODM itself, there is a very strong strong wing that is standing with the people, that is standing with Gen Zs, the wing that is represented by Edwin Sifuna and others, Babu Owino. So these political parties could split in 2027 because the thinking is different, and some leaders could move a different way. So the MP saw an opportunity to perpetuate a narrative that has been going on for some time now, that of 41 versus 1, to get us back to 2007, because the only way this regime can survive is through that kind of mobilization. And you can see it is very well crafted. Only yesterday, Kasongo said that he is very serious about constructing 750 kilometers in Northeastern after the youths made fun out of his promise. It is a way of, reaching out to those communities and telling them you have no other person who can look after your affairs. You can see the manner in which he has been moving to the western part of the country. In fact, Raila was a product of that ethnic mobilization at the AU. It was meant to send a message to the communities in Western Kenya, particularly, that a good turn deserves another, that we have assisted your mzee to finally get a big position. So you owe us an opportunity to support us for the second term. Immediately that failed, they now moved to another level, that a position of prime minister must be created to accommodate the very intelligent leader, a person they have verified and insulted for so many years, has suddenly become very clever, to use Mwai Kibaki's words. So all this is meant to mobilize certain communities, to pit them against other communities for purposes of winning the 2027 general elections. Now, coming to the Gen Z factor, Eri has brought out something very important, and the youth who are embracing the revolutionary spirit must get that point very clearly. They have to find a way of reaching to their peers, particularly in rural areas, so that they can have a common understanding of where they want to take the country. You have heard our politicians derisively refer to these youths in urban areas in a derogatory even manner, that wale watu wa mtandao huko Nairobi. It is because they know that the digital divide may not afford the youth to be in the same wavelength, and therefore they can be able to manipulate the youth in the rural areas through handouts and still maintain themselves in power, because the expectations of the youth in the rural areas may be very different from that of the youth in the urban areas. And I think Museveni has used that very effectively in Uganda. He's been able to divide the youth in urban areas and those in rural areas. And I think that is exactly the strength that the political class in Kenya see in what is happening, that they can also still be able to maintain themselves by making sure that communication divide between our youths remains. On the other hand, there is the issue of values. The youth must embrace transformation, wholesome. They must move together in terms of even values. Somebody asked, can the youth be corrupted? Of course they can. But you see, when people organize themselves in a manner that is solid, they can put down the bare minimum values that guide them wherever they work. That corruption is a no, and embracing the rule of law, and so on and so forth. That has to be drummed, and that can only come through a structure. A structured way of imparting some of these values so that these youths reflect those values wherever they work, whether in private or in public sector. And then it becomes the national culture over the years, going to the future. Let me leave that and now go to what Stone PK was telling me. Can anybody stop the fall? I think these people still think the structures they have built over the years of ethnicity, of money, culture, of greed, can still maintain the power that they have. That you need to reach out to Raila, talk with him. He convinces his base to support. But it may be short-lived because despite what I said that the youth may not have a common understanding of the transformation they want, there is that urge to see changes happen in the country. The youth are suffering. Those who should go to the university are not getting the university fees. When you go to the hospital, there's a problem there. Okay, there are people are getting it hard to access medical care. Then when you go to the infrastructure, it is crumbling. There is no repair going on. There are no new roads that are being constructed. When you go to the farmers, they are having their own set of problems. So there is that a general feel that things are not moving well. That in itself is a mobilizing force that can assist or help kick out any government. And therefore, for Ruto, what now he has is only ethnic mobilization, that this community thinks they are more important than the others. Those statements, we have heard them being thrown around to plant the seeds of division, that so that when some sections of the community go to vote in the next election, they will be going to vote to punish certain communities, that kind of thing. But I'm doubtful whether that will work up to some extent. But there is a lot of work to be done between now and the next elections by the enlightened youth to reach out to their peers, particularly in far-flung areas of this country, so that they can have a common understanding of the transformative leadership that they want to see in the country. Now Duare is talking of going back to the beds to bring forth population that will maintain political power. Of course, that is another narrative that is being thrown around, that the Somali community has been breeding seriously, and therefore they have a huge population that is yet to be registered. And for me, this is just one of the strategies to justify the stealing of votes and manipulating the voting patterns in the next elections to ensure Kasongo earns himself a second term. I even saw another one talk of the Luo community not having registered a section of their population, that many still don't have IDs within the Luo community. So you can see a deliberate effort to try to look for votes even where they don't exist. And all this is geared towards helping somebody retain power. But when a youthful population is determined and has the will and understands what they want, nothing can stop that force. It is that statement that is often used, that there is nothing as strong as an idea whose time has come. This regime is, trying to clutch on every straw to stay afloat. And I think that will happen until 2027. And then we see what happens. Otherwise, they will be trying all manner of things and tricks to stay in power. But it may not be as easy as they think. Thank you.
Good. Hebu nikuulize swali. Bwana Nguru, you hand to the na tafadhali yule ana share link share. Sijui kama umesikiliza Ruto leo, and that's why I wanted to explain that ni kama we are on the vantage point, or tuko katika nafasi mzuri. Ruto has just discovered that Kenya, and that's something, that's an advantage we can say we didn't have in 2022. You heard Ruto today akisema ile joke ya barabara. No, si ati watu walichukua kama joke, like there was that comparison whereby the media did something very well, trying to compare what Kindiki said yesterday and what Ruto said today. Like kulikuwa na information ilikuwa inakinzana. But what there was today is that Ruto is so frustrated that he has committed to do a road in Isiolo and Marsabit, and the Kenyans in the media, and that's why, by the way, we need to appreciate the media. Media is working, especially online media. And then he was like saying, sisi watu wa media, we take jokes even on do-die issues. So when Ruto is talking of do-die issues, don't you think that Ruto has just discovered that he will not be re-elected? Because like Nguru nikikuuliza, what does do-die issue mean in the speech of Ruto today? What does it mean?
I think you see the problem with this man, Ruto, is that nobody trusts him anymore. And that's why when he talked over 750 kilometer road in Northeastern, people started making memes, starting making jokes. And you also know that Rigathi had also enlightened the people how the man would go and cheat the populations, that he would give them roads, especially in central Kenya. And you remember the way he expressed himself and caused it after. So it's just a continuation of a debate. This man cannot be trusted anymore. And that's why he feels pained that nobody trusts him anymore. And his promises have now become, people have come to expect him to say anything for the sake of, attracting votes and nothing else. So he's frustrated because I understand somebody saying that when you have somebody who is a liar, who is a pathological liar, when those he is trying to address and lie to, when they see through their eyes, that person becomes very frustrated, because lying is part of his game. But when people start seeing and understanding him that way, that person feels naked. He cannot hide anywhere. And that is what has happened to Ruto.
Yeah, sure. I agree that. So watu waendelee kuingizwa kwa kipindi kama link so that kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia aingie. So Nyakairo, sijui, do you have a point to comment especially when Nyakairo, sijui kama uko kwa kipindi Nyakairo.
The other thing, Jiro, I'm surprised that instead of Kidiki going to meet communities in their backyard, it is people who are traveling all the way. Like I think yesterday he had a delegation from Meru, from his Tharaka-Nithi backyard, about 1,000 or so. It is strange because the reverse is what should be happening. It is him who should be going to the venue as close as possible to where those people are. But it's the reverse that is happening. And you can imagine how much the government is using in that kind of, misadventure.
Yeah, I agree, Bwana Nguru. And sijui kama unajua kama jana Kindiki alipeana 25,000 per head, wale watu walitembea huko jana.
I will not be surprised because I saw even the budget for the presidency was moved from, I think, 3-point-something billion to now 8-point-something billion, and that is supplementary budget.
Yeah, Kindiki ameamua kutumia pesa to try and sanctify or to try and buy support. Because you are somebody from Embu, have you listened to Mbarida's speech today? She was somewhere called Kivwe. Kedemo. Today she was in Kedemo.
Fact, that is my home area, and I happened to ask what is the public perception in the area, and it is a done deal. The lady is operating on borrowed time, and the people have completely crossed them.
Kuna video tumecheza hapa. I just want to bring you into board. I want to tell you vile Mbarire alisema, and then you now decode for us. Mbarire alisema yeah, tumecheza hapa, although we played it in Kiembu. Mbarire said this to Kedemo people. Ati kuna watu wanamkujia. They always say that. Ati kuna watu wanamkujia, wanamwambia aende wa Munyoro. Sasa yeye akasema hakuna vile ati atatoka kwa ati ataacha maendeleo because ati sasa kuanzia kuambiwa achane na Ruto ni awachane na maendeleo. Na akasema I know today nikifanya hizo vitu naambiwa mtakuwa mnanipigia makofi hapa kabisa. In that strength, don't you think like somebody like Mbarire who is the UDA chairende, don't you think that she is already aware that the region has moved on based on that, on her speech alone here?
She knows, and she feels trapped as well, because on one hand she cannot just say she has left the UDA government. First of all, she is a party leader. Number two, she is in a position where she would want to walk into State House occasionally and get handouts. And she knows that if she persists on the path of Ruto, the chances of getting re-elected is very slim. So she is trapped. And I will not be surprised these people trying to jump ship in the last days of this regime. But also the people have become very hard. I understand some of them are already saying that they will not entertain the nonsense they have been seeing happening in the past years, where people defect in the last minute and then come to claim positions in another suit. So her goose could be cooked already. And in fact, that is what is troubling most of the people in Mount Kenya who are in UDA, because they know their political future. is not guaranteed. In fact, they are operating on borrowed time. The people have moved on. Changing those people's perception and making them embrace this government again, I think will not happen. It will not happen. They will use money, yes, but our people, once they take a position, it is normally very hard to change their mind, because wao wanaona okay, huyu mtu anatufanyia madharau, sasa anakuja dakika ya mwisho kutununua. You remember how they became difficult against Uhuru. Now it is even 10 times more. So you can imagine the hard task that is there. We've gone back to where we were with Kanu. Kanu tried all tricks to get some votes from our region, but it became very difficult. Of course, they would squeeze in 2,000, 1,000 votes in various constituencies, but they amounted to almost nothing at the end of the day.
Okay, 1 minute. Nataka kukuuliza swali. Si ati nakufinya sana. So there are these people, political experts, let me say, let me not call them analysts, maybe let me political observers. Let me call them political observers, because some of them are not analysts. They are endorsers. They try to endorse. There are these people who are coming from this school of thought who are claiming that Mount Kenya, because already Mount Kenya have shown their direction, ni kama hawataki serikali. There are those people who are in the school of thought who are saying that Ruto should ignore Mount Kenya. Do you think, even with these efforts, he is trying to use Kindiki with where Kindiki is like putting a lot of, because unaona kama Nyeri alikataliwa, Nyeri and Embu is like he has not hata kama alikuwa ameita watu wa boda boda in the initiative ya boda boda, but now you can see the mobilization which he did jana, and hours after doing that mobilization, sijui kama umeona kuna mkutano ingine Peter Munya alitengeneza kubwa sana with the key stakeholders jana. Yesterday still pia kulikuwa na mkutano ya Peter Munya. I hope Peter Munya is on our side, sijui, but I see like Peter Munya could be working to launch his gubernatorial. I think mimi naona Peter Munya anataka kupinga huyu mama based on what I'm saying. So ile swali nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza ni ya kwamba, do you think Mount Kenya region has capacity to scare Ruto if Ruto understands that the region has gone? Do you think Ruto is still worried, or he can ignore them, just like some of the political analysts are saying that Ruto should ignore Mount Kenya? Do you think not having Mount Kenya is a scare for Ruto, or he thinks he can recreate Mount Kenya elsewhere?
Why do you think he appointed 3 secretaries, cabinet secretaries from Gema? Lee Kenyajui, William Kaboko, and Mutahi Kagwe. It's a desperate measure to try to get back to the mountain, simply because it is hard to ignore the mountain. The foot bag is just too big, and once they don't give you a substantial amount, then you can as well kiss goodbye to the top seat. Why? Because look at it this way: 47% of what earned him the position he has come from those communities in mountain. And now, something people don't know: the 1-point-something million votes that Raila got will now be consolidated with the other one that he got, so making it even more difficult for him to win presidency. So Ruto is in a state of panic, because even if you are to get the votes from Nyanza and Western, which do not reflect a solid base, in any case, he will not make it. He is trying to recreate votes in Northeastern, but how many are they? Not unless there is a plan to, stuff the ballot boxes with the papers, I don't see any significant vote coming from Northeastern. Coast Province is equally the same. They only have about 1.9 million votes, the whole of Coast Province, the whole of it. And you know the 1.9, there is a significant vote there of the Kikuyu and the Kamba. Okay? So he's in a very bad state politically, and he knows it. So I don't know what he's trying the method of bringing in the more Kikuyus into the cabinet, even to the disadvantage of having the community seen to be selfish by other communities. You can imagine appointing 3 cabinet positions from a single community in a country that has over 40 communities. So he is shamelessly going for that vote. He doesn't care. But I don't think he's reconciled himself to the fact that he can't get the votes he got last time, and that's why you are hearing of Mount Kenya East and West, because he thinks if he can slice off the east side, maybe he can secure about 2 million votes, and then maybe fill in the gaps elsewhere. That shows you how significant the vote of Mount Kenya is to anybody who wants to become president in Kenya. And perhaps that is why Raila has not managed to get the presidency, because this vote bag is just too big. You can't ignore it.
I agree. So you have brought the dichotomy. Ili sasa nilete ni vile nileta Nyakairo na kuongea. Nyakairo ukikuja, please shout out. I will give you and Ellie very soon. I wanted to ask you, now you have brought the dichotomy of East and West. Is it working, or is it going to work? Like when we are talking of splitting Mount Kenya into East and West, and you know East is a little bit smaller, maybe I can say East is like around, can we say it's around 30% of Mount Kenya? East. I don't think it is extremely big.
It's about 1.5 million votes.
1.5 million votes out of 4 million.
Yes, out of 4 point something.
4 point. So we can say then it is around 25%, a quarter. Let's call it a quarter.
That's okay. 25%, yes.
I think so. The only let's use the litmus test. Sarakanidi. If today there is an election, and where will Sarakanidi vote?
Jiro.
First of all,
Jiro anauliza maswali very interesting. Sorry, Guru, to cut you, but that one I have to answer, Jiro. Tharaka-Nithi will vote for anybody else other than Ruto. They don't even recognize nani. Huyu jamaa ni nani tu, ni hao wazee walipewa pesa ndio wanamuimbia. Tell him to hold a rally in Tharaka-Nithi. Thank you. Sorry,
Yeah.
Guru, endelea.
Yeah, there was a message I wanted you to pass. Yeah, of course. That's an umepitisha. Okay, go ahead.
You know, Jiro, the challenge that is facing especially the youth who stormed parliament in Nairobi is to try to find a sustainable communication system with their peers who have not come to Nairobi, so that they may move in the same direction in the transformation of Kenya. They must understand why they have to defy the traditional voting patterns where people come from Nairobi and tell them things that are not even sustainable. That, it is this community or the other, or these ones are misleading us. I heard this narrative the other day being perpetuated by Kalinda herself, that the West has been incorporating all the development funds and has very many roads and road network, which to the disadvantage of the people in the east. And these are kind of the kind of situation that we are in, because there are those who may buy that kind of thinking because they want the ethnic mobilization factor to still work in the next elections. But then the good thing is that if the youths establish a common communicating system to understand where they want to take the country, then those kind of narratives will die out. Because you ask yourself, she was an MP for all these years. How then come that she never talked about being disadvantaged in being given allocated resources at that time? It means she was a failure as an MP. She's a failure as a leader because she never talked that her people are being disadvantaged.
Okay, ni sawa. Nguru unaweza simamia hapo kidogo. So Nyakairo, are you in? Okay, Ellie, can you take the pace? Ama inakaa watu wamekuja. Okay.
I do agree with what Guru said there, because especially his last comments about how do you mobilize the youth nationally, because these things are mostly often happening in Nairobi. So that tool that Guru was speaking about is not yet formidable at the moment, and I think the youth, they know this. They know that that's where Kinaruto are going to cooler them, because that strong spirit that has been in the big towns, especially Nairobi, is not happening in most of the country. But the youth still get the message. Yes, it's coming from the mainstream media and all that. Also the internet, but the kind of conversations even that are happening on X, the former Twitter, whatever. I am not too sure if the youth in my district, for example, know about this particular platform where they can pinpoint this is where to go and hear what is the latest conversation. They know it's Twitter, they know this, but the people who are in the urban centers, particularly Nairobi, they have more advantage for this particular information. You see, what did I want to say about? Oh yeah, there is earlier on, Jiru. Sorry, Stony spoke very well about how, for example, the dictators. Someone, if I can remember very well, it was Stony. Someone said about that this Ruto has been a very reckless leader and involved in many scandals, and even has been accused of being involved in murder of our people. But why then is Mr. Odinga joining such a person? Now, my answer to this sort of question is that Mr. Odinga has joined some of the worst leaders we've ever had. In fact, he has worked with all of them except Jomo Kenyatta. Politically, I mean, he worked with Kibaki, Moi, Uhuru, and then why are we surprised that he's working with this particular person? And all of those had, in fact, Kibaki, if you asked me in terms of numbers, Mwai Kibaki, whether we like it or not, was actually the most brutal leader Kenya has ever had. If we want to count numbers of how many young people were killed, Kibaki, by the hand of John Michuki, killed so many young people. I mean, it was all over in research reports, international or local. There is no other Kenyan president who has executed so many young people more than Kibaki did. But of course, the conversation will be like, was it actually Kibaki who said, shoot this one, shoot that one, kill this one? So it's a relative conversation which we must have, yes. So I'm not saying that it's absolute Kibaki, but if you look at the presidency, it was the presidency of Mwai Kibaki that performed the mass executions of Kenyans than any other person. And yet Raila Odinga was
Eli,
in
may
that
I ask you,
government.
Eli, may I ask you, when was that? Can you give us examples?
Julia, this was during Kibaki, I think it was Kibaki 1. That was
What
the
was
first
happening?
term.
I mean, who are killed? I have no record of that.
So you don't know about the mass murder of the young people who were being executed because there was the so-called Mungiki.
Oh, now a point of correction. I was already a grown up by then. The Mugiki, most of them were killed by members of the public in Kirinyaga County and Nyeri County. And they are not as many as the ones you are saying. It was not an order to execute. It was a mob, kind of a mob justice, which I wouldn't say is legal. That is, you cannot you cannot make a mistake and make another mistake. But it was not under Kibaki government. The Mungeke, I was in Kirinyaga, the Mungeke were killed by members of the public. And if you want to read about Kirinyaga, there's a place in Kirinyaga called The Hague, where the members of the public were hanging the Mungeke boys. So it is not Kibaki. So I think you are wrong to say that under Kibaki president, more young people were executed than now. And then if we ask ourselves some questions, Ellie, I don't, okay, I'm saying that two wrongs cannot make a right, and mob justice is not legal. But if you look at what the Mungiki were, do you know what Mungiki were doing to the Kikuyus? Personally, I don't sympathize with that Mungiki because I was there. I was in Kenya by then. Early au vijana walikuwa nakujia msichana wako, wanamuoa cha lazima. If you refuse as the father, I think Jiru and PK can confirm this. They even Guru wanasema wanakujia kichwa chako. Can you compare the same with what is happening to the Gen Z? It is not comparable at all. So I think you are not saying the truth. I wanted to
Patrick, let me also interject on this. That group was created specifically to contain the Kikuyu insurgency during the Moi era. Moi found a way of disrupting the Kikuyu community by pitting a brother against a brother in the same fashion of hustlers versus dynasties. And it was a way of containing the Kikuyu, not to be in one, to speak in unison. Because when you have an internal strife within a community, you are able to control the way they do their politics and so many other things. So by the time Kibaki was coming in, these boys had been used to free money, which was extorted openly from their brothers who are making business. And it became very difficult to put down this group because they were already used to an income, let me put it that way, that was coming through extortion. Several warnings were given by Michuki himself. Even Kibaki himself, he actually, in a public rally, told them that if you kill, you also be killed. He did not mince his words about that one. And Michuki himself, he went to his backyard and told the parents to warn their children who are in that group to leave those activities. Otherwise, they prepare graves. Let me put it this way, Eri. The manner in which that group had entrenched itself and the efforts that the government tried to use peaceful means of dissuading them from getting out of that group were not heeded by this group. And therefore, it reached a point where the government had to preserve the society. But let me also add what Julia has said. In Kirinyaga particularly, there was a place they used to call, not the Hague, they also used to call it Gorgotha. And anybody who was raped in that group because of the pain that they had taken the community through was taken there and given choices of how he wanted to die. And let me also let you to a secret that part of the reason why Mother Karua is not a very populist leader in that area is because she actually stuck her head out against the community for taking matters in their own hands. So she ran counter of what the community wanted or was doing to solve the problem. She was insisting that these people be taken to court. But the community was saying, no, once we get you, we deal with you there and then. I also want to make you aware that there are youths who are in Kenya and they can't access their villages today in that part of the country. They were ostracized. They were told to go away completely. In fact, their parents are now wondering what to do with the farms that they have because their sons cannot come and settle in the village. So don't trivialize matters that are very serious. This is not the same as the Gen Zs who went out asking for their rights. These are people who are actually disrupting a community, and therefore there are to be consequences. Already you have heard some of them tried to go back the other day in part of Kirinyaga, and you know what happened. So that is the stand of the community or against those that group. Yes.
Okay. Can I respond via?
So as you respond,
I want to respond to the two of you. Sorry.
Yes,
okay,
as you
go
respond.
ahead.
Okay, as you
Yes.
respond. So it is very unfair to compare, to say that Kibaki killed more people. Kibaki did not kill people. That was a reaction of the criminal activities towards the Mungiki. The people have died. The two regimes where people have died so much. Let me say innocent people, innocent Kenyans, harmless Kenyans have died, have been butchered. Is Moi, and then 2007 post-election. And people say that it was a result of the rigging. That killing in Rift Valley was organized by the likes of Kasongo. I want to provide evidence by saying this. I was in Kisumu in 2007, and there are people who voted for Kibaki in Kisumu. And Kisumu, there were no killings. Yet, the Kisumu people were the most aggravated because of the election's results. Why? Because it needed somebody to finance the killing and to organize the killing, something that did not happen in Kisumu, but happened in Rift Valley. So the 2007 killings in Molo and even Kiamba were organized by Kasongo and team. The Molo killings had happened during the reign of President Moi. Again, organized killings. It takes somebody to fund people to go kill. And these are innocent Kenyans who had committed no offense. They were not the ones who organized the elections. They only voted, but they were murdered mercilessly. If you compare that with the Mungeke killings, it is very unfair. It's on a very unfair note to say that, because you should have been on the ground of what the people in Mount Kenya region, of what they went through in the hands of the Mungiki. The Mungiki killed people innocently. So this was an uprising by the people because they felt the government of the day was not protecting them. This is why Mother Karua, as a legal practitioner she is, she still stood her guns and said that, and decided to put her stand and say it is illegal to take matter into your hands, which I agree with her. But you can see that community was pushed to the as Guru is telling you, even today, you cannot bury a member of the Mungiki in Mount Kenya region. I give an example the other day here. Somebody was transported from Muranga, mortuary, some years back, a member of the Mungiki, to be buried somewhere in Kirinyaga County. The members of the public got the word and they waited for the body and burned it on the roadside and decided that he cannot be buried there. So this was a reaction of the people of the land feeling that the government of
You got lost?
Something
it will be
happened
very
there.
unfair to compare Kasongo killings and Kibaki. That is my take.
Right. Can I respond to both Julia and
Yes, you can.
Guru and Jiru? Yeah.
You can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
There's a particular reason why I decided to comment on this issue, where earlier on a panelist said that how can Raila Odinga join Mr. Ruto, who is murderers and all those things, that he is the worst Kenya has ever seen. Actually, it was not Stony PK, I think it was Nyakairo. Now I remember her comments. And I wanted to respond at that time, but I got the chance now. Now you've asked me to prove what I am saying. What I've said, and it's on record, there are reports, international, local in Kenya, and you can find them. The killing machine of any Kenyan presidency, the top on the list, mass killings, was under the presidency of Mwai Kibaki. And now let me tell you why. So this is a report, Sunday, 25th November 2007, on the BBC channel. And the report was done by Oscar Foundation Free Legal Aid Clinic, which says that 8,040 people were killed by execution or torture during a crackdown on a banned sect. The group said a further 4,070 people had gone missing as security forces tried to wipe out the Mungiki sect. A Kenya police spokesman, you remember the guy Eric Kiraithe, he rubbished those claims. Even me, when I saw the 8,000, the figure 8,040, I had my doubts. But wait a minute. The government's own Kenya National Commission of Human Rights claimed at the same time during that period that 500 Mungiki, or so-called Mungiki, were killed in execution style by police, by Kenyan police. These are reports. These are not things that you guys are saying at TSB or from Kirinyaga or wherever, that you saw this, you saw that. Fine. But me, I am saying these are reports that if they were completely wrong, a lot of people behind these reports should be answerable. Okay? Now, I am only arguing on the basis of commissioned reports, like the Government Human Rights Organization. It does commissioned reports because that's part of its job, to churn out reports about the state of affairs in terms of human rights in Kenya. So when, even at the Hague, one of the witnesses at the Hague claimed that Mungiki were being slaughtered or killed so as not to support ODM in the upcoming elections of 2007. Now, me, I think that's a bit far-fetched, okay? But the killings, like the execution. By the way, someone said I should have been in Kenya to know what I was talking about. I was actually in Kenya. I went back to Kenya for 3 years between 2003 and 2006. I was actually working in Nairobi. And so I know what was happening, right? And it's not a, it's the comparison between what Kibaki did and the things that William Ruto has done, including the abductions and the killings, it sounds like a very cheeky comparison because we're dealing with a live situation and we know the atrocities of Ruto even 2007.
Eri, may I tell you something? Can I
Can I just
interject?
finish? No, because I need to finish this point because I'm trying to say, okay, go ahead.
Correct. In fact, you have said it. The Kenya National Human Rights, they have said how many, what figure?
500.
Yes, that's correct. The other report was exaggerated because Oscar Foundation was looking for money from the international benefactors. It was actually an NGO kind of a thing. And you know, in Kenya, you exaggerate things so that you get as much money as possible. So with the 500, that one I would agree. Perhaps the plus or minus, because those are facts and we can't run away from them. But also you have had the context which I've given you together with that of the Gracious Ready, that this was a situation that had been fomented for a long time, and some youth had come to accept that that's their way of earning, and it became difficult for the new government to deal with them. And because they were troublesome, in fact, you would understand, even at that time, there was no law. It's only later they came to enact what we call the Organized Crimes Act to deal with this situation. So I'm not trying to justify that was the only way to deal with it. But that happened within that context. It had nothing to do with people fighting for their rights and being eliminated by the government. Those are very different things. It's like also the situation you have in the North Rift, where you have groups and bands of people moving from village to village, devastating villages and stealing cattle. When you have such a situation, sometimes the government has got to do what the government has to do to preserve that community.
Okay. Thank you for responding in that way. But you realize that I'm not making a comparison. What I'm saying is a state of facts that if we're concentrating on numbers, and I know we're talking about deaths of people, of human beings. If we're talking of numbers, apart from what we hear or know about Ruto in 2007, so are we saying that between Ruto and Kibaki, let's just be straightforward and speak here openly. Are we saying that between Ruto and Kibaki, the celebrated economist, who killed more Kenyans? That's my first question. Before I get an answer to that question, and I'm not sanitizing Ruto, I have no time for him. My point, what I was trying to say, is that Raila Odinga has worked with all butchers from Moi, Uhuru, Kibaki, and Ruto. These guys have killed Kenyans, all of them. Lest we forget, I mean, these guys have killed Kenyans. You know, in fact, ile ya Moi ni tu statistics ndio hatuna, ile yake ya tribal clashes wanasema sijui nani hivi, lakini count pengine hata Moi anaweza shindana na Kibaki kwa count, except that ya Kibaki ilikuwa for different reasons. Ya Moi ilikuwa ile huyu jamaa anataka ku retain power by all means possible. Okay, so the argument you have that I'm comparing the events of the day, I share with you that yes, the events of the day, I don't want to make a moral statement about that, because what happened there last year, you know, I still believe that Parliament should never have ever been opened after June 25th. In fact, that Parliament should be renamed. Some of our young people who died during that, that revolutionary day, that Parliament should be renamed. Those streets around there should be renamed. They should be a national gazetted thing to celebrate those young people. And those things will happen. You know, those things will happen. You'll have statues of those young people, you know, as a historical moment. But I do want to say that, unfortunately, maybe this is the word I should have used. Unfortunately, Raila Odinga has worked with all killer presidents of Kenya. And literally all of them have been killer presidents. Kibaki is always, you know, hero celebrated because people claim that the economy caught back through his, you know, revenue collection policies and the fact that he wasn't begging too much money from the Western nations. But even during Kibaki's time, there was brutality. Ile hata nyinyi mnajua. So we shouldn't lionize this man. My point was simple. Raila Odinga, unfortunately, has worked with all these guys who are very brutal to our people, Kenyan people. Thank you. And I feel your pain, the people who come from central Kenya, about what the Mungiki so-called did to Kenyan people during that time. And in fact, I've been to meetings in the past, a few years ago, when people were talking about where they come from, and some people who did not know anything to do with Mungiki. Yani, there were people just living good lives in Nairobi, wakakuja wachukue refugee status huku, alafu wamesimama hapo, wamepatiwa microphone, wanasema vile Mungiki is the reason why he or she took exile from Kenya to the UK. Watu wanadanganya kabisa. Yani, people who have good lives in Nairobi, they came here to tell these wazungu ati Mungiki ndio imewafukuza huko. I can tell you some stories, but because those people who genuinely suffered under Mungiki's terror, they don't even talk. Maybe some of them are still traumatized until today. Thank you.
Eli, do you know why even right now, any talk of anybody trying to bring back that group is resistant? Like now we have had that man being used to prop up the fragging fortunes of UDA in Mount Kenya. The people have said no. They have families said no.
Oh, we are neighbor wa Raila.
Yeah, they have said no. Because they know, yes, they know the pain that those people, and now if it is revived now, it will even be worse, because the situation is the economic situation is worse. Because where you have a situation, when you keep a kiosk, somebody comes, a group comes and tells you every month you've been giving us 2,000 shillings, otherwise you uhame. If you are constructing a house, a group approaches you and tells you we are the ones who will be constructing for you, whether you like it or not, at our own terms. How do you operate a society like that?
By the way, your point to make up, it's a thing we see even here. Hapa wazungu walimaliza conflict yao 1998, na hata saizi ukitaka kuanzisha biashara, tuseme restaurant nini, hao watu wanakuja, yani they collect their dues the former combatants wa hapa, the former terrorists, they collect money, and if you don't give them, wanasema tutakutoa na haraka ama tutakuletea shida. And these are the opposite communities. So I don't know if it is a human problem, or because it's not Kenya specific. It's not only
no, it is not. It is not Kenyan specific, but it is given leeway by governments that are not stable, and unfortunately, some of the unstable governments use such methods to contain what they would call obstacle to their government. Right now, by fomenting internal strife within the Mount Kenya communities, that was Moi's way of containing that community, that they are always in a strife, so they cannot face the government and demand their rights.
Thank you. So those were just my comments. I just wanted to share with you, and please, it's not as if my comments there, like 100% about the count, but it's coming from the reports. I read 3 reports.
Eddie, on Raila working with all these people, let's be fair even to Raila. You know our Kenyan politics. Where would you go without working with these people? They have communities behind them, and they are the way they are. The communities, that is their level of understanding. So if Raila was to make a political mark in the country, he has to try to work with whoever has the sway of the people. So which politicians has not worked with the other in Kenya? So that should not be held against any politician in Kenya. That is our level of development for now. Maybe in the future, it may not be possible because there will be a huge mass of people who understand beyond that level of ethnicity that human rights are not about which community you come from.
But you see how shocked people were in most parts of Kenya when Uhuru and Ruto signed the post-Hague agreement. It was shocking. People could not believe that. But then on the other hand, we could believe it because these two were former senior members of KANU. They worked together. One was the leader of KANU and the other one was Secretary General. So in a way, they walikuwa najuana sana. So we were actually also not surprised that that's what happened. It's exact reason why unapata hata kuna mtu hapa alisema ati Raila sijui Ruto ako na mtoto na sister wa Raila. Now me, that's information I didn't even know. But if that's true, then that could be another reason why they're, hao ni mashemeji. So, that's important in their relationship as friends and family. So, I would personally, I would beg people to forget about Raila Odinga. Honestly, we shouldn't make him our topic because sorry, go ahead.
Eri, I think you have hit the right chord where the problem of our country lies. When Moi, was it Moi or Joseph Kamoto who said that KANU will rule this country for 100 years? We thought that it was KANU, the party. But those who are now clever enough and have understood Kenyan politics, he meant his sons and daughters who he had tutored in the ways of politics, that they would rule this country for many years. And that's why, and I've said it without a batting eyelid, that if we want to change this country, It is not the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka. It's not like of Ruto and all that crap of people who actually were tutored in the KANU regime, who will change this country because they don't know any other way of exercising, politics. They only know what they were taught by Moi, and they don't have any transformative idea of how things can be done differently. In fact, the systems set by Moi, you'll be very surprised. Some of them are persisting to date, and some of them are entrenched in corruption. Then strengthened during Kibaki, because he met the same people and they even entrenched themselves even further during Uhuru's time. So if this country wants to move forward, it must do away with the KANU orphans and to get people who were not tutored under the Nyayoism and KANU regime kind of thinking. And this I might also spare a bit. There are those who are died in wool in terms of KANU ways of doing politics. I don't put Raila in that category. Well, Uhuru wasn't as much, but he was more towards. But there are those like Ruto, like Kalonzo, and others who know nothing else. They actually stayed in KANU, perpetuated it, were taken from nursery to university by Moi. They can't change this country. That's my view.
Okay, we come back now. We come back from that very dark history and ask ourselves, this game that is being played, now that we know, because we know now, actually, let me put it this way. There is nothing that Kenyans don't know about these people. Na tuache my emotions ati huyu ni wetu, huyu ni nini na nini. I'll play one clip here, and then it is nasty. It is wrong when you know the truth that it is outside, uko nayo hapo, and then you try to circumvent na kuleta mastori mingi sijui ni. Like now we know the truth why Raila came out and said no way, Gen Z ama whoever was to take over had to take over. Okay, because of things like hiyo umeambiwa Ruto ni sijui ni shemeji yake and all that. So he did not come just because of Kenya. It was his personal thing. So some of the facts have come out which people have been saying, characters za Raila watu walikuwa wanaambiwa, but we've been in denial. Those of us who are his very staunch followers, some of these things we were being even told by his village people. And even people watu walikuwa wanatuambia, mbona mnaona huyu mtu apigiwi kura na 100%? I mean, of course you can't have 100%, but it should be having ikiwa nini Nyanza inatokelezea hizo ma 98 point something, if they are that fanatical. Okay, then we saw people like Miguna, although I also have my reservations about him. The things he talked about Raila, nothing was even disputed. I'm telling you. So we know. And na ukweli imekuja kwamba Raila is not the character we thought he was. So now that we know all that, we debunk, and then we know what is the way forward. Okay? That it is today asubuhi ukiamka uambiwe Raila ameenda amepewa cheo na nini na nini. You don't start saying Raila doesn't need cheo. Who told you? Who told you he doesn't need cheo? What has he been doing with all those governments? Ni macheo anapewa. And kupewa cheo, you don't have to be pronounced that wewe ni hii, wewe ni this. If you are dining and dining in the same bed with the president, you don't have to be called his wife or his whatever, his aide. Yeah. So now that we know all these things, we know so much about each of these characters. The big question is, what do we do? Now that we know Raila is a conman, now that we know he supports a murderer, okay? Now that we know Ruto is a murderer, Now that we know most of those people with the Ruto are that bad, what shall we do? Not that elections will come and now that we know elections wamesema hawawezi lose. Somebody asked me one day and said, Stone PK, sometimes you talk as if you've lost hope. What is hope? Hope is just pretending that tomorrow will be better. Pretending, I'm using that very, very candidly. It's pretending and assuming that tomorrow will be better than today. You just and you bury your head in the dark, in the sand, and hope. That's why you even add the word Mungu. Wakikuyu anasema gayege teine, that God yuko kwa kiti. Those are phrases of resignation. All right? They are phrases of resignation. And that's why Moi ruled for 24 years. Ask yourself, why Moi ruled? You know, I want people to really dig. How could Moi rule for 24 years? And people are lamenting, crying, walikuwa wanasaga meno, nyimbo zikatungwa, hivi tu, kama hivi kasongo hivi. Na anasukuma tu, na anaenda tu, anaua watu wanapiga nduru. Akaenda tu 24 years, my brothers and sisters. So we are going through what the book that we know very well. Okay? And Ruto has a lot of confidence because he knows Kenyans can't do nothing. They can't do anything. You know? Look at it this way. They can't do anything because our wako pamoja. When he's about to go, Raila comes and blocks. Okay? In fact, I was hoping Gen Z would have carried on and sweep even this mzee. People are now so sympathetic, oh, Raila. Like now it is garbage trying to think that, he's the best of the best in Kenya. And, without him, he needs to be looked for a space to. If he died today, what would happen? Akialala leo akose kuamka, Kenya itazimika mataa. Will really Kenyans stop breathing because Raila amekufa? In fact, when I listen to this woman who was in parliament, the PhD holder, it's like she was singing in a barrio. My mind went like it was.
Anaitwa Gogo.
That is a very nice reciting. We know when we are saying Luere, Nyasaya Hulinde. You know? I mean, it's crazy. It is stupid. Kenyans tumekuwa wajinga ya ajabu. Wacha niwaonyeshe hii clip ndio tu muone where we are, with this fanaticism about this fanaticism about Baba, we can't breathe. Kenya can't proceed or anywhere else without Raila. Huh? Yeah, I got it. So,
Odinga, President William Ruto, and the new Odinga, Presidents to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, President William Ruto, and the new chair of the Africa Union Commission. Mr. Speaker, Raila Odinga was Kenya's best that we sent to the continental stage. And Mr. Speaker, every other time that a Kenyan is out there on the international or continental stage, I remember when Faith Kipyegon was breaking the 1,500-meter world record, all Kenyans stood up in unison to cheer Faith Kipyegon. I remember David Rudisha, the great run that he made to win the 800-meter championship. I think, Mr. Speaker, that record has not been broken. All Kenyans rose in unison to celebrate a great Kenyan. I remember even, I think she's called Beatrice Chebet, who broke the 5,000-meter world record and went ahead to break the 10,000-meter female world record, Kenyans stood up in unison and cheered on Faith Beatrice Chebet. That is the attitude and spirit with which we ought to approach the attempt by the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga to become the chair of the Africa Union Commission. Mr. Speaker, I want to report to the House that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, at this very moment, is in very good spirit, is in very good health, is unbowable, is unwoggable, is indefatigable, and is still committed to making Kenya a great nation. There are those who think that by throwing barbs at him online, composing small inchas and compositions, that they are going to deter the fighting spirit, the indomitable spirit of our enigma, Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga, please take your time, relax, make phone calls to your fellow leaders across Africa, thank them for the vote they gave you, take time to reflect, and when you come back home, let no one try to direct Raila Amolo Odinga on which direction he should take or on which action he should take. He is a man who knows only one thing, and what he knows is what is best for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank President William Ruto. It is not taken for granted that when a Kenyan comes up to run for a continental position, that the government will support that Kenyan. And Mr. Speaker, just next door, we have a friend of ours called Olara Otunu. Olara Otunu at some point reigned for the Secretary General of the United Nations. Olara Otunu was originally Ugandan by nationality, but because of local competition, Olara Otunu ran for the UN Secretary General position as an Ivorian citizen and not as a Ugandan citizen. Why? Because the government did not see it fit to support him. A Ugandan could take the citizenship of another country to run for a global position. Mr. Speaker, if we didn't have mature politics in this country, you would have found a situation where Raila Amolo Odinga is running for chair of the AUC with a South Sudanese citizenship or with a Ugandan citizenship. But William Ruto took this as Project Kenya. It was not Project William Ruto. This was Project Kenya. This was Kenya sending their best son to the continental stage. And William Ruto, we thank you because you walked the talk. You walked with the candidate. You opened doors for the candidate, and you allowed Raila Amolo Odinga, despite the political competition, to be a candidate for Kenya rather than a candidate for any political formation. I want to urge the government of Kenya and also urge this House. Mr. Speaker, the sessional paper on Kenya's foreign policy was laid on the table of this House last week by the leader of majority. We now have an opportunity to weigh in on Kenya's foreign policy. I know that my colleague, Senator for Kisii, Senator Onyonka, is one of the most exposed and experienced diplomats in this House, having served as an assistant minister for foreign affairs. Honorable members, you have an opportunity to weigh in on Kenya's foreign policy. And I want to request the Speaker to direct the relevant committee. I think it will be the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, if not the Foreign Relations Committee, that they must bring back a report to this House. They must scrutinize that sessional paper. They must get views from experts. They must look at it and confirm that Kenya is adopting a foreign policy that is pragmatic. That was a position of the founding fathers of this nation. They said we face neither east nor west, but they said we are going to face the direction where the wind will blow in our sails. And that should be the position that this generation takes. There is nothing fashionable about being seen as pro-American or being seen as pro-Chinese. Those are constructs that do not matter to us. We shall face the direction that
Now, if you listen to that guy, the speech is long. I can play it piece by piece for us to be able to get. Why I played that bit of it is, how do you get an eloquent person, learned and all that? What are you making out of that speech? You're blowing this side and blowing this side. Now,
but yes,
right? Sorry.
Stone, why would you ask such a question? Don't you know this young man was picked by Raila when he was a very young boy after his brother died and was given a position? Again, it's actually a great wave in Nyanza. I think they did not want him initially. he actually was forced on the community. If you go back
He's
to
a
the
nephew. He's a nephew.
to
His brother Kajwang. He's a relative of Raila. Very
yes,
close.
and if you go back to that election, it was a very bitter one because the community did not seem to want him initially, but I think they have since embraced him. I don't know. So he has earned his keep from Raila's name and persona. So don't ask why he is a sycophant.
I hear you. I hear you. So and that's why we are trying from our channel. We are trying to make sure that people don't fall into these very duping narratives generated by the relatives of Raila. You know, like Raila has been condemned, he's being demonized, he's being this and that, and then now they have taken their revenge, their bitterness, they are directing it to a tribe, and they are directing it that it is the tribe, that one tribe in Kenya, Mount Kenya or whichever, that was celebrating that this guy. So they are directing their failure, the failure of Raila himself, the failure of Ruto, because for one, personally, the way I've supported Raila from 20 something, yeah, because I remember it has been so long, you know, the elections have been so frustrated. There's only one time I didn't support him, the first term, when the first term of Kibaki. But after that, I've been a very, I don't like saying fanatic, but I was a diehard. Now, we know Raila very well, and the way we believed in him, we knew he has the capacity of even campaigning for himself. He didn't need Ruto to go at amshike mkono sijui ampeleka. It is ironic and stupid for people to think that way. Who needed who to go and talk to African countries? Really? So I'm finding these Luo Nyanza MPs, fanatical, being so shallow, reducing Raila into a very tiny thing that doesn't know where to go. That is, there's Ruto who came na ndiye anamuonyesha njia. Ujinga gani hiyo? Ati sasa wana blame, wako na bitterness, wame notice Raila will never be a leader in Kenya, hata kuwa president. Sasa hiyo bitterness which has caught up over time, na hiyo pia bitterness na kukua caught up is because Raila has always refused kwenda kuchukua ushukani yake, kwenda kuchukua kile kilicho chake, anataka aletewe kwa mdomo. Alright? So Raila asiblame mtu, hata watu wasiseme ati mlima haijawahi kumsupport. Raila amekuwa akipita bila hata mlima. You know, sasa ndio sionagi mahali watu wanakuwa bita na mlima ati imekuwa ikioppose Raila. Na si lazima usapotiwe na nini, kama ukiwa so popular kama Raila, haku anahitaji mlima. Mtu unashindwa kama if it was genuine hii ati Ruto alimshinda 200,000 votes, you think Raila angepata hizo 200,000 votes? Yeah, so for me Raila amejiwaste, asiblame anybody. These Luo supporters of his au makazini zake, manephew, manini na nini, mashemeji, wasikuje kuanza kuleta uhasama wakipoint watu wengine ati sasa hii kwa sababu ni kurevenge, sasa lazima watasupport Ruto, wanasupport ile
Stone. You know, let me ask you, and this I'm also asking those in this forum, what's wrong in celebrating whichever way in a contest? Isn't it a human right? Who said that people shouldn't celebrate this way or the other? I thought we are a free country where people express themselves on issues without wearing blinkers. I have no problem with those market women, and they say why they are celebrating. They don't just say that they hate the man. They say that he has fomented issues here, which he has unfinished business with what he has created. He cannot create a mess and then seek to run away from his skunk. I thought that is exactly what those women were trying to communicate. Let him come and try to sort out his mess before his years are over. I thought that is what those women were communicating.
Yeah, and then Guru na all of us who are here, unajua ile wewe unaona ni deadly, ni kubwa, ile suit wewe unaona ni the best na nini, mimi naweza kuwa naona si the best. Competition hiyo wewe unaona ati ni deadly, sijui nini, wewe unaichukua na hiyo nini yote. Mimi naweza kuwa sioni, na it is because Kenyans, na tulikuwa tumeongea mpaka kwa channels, wa Kenya whether they get hiyo seat ama hata ingekuwa ni Raila ama ni nani, people didn't care. Walikuwa wanajiuliza, alikuwa kwa hiyo ingine ya infrastructure nini, kuna mahali ilitingiza Kenya, kuna mark utaenda uone ati Raila alikuwa kwa infrastructure, silikuwa ni yake na bibi yake, ni job yake na familia yake. So kutuambia sisi wote tuanze kupanda ndege tuende Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, kupigia baba makofi akishindana na wengine, that is nonsense. Okay, if that is the sycophants way of their celebrations, which niliona ni ujinga sana. You start celebrating giniwase kao na bado hata na siwe unapiga kura. Unaona hiyo irony, upumbavu. You are not the one to vote. Huyu mama ati anaongea, tulikuwa na wewe tukaenda wake sijui dinner, all Kenyans were there. Hata kama Kenya ingeenda yote ingia Addis Ababa, inge influence na nini? Unaona hiyo upumbavu ng'ombe tuko nayo ya ujinga. We exported stupidity kwa wajamaa wa Habeshi. Yani Kenya tumesink chini tu sana, na tumesinkishwa na huyu Kasongo na hao masapota. In fact, I would say I wish there was proper election body. Sasa watu waende hii competition, hao wajaka wake na si wote waungane na hao wakale, kaende vile kataenda hivyo. I wish kungekuwa na IBC vizuri. Sasa tuende hiyo kadanda, ni kama AFC na Gor, alafu refari wazuri katambe hivyo, the winner takes it, kuliko hii kujigamba na kupiga vifua sijui sijui. Wengine wanasema tutaanza kuzaa tunarudi kwa kitanda ndio tu generate voters. Tunadragiwa tutoke boardroom hadi saa hii utazaa mtoto na apige kura 2027 Nguru, ati in 10 years utakuwa juu. Wale wengine wameambiwa wasizae pia. Kuna wale wameambiwa funga punda yako ndio, funga hosi yako ndio punda iende. So they want to talk like Moi. Ama yani akina mama wa makabila hizi zingine na wazee wameambiwa sasa nyinyi hakuna cha
you know Stone, the manner in which Kenya behaved, no other country ever has behaved that way when they had a candidate going in big delegations to celebrate in the streets even before the elections are done. We must have looked ridiculous. In fact, the Djibouti candidate, when they were celebrating back in their country, the candidate said they had big money, they had big people, but we had God on our side, mockingly. And then Ruto makes the mistake of saying that the Africa roast is the best. We've been mocked and said that's not true.
What is the best in Raila?
That's not true. And then again, there's something Onyonka saying, and I agree with him. Diplomacy is silent because you are dealing with a small group of voters, the heads of state. What was this about hyping matters and spending so much money Like now, Koimbori, the MP for Juja, was arrested for saying that 13 billion was gobbled up. But when they noticed they cannot sustain any change of the sort, they went for his academic papers, that he faked his academic papers. I mean, I don't know where we are headed, honestly.
Ni upuzi kabisa, upuzi mtupu, upuzi mtupu. Wow, so people, inaonekana
Julia,
watu wame
Julia ameenda eh?
Julia ako hapa, sijui kama Julia unataka kukaa chini ama unataka kukaa juu?
PK,
Mwalimu Julia. Yes, Eli.
PK, umecheza video hapo ya mtu mwingine hapo Otieno Kajwang, sijui Moses
Yes.
Kajwang.
Yes, Moses.
Is one of the biggest jokes in Nyanza.
Unajua
You know,
Eli, unajua is like I was reading your mind, you know. Nilikuwa nasema hii nitachokoza Eli sana, lakini nilinyamaza tu. Nikaona umenyamaza, nikasema maybe I will conclude you.
No, huyo jamaa, acha nikwambie, hao ndio wanafanyanga hizo ma benchmarking trips around the world. But you know, in Nyanza, in Luo Nyanza, one of the big problems we have is that the MPs, they are very loud in parliament. You know, they are very, very loud. So you find that back in their home counties, they are completely useless. This Kajwang here and his colleague, the MP for Homa Bay, Peter Kaluma, a millionaire. I mean, if you look at the development projects, the schools, there's nothing happening there. Sometimes I just feel, I actually wrote, guys, you laugh at me when you hear this. Ndindi Nyoro, who I never agreed with, and still for the longest time. Last year, during one of my trips back to the county, to Homa Bay County, I decided to write to one Ndindi Nyoro. I said, Ndindi Nyoro, I want you to explain to me how you have managed to develop your constituency. I know people have accused you of being part of the cartel that runs the KPLC or the energy sector in Kenya. Yes, but PK, kuna echoes hapo kwa nini yako. Si umute kidogo. Tony. Okay, so what I was saying is I wrote to Ndindi Nyoro and requested him to just tell me how he has managed to push on with development in his constituency, and I can copy and paste that in Homa Bay. I can meet Peter Kaluma and tell him, look, this is what Ndindi Nyoro is doing. That Peter Kaluma, he lives not too far away from me, and back there in the county. And so that we can see what is it exactly that, people say that they even want us to borrow some of those MPs from other constituencies to come and represent us, if we could just borrow them. Because ours are just people who go to Nairobi, they are loudmouths. And when they do any form of development, it's piecemeal. I remember the most development conscious MP that I can remember. That is the MP of my paternal ancestry or home, rather than my mother's side, was Otieno Kajwang. Otieno Kajwang, just by one single thing, the whole economy of South Nyanza, or what they call Homa Bay County, changed completely. Because Otieno Kajwang brought investors, and they started the Ndhiwa, sugar industry, ile inaitwa Ndhiwa Sukari industry. Hiyo factory pia imeshakuwa na shida zake, lakini hajaifungwa na watu wanalipwa, saa zingine malipo zinakuwa late. But I can tell you, during Kajwang's time, when sorry, not Kajwang, Orwa Ojode, not Kajwang. I meant Orwa Ojode, the former MP from Ndhiwa. That sugar belt became very meaningful, and that is still happening. A lot of people who previously didn't have jobs are working in the sugarcane farms, and the industry is bringing a lot of revenue that was not there before. I cannot think of any other MP in Homa Bay County who you can compare with what Orwa Ojode did. So imagine we are talking history that is just, say, about 15 years ago, and we are stuck with that. And you hear people like this Moses Kajwang, coming onto in our screens here, talking a lot of rubbish. These people, they are just eloquent, in their speeches because they have studied law, what. But if you angalia vitu ambazo wamefanya kule mashinani bana, hakuna hata kidogo. So if there's anyone here who can convince their MP, if the MP is hardworking, mtuletee tumkope huyo MP wenu, kama mko na ka MP kama we Julia, najua Julia apendangi Ndindi Nyoro. Aliniambia Julia alinielemisha the last time about Ndindi Nyoro. Nimemwona hapo akiingia ameponyoka tena. But we need a lot of Ndindi Nyoros, even if we don't agree with them politically. And I'm telling you, hii nchi yetu itakuwa yani itashine. So it was really embarrassing to see that clip of Kajwang. I thought you were going to play someone else. Like, hey, even Kajwang. I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellis. Huyo Kajwang tunamweka pamoja na huyo nani anaitwa nani? Na huyo Gogo. Ni wako kwa basi moja.
Stone.
Yes.
You know one good thing that is happening in this country.
Yes.
The youth are exposing the misconceptions that often are used by politicians. Right now, there is a young man from Bomet who is a comedian. He's really exposed to the kind of rot in the schools in Bomet constituency, where children, the classes are like, they resemble like goat stands, where you keep goats or pig stays. And those people, when they talk here in Nairobi, you think they have all the development just because the top man comes from their area. But when you go to the Mashinani, the people are even in a worse situation than those you would perceive to be suffering elsewhere in another corner of the country. And it's good because the new technology is bridging that gap that was existing. There, we are able now to know who is working and who is not working. We are able to know which MP is using CDF in a more innovative manner and who is being wasteful. Right now, I understand this young man who behaves like I don't know how Salasia. I'm not I don't know. The boy just laughs, and you may not take him seriously. But I understand he's put a serious transformation in his constituency. So it's good what is happening in Kenya, that we are now able to know who is working for the people and who is just joking.
Okay, ngoja guru kidogo. Sly Julius, can you please authenticate yourself nione ndio niweze nikupeleke juu. You've just told me waka, so I want to ade waka, but I need to see you. Kidogo, you have to let me know who you are. Hello. Let me know you. Let me see you. You don't have a camera? Oh, you're a viewer. You sure? Okay, let's see. Okay, slide.
Hello. Hello.
Rubbish people. Umeona hiyo kisanga?
What was that? What's that?
These are the people who are here with the pornography.
Ah.
And I would want to know how they come into our
PK.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nataka kuambia usiongeze huyo mtu, nilikuwa nimemuona. Hata sijui kwa nini sikumtoa.
Na anaingiaje kwa nini?
Anajiita Sly Julius.
Anaingiaje kwa private chat?
Alikuwa hapa chini tu hapa tu kama akigojea kuwa added.
Na si ndio, how does mtu anaingiangaje hapo?
Si kawaida tu kama everybody else, alikuwa amejiita Sly Julius. With the link.
Ningetoa mara moja my dear.
Nilikuwa na observe nione ni nani, lakini now I was on call with another person. Then before niongeleshe nikaona ndio huyo umemwad. Let's say kwa nini, let us not add somebody mwenye hajaweka picha na tumjui.
Yani analeta hiyo maneno to spoil the party.
Yes, that person has been used to that.
Inajua inamaliza, inaharibu the entire, waste all our 5 hours plus. Okay. Sasa watu wangu.
Na mbona bado anachat hapo? Ninamwona hapo kwa chat, kwa hiyo private chat. Mbona bado anachat?
Nimejaribu kumban. Ndio sijuagi. I didn't think they.
That he's saying he's a viewer. Who is this person?
No, he said this earlier, ndio nikamweka. I'm a viewer, I don't have a camera. Ndio amenitrick hapa na hiyo.
Ama huyu ni Suga Shambi anajaribu kuuza zile vitu. Unamjua Suga Shambi?
Suga Shambi ni gani hizo?
Suga Shambi is a Kenyan in America. Tafuta tu yeye utamwona kwa YouTube.
Taangalia. Sasa watu wangu, tukubaliane aje leo way forward. Way forward. Yeah?
It's good you have now talked about way forward. For me, I would suggest this. Especially knowing the digital divide that exists in the country. If only the youth, because most of our youth, by the way, they have they can trace their way backwards towards the villages, the rural areas. Not all youths in Nairobi or urban areas were born and bred there. They have their cousins and their uncles and their aunties back in the rural areas somewhere. If, as we go towards the next elections, the youths who are in urban areas and understand the transformative agenda that the youths wanted in June 2024, it would be good if they started forming even small groups, incorporating the youth in the urban and in the rural, and chatting on issues that confront the country. That way, maybe partly it would bridge the gap of knowledge gap that exists and which is exploited by politicians. And that's why you could hear the likes of Sundi talking in a derogatory manner that wale watu wako huko Nairobi kwa mtandao, because they know they still have a chance of going to confuse the youths in the rural areas, that this is about Kikuyu, this is about Ruos, this is about Kalejins. Asante.
Yeah, indeed, yes. That, and I think, when I attend some of the spaces, they are actually, ndio wanasema kueject. They are talking of really getting people, distributed all over, kwenda rural areas. And the good thing is, hata hawa youth wa rural wameshika rada. Like me, practically, I have a network that is economous sana. The day we started after the Gen Z walifanywa vile, mimi I continued, and like I have a network of youth ambao wako very strong. They have done WhatsApp groups and all that, and they keep on upbreasting themselves. I introduced them to even join these spaces as a youth, and I even go as far as funding them, to have access to bundles. I bought a few modems, and then I've told them to create a place they can meet, and if it's near one of the shops or mahali kwa kinyosi yao or somewhere, I told them to create those kind of groups where they go and kind of access and see what the other youth are doing. And I'm doing that in the hope that I can, or rather we can have a strong mashinani network, because I even normally attach them. I ask them to enter into some of the broadcasts that we have, ndio wachanuke, ndio wasikie the contents vile watu wanazungumza, and I think that works. All right. Like when you talk of Mukunji, that network, we are doing it together kabisa, and we are even pushing him to make sure he goes for governor, because initially alikuwa anaona ni kama too early, too soon, and all that kind of a thing. Yeah, fearing people like Lenny and all that. Akina Lenny, those are, anyway, sisemi kitu, but this is the time. We want to have those people. Wacha tupate watu au wapi hao wana hiyo drive. Okay? If we get that, we get 70% right first round. Then we go the second round, we continue now putting in more and more of those very forward-looking leaders that can only be found when you try them. I also would like to share that we are appealing to people out there in the diaspora, wherever you are. If you have those and you believe in this transformational moment, tujitokeze, watu wajitokeze. Like now, there are those who are already gearing to go for the by-elections that are going to be announced. I understand by-elections that are announced very soon. Yeah, like I know one of our own, I'll be announcing soon, anaenda huko kwenyu Eli, pande hiyo Ugunja. Okay. And we feel that tukisikia mtu anaenda huko na ni mtu tunajua diaspora nini, we all support in whichever way. Tusikie huko tumeweka mtu mmoja kutoka diaspora asaidie to export your expertise. All right. And I think if we do that, it doesn't matter which part of the country. Tukipata jamaa moja anataka kwenda Mandera kusimama ama MCA, MP, tuweke huko, because tukiweka hawa wataingia kwa hizi zinaitwaje by elections, they will create way. As for that, wherever it's a short time, ndio 2 years, but we shall have tanguliad kuna wale watu sasa watakuwa huko, tunajua those are our people, yeah. Then we try to encourage and inspire more to go. It's something we really want to sell in almost of our channels, and people are saying hata kama ni funding kidogo kidogo, watu wanachanga kidogo, you know, unaongezewa what you have. And if you are really, kwanza saa hii, because of this movement, the transformational movement, people may not need to spend all that money to bribe Gen Z. People want change, and if they believe in you, yeah, watakwambia tu wewe tafuta pesa ya logistic and be able to move around, yeah, meet people, alafu tufanye nini, alafu tuone. And I'm sure we've seen people being voted na pesa, kuna pesa kidogo. So that's a good thing that is that is upcoming. So we have one of our own diaspora anarudi nyumbani na anasimama already, amedeclare. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukisukuma sana na tukimfuatilia na kumpatia moral, you know, kwa hiyo kazi, which I think is a good idea. Maybe I give you guys a minute or two to say final round, ndio tuweze fungasha. Ama unaonaje Eli? Julia, Nyakairo, Guru.
Yes, yes, I can say something small.
Yeah.
Yeah, our country is really in a status that, in a situation that we need actually a serious thought, because it's becoming unstable day by day. When you look at politicians who just stand there to talk elegantly, it's just because they are in a comfort zone. They don't fear anything because they are already written in the big book. They are losing nothing. They don't stand there to tell you what is happening in the country or how they can make the country better. The only thing they think is those beautiful, sweet words coming out of their mouth. Kwa sababu hakuna kitu inawasumbua. But they know the country is unstable. They know there is a lot of problems in the country. They know people are suffering. But they still want to keep that good picture of the country for themselves. Na hakuna kitu kibaya kama yule mtu anapuuza ile shida iko na watu wengine kwa sababu yeye ako na chakula. It becomes so hard kuelewa watu kama hao wanafikiria nini. When you see these people standing there trying to sing a song of how there's a lot of
Kelele.
there's a lot of noise, yeah.
Oh yeah, let me mute.
Thank you. There is no way that we can rhyme with these people. We cannot cope with them. They are in a different stage while we are suffering. Na maisha yao ni tofauti na yetu. Na hakuna wakati wanaangalia, wanasema tuhurumie watu. They are not. Yes, they may have that heart of thinking of poor people, what they are going through, lakini hawana namna ya kufikiria jinsi ya kusaidia that situation, kwa sababu anaona nikiongea kidogo kuhusu mambo yale ninaona kama binadamu, huenda nikapoteza hii rank niko nayo. That is why we have got this big gap between the wananchi and these politicians. The other thing, hiyo kitu ya kuwa ati uko na godfather ambaye ndiye amekusimamia, so that means you'll be talking rotten things simply because hutaki kukasirisha yule amekusimamia. So you are not there at your own capacity. You are there because of somebody's capacity, which is very bad and very dangerous. Simply because where you are coming from is not where that godfather is coming from. You come in a different constituency, whereby you see things are not going right, but still you want to please your godfather. That's why we are in this kind of situation. Because if these people, they go to parliament and discuss seriously about what is going on, I think we would be having a different Kenya. Lakini sasa kwa sababu you are handpicked and put into a certain seat so that you can start earning and enjoying your life, you would not want to offend your master. Ndio unaona sasa Kenya yetu inakaa. And that's why we were praying that all these people should go. They have been rotten, wameambukizwa hiyo rot, and that is why we cannot have any talk with them. They cannot understand us at all. The only language they understand is for what they look for, not to offend their master. Na kwa hivyo najua Gen Z, they know what is going on, and I know they are not quiet, silent because they are defeated. They are doing something, and I believe we have to also encourage them to have their ideas. But my question is, in our country right now, we don't have IEBC set up. And as they always say about the period that we should have IBC, it's getting to a grim. What are we going to do? This country, I think, for me, what my opinion, it's may either by coup or revolution. And we know the coup, I don't know where it can come from, since those are watu wamemezwa, wamekaa mam, hata hawezi kuua hata cockroach. So we live like that. The only thing has remained that we can maybe benefit from it, maybe revolution. And this revolution, who are going to attend? Ni watu wale ambao wanasikia wanapenda Kenya yao, wanaumia. They have nothing to lose, because if you live in your house being depressed, what other things can you do unless you fight for your life? So I know these politicians, they will never stand for us. However, the few that stand for us, they feel threatened. Look at Koimbori, what he spoke in the venue he was. He got arrested. Then things are just termed. They try to figure out which crime did he commit. What can we write here? They try to have group thinking. What can we write about him? What can we write what he did? And then they put some other things there at the offense, cyber war, I don't know. And then people are asking, is he a computer? Does he have a computer in his mouth? You see, all these things are building to anger people, and people really are angry. It's only they have not channeled the anger to the right way. But I believe a time is coming for people to say enough is enough. Kenya right now, it's a kind of, hata hao unasikia wanaongea hivyo, they are talking to hear whether there will be any response. And I think this time, these people, when they talk and they say whatever they are saying, I think we can keep off responding to these things, because they get other things to tell you. which are not good response. So for me, I feel like we give them whatever they are talking, let them talk. Maybe they respond to themselves. Because when we give them respond, they get another chew. Wanapata mambo ingine ya kusema ambayo inaendelea sasa na kuharibu hata the idea people had when you are responding. Because you respond, they retaliate in a different way, trying to use your words to benefit them or to make even worse situations. So for me, I think Kenya right now, where we are, revolution will be the only answer. But I hope we have got people who can guide people for this, kwa sababu mambo yanazidi kuwa magumu. That let's be honest with each other. Things are getting hard and hard every day. Nchi yetu milango imefunguliwa, kila mtu aingie, aje afanye chochote anataka. And that is where I don't understand, where is the military? If our country can be, we can have all these intruders from foreign and they are allowed to settle and nobody is asking them. So there is a lot of insecurity in our country, and I feel our country has been taken over by bad people as day goes on. So for Kenya, me, I call my people for revolution. That is my take, and I hope people understand me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyakairo. Yeah, you know, unfortunately, before the next person comes, it is so unfortunate that, you know, we are at a situation whereby it's like we can't see the future. Okay, or we can see the future we want, but we don't see how we will get there. You know, all our strategies, our hope was dashed, and you know how it was dashed. And now we try to look at those who claim and who keep on telling us, don't worry, tutakuwa huko, tutafanya hivi. But when you look at the parameters, they are not giving us the how. They are just giving us the normal way. Tunaambiwa constitution says this, election that. They are not telling us, and they are not even emphasizing. Our emphasize, hata kama ni IBC, sioni hulabalu, sioni ile motisha kubwa, yani ile like those who want or who will aspire, you know, like them coming out strongly, threatening that if this doesn't happen this way or in a certain way, then we're gonna do this. We are not having that. Tuko tu ile na ile lukewarm. You know, like now, last night, Kalonzo had he called some press to his house. I didn't want to show it here, but maybe people will want to see it tomorrow, because I didn't see the oomph. I listened to him when he was alive, and he's just giving us the story of how diplomatic he is, of how you know, what he did that, he did this, he did that, you know. Yes, and I don't think anybody doubts Kalonzo's experience. Ikiwa niko wrong, mniambie ndugu zangu. I don't think anybody doubts Kalonzo's experience and the relevance of him if by chance he's made president. Okay? Watu watakataa ama watanini na nini if he can really make it. So I don't think he should be dwelling on those past and, you know,
that you know, alikuwa hii akafanya hivi foreign affairs, sijui aka negotiate this and all that, and yeah, he should be telling us fast forward, like for example, these will be my key pillars, or this is what we will need to cure once we get into Kenya, like the way hawa watu wa nchi, I don't like comparing, but kama huyu jamaa wa huko US alikuwa amesema 100 days zake atafanya XYZ, na akaingia hivi na akaanza kuexecute. Zingine of course zina backfire, zingine zina, but you see, the earlier you do that, the better, ndio urudi ujue how you'll get your footing and all that. Yeah, that's one thing I like when somebody says, mimi nikiingia hivi, the first thing nitafanya is hii maneno ya kusema corruption. I think is Eli who was indicating that. Nikiingia hivi in Kenya, kupoteza mali ya umma, it is not corruption, it is theft, and I will make sure there is an executive order to amend it, that punishment itakuwa hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Yeah, cases of this much, you know, we want to hear that, because we want to hear this big thing in Kenya that has killed us. Your corruption, your wizi wa fedha. I have not heard people telling us how they are going to effect it. Okay. I remember when we were supporting Raila. Yeah, Raila was using language of nikiingia tu hivi nikuziba mianya. It made sense. Okay, although it was not as hard as it is, but he was coming out, you know, clearly saying akiingia hivi tu mara ya kwanza hivi ni kuanza kuziba mianya, which is understandable. Yeah, that tells you that kama ilikuwa ni pesa zinavuja, unaanza kuziba in 100 days, at least utakuwa umetusave wizi. Inaona hizo 2 billion ambazo zilikuwa zinaibiwa kila siku, at least ukiingia inaonyesha wakijua umeapishwa hivi, hiyo siku kwanza hawataiba. You know, watashtuka, hawataiba for at least maybe another month or 2, ndio waanze kutafuta mbinu nyingine ya kuiba. So basically I'm saying the candidates we are proposing and the formula we are proposing to get rid of this depression, sioni ikiwa inaingiana vizuri sana. Yeah, and that's why I think maybe tomorrow or the day after, if you guys support me and agree, we can start bringing 1 or 2 during our sessions, 1 or 2 names, then we dissect and we give suggestions of what we think, you know, the intending or those who want to contest for presidential or whatever it is, what they should be telling us and what they should be preparing, or what we want to hear from them. Okay, and one of that we want to hear is this election which Ruto and its people are saying they will steal. Don't just tell us that itakuwa ngumu sana kuiba. Itakuwa ngumu sana kuiba, na tumeona bana. Unaona? Tumeona ni kama mtu kukuambia hii glass ni glasi, lakini sasa itakuwa ngumu sana kuvunja. Sasa na ni glass unatuambia itakuwa ngumu, ni glass quality gani, umeifanyiaje? Yeah? Wizi utakuwa mgumu. Juu tutafanya nini? You know, what shall we do kama raia na kama wale watu ambao watasimamia? So I tend to think maybe we should begin, of course, among the topic of the day, tunaweka kaside hapo, tunachukua wawili, tuna deliberate now, tusikie vile wananchi watazungumza, and maybe what we tell them inaweza kuwachanua. I'm happy that they really listen to some of these easy TV channels zetu, because you can see them really, you know, quoting some of those things, yeah, which tells you that yeah, they listen hapa na pale. That is my take, because I tend to think we are just waiting to be slaughtered as usual. Yeah, we want to go to a race kama ile karezi ilikuwa unaona jamaa mnaanza on your mark get set, yeye ako na bunduki, anaenda, ukimkaribia anakushoot mguu unaanguka, bado anakimbia. All right, So that could be what this the Ruto regime want to do. Yeah, they want us to hold a symbolic election. Then they are pronounced the winners. Then you are told to go to court. We've seen that, and what makes us think that that will not be the way? So for me, I think that that is something Kenyans are now supposed to be thinking. Mambo ya Raila kuingia UDA, it is true. Raila anaunga nani shemeji yake mkono. Okay, it's a family affair thing, and they want to do what? They want to hold on to the government ndio loot, and loot wataendelea kukula 2027 wafanye symbolic, waendelee. Ndio unasikia wakikwambia ODM will be in the next government, they will be leading the next government. Of course, yes, because wataingia mlango wa nyuma. All right, then they will rig elections with Ruto, and it will be Ruto and the old ODM. Okay, and who told you that Ruto would? Who told you that Ruto would mind being president under ODM? I would not mind. I would dissolve UDA and go back to ODM. Hata kama itakuwa nusu ODM, I'm still the president. Yeah, and knowing Ruto vile ako kinyangarika, he will be able to do that haraka sana. Bado mtakuwa mkimuita mheshimiwa rais, Dr. Samoei Arap Ruto, na ni president amevalia nini uniform ya chungwa. He is not embarrassed. After all, aliwaambia alikuwa ODM. So Wakenya mjue hivyo ndio vile imechorwa. All right, they will rig together. Don't think Raila is coming back to fight for you. And even lastly, ndio nilete mwingine, they are right now organizing a mega baba welcome back. Ati ndio watu waone popularity ya Raila bado iko juu. They want to ferry people. What you will see at the airport, you've never seen before. It will be like that other moment. Why? Because they want to create the perception, you know. And of course, the government is capable. Ruto is capable. And then, of course, the Nyanza people, the fanatical support ya Baba, me and Raila, they will be more than willing to kupanda hizo basi kwenda airport. You can imagine if they went to Addis Ababa, vile hii itakuwa. Watatolewa mpaka kutoka Kanyamkago huko. Wakuje waonyeshe the hero coming home. The hero having won gold medal. Because already they are saying he had gone for the gold. And it was the best we had exported. It is ridiculous, the space we are in right now. Let me pause there and bring in Nani. Eli bado yuko? Hello. Watunguyas. Wow.
PK, nipatie dakika mbili na kuja. Nipatie dakika mbili. Give me 2 minutes.
Ndio natafuta mtu mwingine. Naona tuko waine, sijui Nyakairo ameongea.
Nipatie 2 minutes na kuja.
Haya, na mimi nikisimama mahali nitacheza video moja.
Cheza video moja.
Cheza
video moja.
Nina drive lakini in the next 2, 3, 4 minutes nitakuwa nimefika mahali naweza cheza. But meanwhile I can continue preaching.
Yes, preach 2 minutes.
Mimi nitakuwa apostle kama Ndora is preaching very well. Yeah, so basically, yeah, the people who are listening, I think we have so many people listening. 44. Thank you so much. Yeah, I would want even those who are on the comment section, you just tell us if it would be good to come and get some of those names that are being floated for presidency, and also we suggest those we think should come forward. All right, other than kungojea ati sijui wana consult, because I don't know what people are consulting about. And when people say it is early, I think for a presidential candidate, and especially if it is somebody new, it would be good to start early and even start to fundraise early, because wananchi can even changa. Yeah, we can changia mtu. We do crowdfunding, inaitangwa aje, whatever, fundraising. Yeah? And then we get those, and then of course by being early, akina Omtata wata broaden, like the way he was today. He brought in a very, very pertinent discussion, which I think it was not taken well because of the direction it was going. It was vehemently opposed by the UDA people. Vehemently opposed by the UDA people, which was very, very, very wrong. Very, very wrong. Not UDA, ODM. Huh? To be very eloquent, okay? Doing a lot of lies, and shut out Omtata, and Omtata had to walk out, okay? Because when you start saying, oh, you Omtata is telling you it's all over internet, then you Aki Kenya roga jameni, wallahi. If you see the way people are posting ukweli wa mambo, it is very sad. Very, very sad indeed. Very sad. Just because mumeambiliwa mtachukua government nusu mkate.
Niseme kitu kidogo.
Yeah?
Niongee kidogo PK.
Ongea, karibu.
Asante. Yaani ni kama mtu binadamu tunaishi hii dunia. In fact, if you look in Africa this year, it's a year like a year for disaster. These countries in Africa, it's like a time for everybody is suffering. I would say some of the African countries. Na ukiangalia hizo countries, huyu jambazi ameweka mguu hapo. Sasa unashindwa. What is his interest with all these sufferings of people? Like if you look at DRC, uone watu vile wanatembea miguu, wanashindwa wataenda wapi. Watoto, very young children, very young, wanabebwa na baba yao sijui. Yani unashindwa. Hawa viongozi wanaonaga picha kama hizi, tunaona picha za watu ambao hawana maisha. Yani maisha yao imekatizwa kabisa, imetatizwa kuwa ati afadhali wawe njiani wakitembea. Hawajui pa kwenda, hawajui wanaenda wapi, but just following the crowd. Sababu they have no helper. Ni viongozi gani hawa ambao wanasema wanaongoza nani? Ni viongozi wa kuongoza nani? If you can see crowds of people walking in the bush, yani hawana makwao, na hiyo ni nchi yao. But the only thing you can hear, guns. Who are they fighting? And why are they fighting? And why is the leaders not there for these poor people? And that's why when I look at a stable country, somebody is trying to bring destabilization of a country, I feel bad. Sababu hii haikuagi ni mchezo. It's a very serious thing happening in a country whereby everybody is running for their life. Mtu anasahau yake ambayo amejenga for a long time, ameishi for a long time, anatoroka akihofia maisha yake. Na ni kwa nini hiyo inaendelea? So PK, when I look at the country, let's say these Western countries, you see everybody, they are in their home, they are taken care of. Kama mtu amegonjeka, ambulance ndio hiyo imekimbia. Things are done in a timely manner. Urudi uangalie Afrika ni kama manugu, ni kama wanyama wanaishi huko. For all these years, they have never been stable. Watu wanaumia tu. Ni nini wanatafuta? Uongozi wako nao. Ni kushindwa, wameshindwa na kuongoza ama ni nini? Tamaa kubwa, as if somebody is going to live hundreds of years in this world. So I become so, I sympathize with people's life. Poor people. And in fact, they are not asking much from the government, just for security purpose. They can live in their muddy houses and they live happy. They are happy there. But they are still made to leave their happy homes and run away. And that is what is happening in our country. Our country is not stable, PK. It's not stable. We are just seeing just a small wave. It is not stable. Ni vile tu watu wametoa sauti, wakajaribu kupingana na wao. And right now, because we don't have opposition, it's people, it's now the government, it's people against the government. See at the opposition, ya watu wale wamechaguliwa na wananchi. They are not opposing anything. They are also scared as we are scared. So who is going to save us? And that is where now people have to think, come together and decide which way to go. We are at the brink. Kwa sababu huyu Kasongo ni kutuangalia na tupima hivi kutupima. When you see a country that even jeshi yenyewe haifanyi kazi, police hawafanyi kazi, what are we? We have no security. Those forces in our country, they are useless. They don't care. And it's not that they don't care. They can perform, but they have been regulated. Wamefanywa wapoe, walale chini, wasifanye kazi yao. Now we have got problems in our country, while some of the forces have been taken out of the country to go help other countries to do better than the country where they come from. That's the difference. So I'm trying to talk on terms of what Kenya is facing. It's not that we are different from Rwanda. DRC, we are not. Ni vile tu Wakenya wamejaribu kupuuza hii mambo ambayo huyu anajaribu kuleta. But if given chance, in fact, we will be like DRC. That is what I see. Simply because how comes he is bringing people from outside to our country to plan how they can attack another place? Why? How does he know and trust these people that they cannot attack our? And why should he be entertaining such things in his country? That means he is the same mind, same kind of people. So Kenyans, we have to be vigilant for our own safety. Asante PK. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Karibu sana Nyakairo. Karibu. Father Dani ananiambia Kindiki anaitwa Kamam. Jenzi ni hatari. Mpaka Jenzi wanataka kufanya nisisimame bwana. Wasijua wakanibandika jina bwana. Kamam. That's a nice one. Ulikuwa umejua hiyo Nyakairo?
Ya, nilikuwa nimeiona nikanyamazia.
Unaogopa Subaru isikuje kukuchukua?
Nikameza.
Ukamezea?
Yeah.
Sasa Kamam, kuna mtu alikuwa anasema ati Kamam afanye meetings ati huko area ya kwetu huko ati huko Meru, Embu, ati aende akafanye kanini huko.
But PK, didn't you see the meeting which he had in Karen after he left? What people erupted, saying Ruto must
you
go.
know, that was really, hiyo ilikuwa ni nini sana bana. Very daring.
It was very strong and daring, actually. Yes, they did.
Oh, so it was after he left, after giving his speech.
Yes, I noticed like he left, just maybe getting in the car and people erupted. And when he was talking, they were just quiet, seated here listening. But I didn't hear much clapping like any other before.
Nyakairo ni wapi huko? Ni penye Kidiki watu walimbu. Wakasema Ruto must go, ama ni wapi?
Yeah, they said Ruto must go. Anawapeleka Karen.
Ruto must go Karen.
Yes.
Walisema ni Karen kwa nani pale kwa office, kwa nini nyumba ya DP.
Niliona hizo drama. Kwanza kulianza ka argument, sijui mtu hapo mbele kwanza anaanza kushout kusema nini. Sijui security wakakuja kumtoa. Dire crowd ya nyuma ikaanza kusema Ruto must go.
Yeah. Oh, it was
kulianza ka argument. Mtu mmoja alianza ka argument hapo mbele. There was like a small argument I saw. Then they were trying to tell him to sit down and shut up. Then the crowd behind started shouting.
Yeah, and when they shouted Ruto must go, sijui akawauliza mmechoka. I don't know, something like that.
Mmechoka. Someone was asking them that.
I think somebody sahi tuanze, wanatakiwa waanze kusalimiwa na mayai imeoza. Yeah, I think so. Yeah? Watu waanze kusalimia na mayai imeoza na fea. Watu waanze kubeba fea. Fea unajua ni nini Julia?
Ayo ni nini?
Ujui fea ni nini?
Kama ile kakitu ya David.
Fea ni hii vijana wanatengenezanga na blada ya kuwinda ndege.
Si David alikuwa na hiyo ya, unajua David of the Bible, that is what he used to kill Goliath.
Kegodha.
David alitumia kigodha. Sling.
Oh, they are different, eh?
They are different. They are in sling na fea kwa Kiswahili inaitwa manati.
I thought Kegodha is the one you use the rubber thing you pull forward then you release.
Now I remember.
Kegodha you swing. Kegodha you swing round and round and round. Kama umefungilia kama umeweka mawe pale mwisho.
And then you let the
stone
go.
You let the stone go. That is the sling. But the fea sijui inaitwaje na Kizungu, I don't know, but Kiswahili najua inaitwa manati. We use, tulikuwa tunatumia tubes za baiskeli. Tunakata hizo blada, unafunga, unachukua miti iko Y shaped.
Yes.
Hiyo ndio fea.
Hiyo ndio fea.
Hiyo ndio inaitwa fea. Hapa kwani kuna mtu anajua fea kwa comment section? Haki ya Mungu lazima tuholdingi hii session ya legends.
Hawajui.
I thought it is the one called Kegodha in Kikuyu.
Ni hiyo sling. Kegodha ni sling. Sasa Kikuyu fea inaitwa fada.
Oh, fea inaitwa fada. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Fada.
Fea na ukipigwa na hiyo na bano, unajua bano? Bano ni marble. Hizi inatumiwa for decoration.
Hiyo inaweza fanya kitu?
Hata inaweza kuua.
Oh.
Ukipigwa hapa forehead. Eh?
It can kill.
Unaumia sana yenyewe, unaumia sana kabisa ikiwa na ule mtu anajua kuinini kabisa.
Wow.
Because sasa people are mocking Kenyans sasa, na inaonekana sasa. By the way, nilisikia from other inside so nini they swear there will never ever be anything resemblance of maandamano. They said that.
Who? Kasongo?
Eh?
Kasongo. It's okay. I can just swear something different from maandamano will come up.
Amesema over his dead body.
Yes.
He can die. Of course he can die.
PK chenye kitampeleka penye naomba hapo kitakuja. Kenye kuja ni tofauti na kibaya kuliko hiyo maandamano. You get what you pray for. Hata Mungu hata wengine wanasikia. Si niliwaambia ukifungia paka kwa gunia, first paka anakuanga mzuri sana, anakuanga amekunyamazia. Ukimsumbua. Wewe hujaona paka? Nyinyi mnakuanga na paka kwenye nyumbani, mtoto anamkalia. You see, unaona mtoto wako amekalia. My children used to do that. Wamekalia paka. Paka hawaumi, wanaondokea tu. Ndio mtoto amevuta mkia yake. What the cat can do is scream. Still the cat never bites that child. But try one day to put that cat in a sack, you'll see. Hiyo ndio Kasongo anajaribu kufanya. Kenya natafuta atakiona. Takipata.
Lakini sasa unajua mimi nashindwa huyu mtu ni nini? Yani this man anaendelea. Wewe unaona mtu ana welcome faction for meeting.
Alafu tumetoka kwa ile story tunasema, tumeongelea hiyo story sana. Ati mara Kasongo ati akaenda akaita ma rebels wa Congo. Sijui mara akasema sijui nini juu ya Ukraine. Yani hiyo kitu imekuwa analyzed the whole week. Then from nowhere before we are done with that analysis, ndio hiyo Kasongo na mtu mrefu pale State House.
I know. But unajua, yani I would want to know hata wale watu, yani what is it really? Wewe unaweza ona mtu anatoy around na hand grenade bana. Yani unacheza na hand grenade, unasema ni kaivava. Ama anataka amalizike na Kenya.
Yeah.
Ama ako suicide huyu mtu.
Ako suicide.
Na sasa mtu mnaona anapeleka gari kwa Indian Ocean alafu mnanyamaza.
Sasa unaona ako he's prepared for all that. But then he's prepared for all that, by the way.
Yeah. Kenya.
He's prepared to die.
Kenya. Alafu ndio huyo Kalonzo kwa conference ati anaongea. Alafu oh my God. Omtata nimefurahi naye sana. Yeye ndiye amewasha hiyo moto Senate.
Hebu tucheze hiyo ya mtoto. Uko kwa nini umefika?
Hiyo ya nani?
What happened the scene ya Mtata?
Ya Mtata. Acha ni ya Mtata nilikuwa nayo. Ya Mtata. Ngoja. Hata Mtata had to walk out, I think, out of State House. I mean out of Senate. Juu alikataa nini atebo hiyo nini kabisa.
Did you hear that ile pesa watu wanakatwa sasa is a tax, not for housing.
Ati inaitwa?
It's no more house levy, it's a tax.
Wameifanya ikakuwa tax ndio watu wasilalamike.
Oh my God, akiangai ni kurepiwa tu kabisa. Kenya tunarepiwa walai.
He contested the source I gave. So Senator Eddie cannot stand here. Clarification. Senator Eddie only contested the source I gave. So Senator Eddie cannot stand here and begin thumping his chest as a knowledgeable man who wanted to distinguish. You only challenged Wikipedia. You didn't understand what Wikipedia was, and Honorable Khalwala has helped you to understand what Wikipedia is, including telling you about its Hawaiian origins. Now, my lady, in terms of taking him to standing orders, I don't think that we are still in the age of brick and mortar as security. Today, we don't look for real wealth on the ground. We look for it in space. We have got these screens here. Are they decorations? We have got these iPads here that every senator has. Are they decorations? When I give a URL, a universal resource locator, for a document on the internet, I expect this house to have the capacity to access the document and not be told that I should paper that futuristic. My eyes are on the stars, not on the ground. Yes. In the age when the AI is coming in and we see talking of paper, brick and mortar, no way. I challenge the House to log into the URL I've given and display the information on the screens in this parliament. Now, here and now. And individual senators who cannot use their gadgets should ask for a refresher course to be taken for induction so that they can access the internet using the gadgets in this office. The taxpayers do not enable us in vain. They don't enable us in vain. So when I carry my document, my gadgets here, and I talk as a modern man in the 21st century, I'm addressing modern people in the 21st century. None of the information I give is meant for Stone Age people. And if you belong to the Stone Age, you don't belong to where I belong. Are we together there? So, I want the matter to be settled there, Madam Speaker. I'm not presenting any papers here. I'm not printing any documents. I've given the URL. It's the duty of this House, an individual member, to access the information in the universal resource locator I've given. Madam Speaker,
Senator,
I sit. Thank you for the time.
Senator Okia, Senator Okia, you still have a responsibility to indicate your source, whether Jajawidi is in Kenya or not in Kenya. He has to answer that question. Senator Okia, don't avoid by the use of IT and paper and manual paper. Present that, please.
But we saw that man on picture with Ruto. What is wrong with this woman?
A jet engine on a Volkswagen is what I'm dealing with. Yes, my information from, I would like to be informed, Madam Speaker, by the
Senator, I have first directed you what to do, to give the evidence and
But
to
you have
guide
refused.
whether Jajawid is.
Can you display the document I've referred to on the screen? Then I'll point to it and walk people through it. Well, that's what I'm requesting. I've given a universal resource locator for the information I've given in this House. Can you access the document?
Clerk, are you able to display that? Just hold. Wait a bit. Wait. Are you able to display that right away?
Why not? What is wrong with these people?
Ni mang'ombe hii. This thing should be blown off.
I'm telling you.
Senator Okia, I direct you to go to the technical team. Table
What?
the URL
Hakuna.
you quoted, the source of that website.
Does he
and
have to
then
table
to
like
be
in
dealt with.
writing,
It
like
is your
carry a piece of
responsibility
paper?
once again. It is not the responsibility of the clerk to table for you.
Hey,
You table the evidence with the clerk.
I will
Give
never
the
be in this
information.
Senate.
Give the details of what you need displayed.
Madam
It is
Speaker,
not on the table.
your authority is limited to the confines of this building during debate. You cannot give me
But the
instructions.
clerk is here. Can you table it now, Senator Okia? I have directed you.
I can read it out.
Write it down for them. I have
They
given
have-
you
they
the
are-
Oh
guide.
my
they are
goodness.
skilled in writing.
I have given you the guide. Senator Okia, you are bordering on being disorderly now because you are disobeying the chair.
Okay,
Senator
Madam
Meadow,
Speaker,
order.
if that's the attitude you are taking, I sit down, I cease my contribution
Give the
until I get to a forum where I can be understood. Thank you.
address.
Period.
And you are up for the Senator Okia Omutata. Is Senator
Hey.
Eddie.
Stone Peter is where
because-
Cannot go on like
Sorry?
that.
These are idiots.
Madam Speaker, 105.
These are
The responsibility of
idiots.
statement
This
of
one.
fact.
Stupid.
Madam Speaker, I think you are letting
Oh Lord, who elected these people?
Skunks.
Madam Speaker may be protected from Senator Okia Mtata.
This Nyanza, this Lawa,
Madam Speaker, I want Senator Okia Mtata to understand from point of order number 105 that nobody is disputing the importance of the issue that is raising. In fact, that issue is so important to all of us. It's very important to the country.
But go to Google
Senator
and
Okia cannot say something that he cannot substantiate and run away from it.
We saw the
I think
pictures
that's
of
disorderly, Madam
Ruto
Speaker,
and the
because
tall man
the
on.
source online, and nobody was requesting for paper source. Even the sources online are not all credible. Madam Speaker, that's the argument I've been making here. That if you say you've got a source online, it's not about whether people cannot be able to access online sources. It's about, can you rule, Madam Speaker, on what is the threshold of credible sources that must be given in this house, whether paperwhite or online? Because if the Rocky is going to run away from giving us sources because he knows that the source online is not credible, that's not fair to this house, Madam Speaker. And I think that we expect a ruling on that, because I would want to know as a citizen of Migori, if Janjaweed is in this country and have an office in this country, then I must know how I protect my people in Migori County. Then I must know I participate in this house to make sure that our security is guaranteed, Madam Speaker. It cannot be said as a passing statement, as a political statement, and let to go like that, Madam Speaker. I request for your ruling on the credibility of sources, Madam Speaker, under 105, and number 2, whether Senator Okia Mtata is obliged to be able to provide that source online or in paper for us to follow. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Idiots.
Oh Lord, help Kenya.
To who?
Oh,
Who are you informing?
what is he trying to say anyway?
That
Did,
Okia is on the wrong.
Cannot
That,
inform the speaker.
and we all of us saw a tall
I will,
man in
before
Nairobi with Ruto.
Okay, Julia, how about him, this guy talking? Now we are seeing him online. It's not that he is here with us.
So there's no
But we talk, kwani yeye hatumuoni na tunaweza sema tulimuona na tunaweza toa hiyo clip.
Now, and who is that was in KICC today?
Madam Speaker, I was just
Who is that
concerned
giant who was with
because
Ruto?
Senator Okia Mtata is indicating the site or the source of his information. Why was it difficult because for him, whether the source is correct or not correct, it is up to the table and the Senate to rule on that matter. And he had given the site. Why were we getting concerned? We would have checked on it. If it is incorrect, he was supposed to have been told on the spot that the site is not admissible in the Senate.
Senator Kinyua, it is not in order for senators to conduct business in an unusual, difficult manner for the secretariat.
Which
and
one?
for the
Unusual,
clerks.
difficult
Which
manner.
He
difficult?
requested, I
What the hell?
actually directed and ruled that he
Hey,
proceeds to
PK, you
give
are
the
giving me a
details of
headache
the website to the clerk's
with this
desk.
clip.
That's his
Wacha
responsibility
nikupe headache Julian, ndio
under
tuende
Standing Order
Kenya
105.
tukasaidie nchi.
He did not comply with that ruling. In fact, he defied and walked out, which
Why are you
is
so lazy?
out of order.
She's telling me
Can
out
you
of
wait?
order.
I finish. Can you wait for the chair to finish dispensing on that issue?
PK, mimi siwezi kuwa
So he did
nimenyamaza.
not
You
wait.
should
He
be happy I'm
defied
not
the
in the
ruling and
Senate.
walked out without giving the details. It is my ruling is abiding on the point of order raised by Senator Eddy, and I'll give a direction on the matter. What is it, Senator Osotsi? You speak
Wah.
after Senator.
It's just a clarification on 105. I think this is a house of debate, and in this house, the constitution
Ako ni
requires that we
kagege
have
kengine
freedom
ka
of speech.
Nyanza ama ni ka
Madam
wapi?
Speaker,
Eh?
and I wish you give
Huyu
me
ni
just a
kagege ya
minute
Nyanza
to
ama ni
explain
ya
what
wapi?
I'm about to
Tukasikia.
Support Mtata.
The point of order 105. I have sat in this house for 2 years and several months, and I'm realizing that 105 standing order must be used to promote debate in this house. Madam Speaker, I think there is no crime in what Senator Mtata has said. We should be able to table evidence electronically. I am an IT expert and I know what it means. Madam Speaker, as I sit here, I raise a matter in this house about Moi University. And I was told to substantiate, which I did electronically, and I presented a document. Up to now, Madam Speaker, I have not heard from the chair about the status of my substantiation. To date, you remember it was last year before we went for break. I am still waiting for the House to tell me the status of my substantiation. So every time members raise issues and members on the opposing side quote 105, and that's how we kill debate in this House. Senator Omtata has raised a very important issue. And I rose on a point of order to request that he be given time to explain the presence of Janjaweed in this country. And I believe he was doing so. But we did not give him time to exhaust his explanation. And electronic evidence is there in law, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, let us not allow 105 to be misused to curtail debate in this House.
Senator.
And for that matter, Madam Speaker, I am demanding communication on the matter of Moi University, which are substantiated in this House. And your chair has not communicated to this House on the validity of that information, Madam Speaker.
Senator Okia, the substantiation on the Moi University is an issue that can be handled and will be handled by the chair. It will be communicated, and I guide the clerk to ensure that
Why
an
too long?
opportunity is offered for that evidence to be reviewed and a ruling to be made. But let me say this. Senator Okia was not denied an opportunity to actually present the online evidence. Soft evidence was acceptable. He was only verifying the website so that the clerks can open that evidence. So don't make it appear as though the House is not admitting
treating him like a
electronic
nursery school kid.
evidence. He was only supposed to walk here and present the
Why?
address, and then senators have a right to follow what is being presented if it's online, or do they not have? Senator Methu.
Medhu amalize.
Honorable Speaker, with tremendous respect to you as the chair, I think it would be a misrepresentation of facts, in my opinion, because the Hansard is actually here. For you to say that you directed Senator Omtata to come to the clerks so that he can present the evidence that he was referring to. When Senator Omtata was actually, the last time he spoke here, he said that your powers are limited to these precincts of Parliament, because what I am made to understand and what Senator Omtata understood, you directed him to the technical team. You never directed him to the table. You never directed him to the clerks. just allow me to finish, Speaker.
Please don't
Because that is what you said. It is
mislead
on
the
record.
House on that.
I mean, these are records that can be extracted, and we had you ready. Please listen to the other people. No problem. You can raise and oppose whatever you want to oppose, but listen to people. We have been listening to you the whole evening. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, the honors of determining which evidence would be acceptable to this House is yours as the person who is presiding upon this House. So what was so difficult in you just opening that URL code that he was giving, and then you can even determine the matter on a later date? You have not determined the matter on Senator Osotsi and many other matters that senators have been asked to substantiate. You just take that website. I agree with Eddie. Senator Eddie. It may be an admissible website or not, but that is upon yourself to go and make that determination. But I actually feel, as you retire to give that communication, because you have said that you are giving that communication tomorrow, if indeed you give that communication with the thinking in your mind that you asked Senator Mutata to come to the table, I actually feel it would be very unfair to Senator Mutata.
Senator Methu, the Hansard will be reviewed because I directed him to walk to the clerk's desk, present to the technical team through the clerk's desk. I did direct that. I think that was clear. If it escaped you, it's there in the Hansard. Senator
You know, Madam Speaker, what has happened this afternoon is very important on how we will be conducting our business, especially those who are not analog, the likes of Mtata who have gone digital. And you know, Madam Speaker, we have a standing order 265 that is supposed to guide us. And you know, he has raised an important issue that he doesn't want to litter the floor with papers.
Senator
so Madam Speaker,
Senator Mugeni, I believe as you raised that issue.
Yeah, the point I wanted to make, because it is incumbent upon the chair, maybe to give a considered ruling. Because the other day, you saw I was on the floor referring to a judgment and I was told table. What I did is I just took my phone and shared the document with Senator Cherage. So maybe going forward, what maybe could have happened for Senator Mutata is to be told, share the document with this email to the clerk. And then that should be, then it's displayed. And we are here as PSC to assist this House in conducting business in a very flawless manner. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you read, I think standing under 265(4), it says that a senator can share, who intends to display a document, shall share the document with the clerk for purposes of display. So I believe the moment our clerks here have received that reference, they should be able to display it for us, because we want to make people who have gone digital to have an easy time on the floor of the House. We shouldn't inhibit those who are migrating to the digital way of doing business. We make it facilitative.
And then you
we should
want
not inhibit, Madam Speaker.
Senator Omugendi, we hear you. You can now resume your seat. Your point is made. The fact of the matter is that Senator Omugeni has been given a chance to clarify the address so that not Senator Omugeni, Senator Mutata was given a chance to actually present the document. And if you read that standing order, which you have quoted, it says the senator is entitled to share. That sharing is not the responsibility of the clerk. It is the senator to share to the clerk or to the table or to the House. Then it can be displayed for the use by every House. We do not want to open the wrong URL. And what Senator Mutata did, he walked out without clarifying what website he needed to be opened. He did not do that clarification. I will now give a direction or a ruling on the point of order that was raised by Senator Eddie regarding the direction that had been sought on the information that is required on the Jajawid. I will direct that Senator Omutata, though he's not in the House, he will still be required to table that information to the House because it's important. He was guided by the Speaker, and that ruling still needs to be abided by. Short of that, then it will be a defiance of the direction from the Speaker's set to provide it so that senators can follow the proceeding and see whether Judge Awidi in Kenya or not. We can proceed on to the next.
My people, where is the country? Wapi inchi?
I think even her, she has realized that she has done something wrong after those few senators talked. And I am glad that even them, they see that lady is doing a shoddy job for what she was following up with Okia Omtata.
It is that woman. Who is she?
She's a chair lady.
Oh, she must be a senator.
How are these houses ran? Because I thought, where is Sholei? Or they alternate?
They can, you can be given, yeah, you can be given, you can relieve someone. Sholei is what? Sholei is the deputy senator, speaker.
Okay, to Kingi.
To Kingi. Kingi is the speaker, then Sholei is, but in their absence, any senator can be acting.
Oh.
You can act and, you know, supervise the session. Hmm?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Mwamba is saying the country has gone to the dogs. Aki ya Mungu, imagine nchi yetu inaisha tukiona.
Yeah, they are opposing the right things while we watch.
But you know that the thing is, Appa, you know what is it? Yani the thing is, hii kitu juu huyu jamaa vile wamekutana ime backfire na ikiingia Senate inakuwa sasa issue, inakuwa deadly. It's like when JM was disappeared, like, ikaletwa parliament, watu wana deny. The truth is, Ruto alimit, he wanted it to look something different. Imekuwa a security concern. This is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Kenya, the president, meeting a rebel group, which has been, there is an English word, kama ile walifanya Mungike. Which English word is that? Watu wa comment section munikumbushe. Which has been the something. There's a word that is used to show that that group has been imewekwa kwa category kama vile sasa Al-Qaeda and all that, you know. And when that is done by many countries, including the host country, I mean their country, outlawed. Thank you, PK, my namesake. That group has been not only outlawed by the Sudan, but by also the UN and everybody else, the World Security Councils. Then wewe unakuja kuhost because wewe na yeye ni wezi, muna deal, mko na biashara ya gold. I hear they are partners. Unaona? Sasa hao washenzi wa Nyanza, the fanatics of Raila, because they know that is where even their Raila, hiyo pesa yote anapewa ya gold na nini, inatoka kwa hiyo biashara ya huyu rais na huyu jamaa. So that's what they are protecting. So you guys, you're going to be in for a shock. Everything will be defended by these partly Nyanza fanatics because they are crazy. These guys, they will come here trying to bring you kizungu mingi, but they will give you nothing. And I will say, let me say this. Our fathers walikuwa wametuambia, in Kenya, there are people who cannot make leaders. Nikafikiria ni siasa, ni kuchukia, ni hatred ya watu wengine na wale. But I think it is true. Just like we always say, kuna families ukitafuta msomi utakosa. Like kwetu in the village, tunajua village ya wasomi, family ya wasomi. Kuna family unakuta hakuna mtu amesoma beyond class 7. Irene Njeri, tafadhali nionyeshe picha yako kidogo. Tumepigwa mateke hapa leo. We sijui kama Julia na Nyakairo, when you were growing up ulikuwa unasikia, hata we unasikia family fulani ya Mungu kila mtu ni daktari. Aya. Family fulani kila mtu ni mwalimu wa hesabu tena na physics na nini. Family fulani ni ya waizi. Family fulani it is true. Mimi mnajua nimeona hizo vitu. I'm not a very young man. So I've seen, niliona family zingine kila mtu akiwa hapo unaona mtu anakauwizi. Sasa kwa kikwetu tunasemanga familia ya ngiri inakuanga na ungiri. Unaona? Juu familia ya ngiri huwezi ona ikifanana na kondo ati inakuwa na ukondo. Ya ngiri ikoragwa na ungiri. Yaani inakuanga na ungiri. Ya punda utaona upunda. Unaona huyo mtu alikuwa amekuja tupige bomb tena. So it is true, and it is true vile wanasema there is a family which cannot use leaders, whether people like it or not, whether people call it a stereotype or not. I now want to believe that Raila's family cannot produce credible leaders. Especially, in fact, let us ask ourselves, hawa watu wote Raila ameweka wa familia yake, tell me who has leadership qualities. What, including the daughter?
Hata yule yako nayo PK inakuwa shredded kwa sababu they don't want to do wrong. They cannot do the right thing because they are being watched.
Yeah, so hebu angalia kuna family hii ya nani, uende ufuate family ya mtu kama Kabarage Nyerere. Utaona mtu yote alikuwa wako kaukoo kake, kuanzia great grandfather, na utasikia character ilikuwa kama alikuwa ni mkali, kama alikuwa ni mtu wa kupigania haki. Utasikia unajua ule chief alikuwa anaitwa Chief Stone. Huyo alikuwa hata anataka watu wanyongwe na miguu kwanza. You hear those kind of things. So, truly speaking, when I look at all these Raila fanatics in parliament, even now when they are talking the way they are talking, and now I would want even to go back and look at what they are doing in their constituencies. Wallahi, I don't think they can make good leaders in terms of leading the country. That includes Raila. Now I even doubt Raila's leadership more than 150%. I have no hope and I have no faith in it. No wonder maybe tulikuwa tungeokolewa ile combination yake na Martha. That maybe would have managed. But I even foresee Martha would have landed in a lot of SHIT because the fanatics of Raila would have given her a very hard time. Thank God they are not there. I think Mother would have had to walk away or do something like that. Because if you see the way these guys are behaving, can you imagine them behave when Raila is the president?
Wacha nikwambie PK, Raila angeandika kina Joho na unaona wangesema kwanza, let me say, see the behavior they had, wamepeleka hiyo behavior ujinga Addis Ababa. Supposedly Raila actually won as president with Mother Karua. Wangemuoverlook, wangemfanyia, walikuwa wanamfanyia madharau live. Unaona? Alafu wangeleta ujambazi akina Joho, and Mother cannot do that stuff. Mother ange walk out. Ingekuwa history. Deputy president resigns. I'm telling you. In fact, now I want to agree with when you walipigia Kasongo kura wakisema they would have been worse off with Raila Odinga. I think they are right.
I think so. Hata PK anatukumbusha hapa, by the way. Ask yourself, what is this that mpaka Jaramogi kitu ilikuwa wazi ni yake mpaka akaiogopa? I think the family cannot lead, but they can be led.
See family, they just
wanataka umbwembwe tu, uitwe Jacom, uitwe Eminent, uitwe hiyo majina alipewa na Kajwang na nani?
Enigma.
Enigma. Sijui
Spirit.
Mpaka nasikia anaitagwa Spirit. Can you imagine?
No wonder some Kikuyu religious fanatics call them devil worshippers.
No, by the way, unakumbuka wakiambiwa ni wachawi?
By some Kikuyu fanatics.
Tuko kwa shida. But unajua mi uzuri Julia na nani Nyakairo na Njeri na vile nimefurahi, it was the year of revelation. Kenya, yani I think God loves Kenya that hii mambo imekuja na tumejua. In fact, as of now, kuchagua leader si shida. Ile shida ni system ya kuchagua huyu leader tumpate ndio haitakuwa. But we already know what type of people we have, those who are posing as leader. Because number one, we cannot elect Raila anywhere. Hata kuwa chairman wa Catholic. Hatuwezi. Yeye ataenda kufanya Sugoi na Nyanza. Okay? We have many other leaders. Hata afadhali tupate mtu very fresh kabisa. But luckily we have the Matiangis. Yani by the way tuko poa sana Julia na nani.
By the way, luckily we have tested Matiang.
Yes, Matiangi is
yeah,
I would
he
do
has
Matiangi with my eyes closed.
Yes.
And even go to sleep. Yes. Because I know in his first 100 days, si alisema aje anakuaga firm and no changing. Kwa hivyo 100 days atakuja Mungu huyo mtu atafanyia watu ile kitu.
Ataonyesha watu ile kitu.
No wonder wanaogopa.
Wote hata wenye wako mrengo unajua sijui wako mrengo wa kushoto ama mrengo wa kulia.
Hata huyo Raila, he fears Matiang'i. Hata kusikia hiyo jina, anasikia hiyo jina anatetemeka.
Matiang'i tukishampatia hiyo crown na hiyo sword, na tena anaongea ina sauti kubwa. Anasema this has to be done. Na anauliza why you've been doing this a million times and it has not been working? Why is it working? Why are you doing
is it rocket science to do the right thing?
Yes. Let's go for Matiang'i na tumpatie Karua basi.
Ndio sababu nawaambia guys, our way forward we start selling Matiang'i and Mother Karua. So that Wamunyoro and the others will have to join us.
Chief Justice to happy. Kalonzo tunaweza mpatia Chief Justice.
Kalonzo atapata job juu. Kalonzo kona job. Juu Kasongo anapush hiyo prime minister thing. Ajue anapushia Kalonzo.
Kalonzo tumweke prime minister. Lakini prime minister ndiye anakuaga nini? No, you know prime minister
unakatika. Ama ni mimi
Hi everyone, hebu niwaulize, mbona mnaongea mambo ya recycle watu wamekuwa hapo? Si goal ni kutafuta watu wapya wenye hawajakuwa hapo, akina Matiang'i ni makazi na kina Kenyatta. Huyo Mother Karua.
Matiang'i and Karua, we have tested them. We have tested them. We have tested their integrity. Yes, we are sure of who they are.
For me, I'm not for any of those old tags. They need to go home. They can sit back and advise, but wasipewe leadership.
Irene, tupatie mmoja mwenye unatetea, unaweza fikiri anaweza perform. Tupatie mmoja.
Tuko na 2 years.
No, give us a suggestion.
No, I don't have anyone. I don't have anyone right now because the elections are in 2 years.
No.
The elections are in 2 years. So
the elections may be in the next 3 months. By the way, Irene, let me tell you, vitu vichenjanga. The elections may be in the next 3 months.
Well, ikikuwa in 2 months, basi hao ni sawa. Lakini kama tuko na time, we need to get new people. Those old people tumewa recycle enough. Now they are all attached to somebody mwenye ako na interest na kunyanyasa.
No. Matiang'i, whether he worked with Uhuru or not, Matiang'i performed everywhere he went. He has been tested and proven by Kenyans to be a performer. And Mother Karua too. Unless kama uishi Kenya, huwezi understand. That's why I've been saying
You people wenye msituambiange wenye tuishi Kenya we don't understand. What do you mean we don't understand?
Hapana,
What do you mean we don't understand?
Amuko in touch na Kenya. Amuelewi what Matia. If I ask you right now.
What do you mean we are not in touch with Kenya? I find that to be very insulting because
no. Let me ask you a
kama
question.
singekuwa in touch na Kenya, singekuwa hata nashughulika na mambo hii. We are actually very in touch because we have families there.
Let me ask you a question. Irene, let me ask you a question that I prove what I'm trying to say. Tell me all the ministries Matiang'i worked in when he was cabinet secretary. Can you list them down?
I don't have to.
No. If you know anything about Matiang'i, tell me the ministry he's worked.
I know he worked in the Ministry of Education and he did a good job.
Good. Another one?
And I don't know the other ones.
Yes, that is why I'm telling you.
But I know that one that he did a good job. And the fact that he's tagging himself along with Uhuru, I do not like that idea at all. He's attached somebody who has destroyed Kenya. Yeye ndio amekuwa akiharibu Kenya wa hiyo na hiyo familia yao. Kwa hivyo niambie Matiang'i akiingia akuwe president, will he prosecute Kenyatta and ask Kenyatta to give Kenya back what they have stolen from Kenyans?
Okay,
he won't.
Let me ask you a question. Tell me the wrongs that Matiang'i has done.
He doesn't. Mimi sijasema nimesema Matiang'i ameiba kitu.
I'm just asking you.
But I haven't said that. I didn't mention Matiang'i as a thief. I asked, will he prosecute Kenyatta family for the bad that they have done for Kenyans?
So I don't know whether he'll prosecute them, but what I can tell
will
you,
he discontinue they are taking advantage of the Kenyans economy? Will he stop it? I doubt.
Why do you doubt?
Because they're friends. Kenyatta likes Matiang'i and Matiang'i will cover him.
Who told you?
I don't trust.
Friends? Who told you they're
friends?
Who doesn't know that they are? You don't know they're friends?
No. Jerry, for your information, Matiang'i was brought to government by Ruto. Matiang'i was a friend of Ruto. Listen to us who know. Matiang'i, Uhuru never knew Matiang'i. Uhuru was looking for somebody who can perform. And his deputy president, who is Ruto, told him, I know of a guy. Na si ati wanajuana ile close. It's like the way I would know you, Njeri, you performed so well in a certain department. Then if I'm asked, Stone PK, can you get somebody who can help here? Then I say, oh, I know one lady by the name Jerry. Not that we know each other so closely, but because I maybe I happened to pass around where you do what you do, and then maybe I get some fununu of how well you have performed. Because let me give you some little history. Uhuru, when he was coming to power, he had very good intent. But then that intent was coined because he went head searching from NGOs, from UN, from all over. But Kasongo, who is a thief by nature, realized that kind of government run by people like Njeri who are credible, he will not be able to steal. He quashed that. Okay? He quashed that, then they handpicked a few and the rest were thieves. Because they wanted
Uhuru is not a thief. They are the biggest thieves in Kenya. They have taught Kasongo how to steal. I don't like it when people
let me ask a question.
Jerry, it is good to listen so that you get informed.
Jerry, wacha nikuulize swali pia. Did you vote for 2023 elections? Ulipiga kura?
How is that important whether I voted or not?
Okay, just tell me, would you have voted for Kasongo?
I am not going to tell you whether I voted.
Okay, let me assume you voted for Kasongo.
It's not important what I did.
No.
Did you vote?
Yes, I did. And I voted for Raila.
Munapigana.
Okay,
Just take it.
If you voted for Raila, that's
okay.
And now you are there saying that I voted for Kasongo. You see, you're making assumptions.
No. Just hold on. I'm saying, let me assume you voted for Kasongo. Now, will I be fair to associate you with Kasongo? The fact that you will vote here, will I be fair to judge you by that fact and start saying, I will not
No,
be
you
fair.
will be fair. You will be fair to say that I made a mistake, and that is a mistake that many of us who sided with that man are saying we did the wrong thing. We did the wrong thing.
Okay, now that's a good explanation. And if you said that
Jack,
by that man, but if how come by then
Julia,
unaona
Julia,
maovu
Julia,
yake
just one
kama
second.
wewe Irene
Just one
unaona
second.
Matiang'i ni mbaya, how come
keep
unaona
what
maovu
I
ya
close.
Kasongo? Seriously?
This yani Matiang'i ni mbaya. I don't like his association with the Kenyatta family. I do not like it. So Matiang'i ni mtu mzuri, but siamini mimi anaweza tuongozea Kenya venye wengi wetu tunataka iongozwe.
What do you mean by association?
I mean, for the avoidance of being sound like disrespectful, your reasoning and complaint about Matiang'i is very petty. It is not substantial.
Can I say something very quick?
Yes.
The problem, Jerry, wait. The problem is, Jerry, I was of the same opinion. Unakuja kusema, what do you call it? 2 years is a long time. It's not. We have not identified a leader that will take over. Tulisema tunataka, I mean, Stone and I are of the opinion that we need to get rid of Ruto tomorrow, yesterday. But kama mko lazy as Kenyans, hatuendi kwa streets. Tunasema this is the next closest option, because by the time you start convincing other Kenyans that there's a new guy, there's a new guy, utakuwa ushatupa, the guy who's on my screen right now, atakuwa ashapita huo mtu. You know, by the time you convince the villagers of this new guy you're telling us about, Jerry, this guy that came out of high heaven, that you allowed Kenyans to get used to it. You know, it's just similar like courting somebody. When you're courting someone, you need to know them first, and it takes time to court somebody before you get married. So unaniambia 2 times is a long, 2 years is a short, is a long time. Nakwambia by the time inafika hiyo time, alafu natuletea sijui anaitwaje Morara or whatever other guy, you'll be in trouble. Right now we're saying, can we get rid of Kasongo first? Get somebody. Then by the time the likes of you find somebody credible, ule tunasema tunakubali, yeah? We give them time to cultivate themselves, and Kenyans get to know them before we marry them. Like unaniambia 2 years. Do you know how short 2 years is? Tulikuwa to know 2 years ago is when Kasongo got into the stole power.
Kasongo campaigned for 10
Then
years.
it
Tell Jerry that.
Yeah?
Let me say,
No,
I am
unasema
not.
no.
I'm sorry
Unasema
that
because of
you feel that
romanticizing.
I'm being petty for not.
Because you want to romanticize this revolution where you have a clean thing. That's not reality. That's something unaota tu. It's not reality. To make it a reality, Njeri, you should have been in Kenya right now. Wewe ungekuwa Kenya sahi, ungekuwa kwa streets. Lakini wewe unasema from a distance like the rest of us, unasema oh, Matiang'i is a bad guy. Hapa tuko hapa kwa TV. Oh, he's a bad
Mimi
guy.
sisemi
Oh,
Matiang'i
we need
ni
to get somebody.
mbaya.
We need to get
Don't
somebody.
like his association with
Or
Kenyatta.
what you're saying. Or you're saying that's definitely Guru.
Keep.
Yeah.
Maliza hivi. Njeri is representative of what Gen Z were doing. Why we flopped in Gen Z is because Raila aliuliza, okay, munatoa Kasongo, alafu. Then he came in and we were cut short and killed. Njeri is also of the same narrative. Amesema ataki, tukamwambia give us 2, 3, 4 names. Because you cannot leave a vacuum who are going to present themselves as presidential candidates. Saa hii waanze kukua castigated kama hivyo tunafanya Matiang'i, ndio tujue Njeri amesema atasimama, tumchunguze. You know, we are talking of 2 years only, my dear. Na tumekuuliza wewe, na si wewe peke yake, hata tukiingia X, hata tukiingia kila mahali tukiwauliza, haya tupatie watu wawili. Hawana, wanasema tu we don't want the old generation. We want somebody new. Ukiulizwa leta wawili, you don't know.
Wanaweza patikana tukiwatafuta. But we are so quick to pick Matiang'i, and alafu we go through the same thing. Come 2, 3 or 4 years coming.
You are not offering. That is not helpful. Come on, it's
I
not
know,
helpful.
I am sorry that I'm not being helpful, but I'm just voicing my opinion. But is
Yeah,
somebody
but
said it's
you know,
Betty?
this is where the Gen Z have failed. They have failed by just kukataa tu. Hata hao wenyewe wakiambiwa Morara, hapana, Morara has conned people. Sasa then tutawangoja mpaka lini?
First, they spend time fighting Morara themselves,
Yes.
attacking Morara.
Morara is just a simple
What is
person.
wrong with these young people?
Unaona? So they have very good force, but they hawawezi kutoboa. Unajua, you can drill without kutoboa to the other end. Unazungusha tu drill bit mahali pamoja. And that is what we are trying to guide the Gen Z now. Movement walifanya bila involve everybody else. And that's why they came wakasema Gen zote. Because in a home you need mix. We umekuja na idea because uko IT, fadhako alikuwa si IT, ni old school. Vile watu wanasemanga, oh, huyo ni analog. Sasa hizo mix zote mbili, because you need old school to input data. You need old school to tell you hapa kulikuwa hivi na hivi na hivi. So you need Kenya. It doesn't mean all those people who have participated or who worked for Uhuru or worked for whoever, that they are that corrupt, they are that bad. They were not the president.
Hata afadhali angesema ukiwa mtata baba
And you
yao,
see,
baba
and
ya
you
Gen
see,
Z. Angesema, then would have
Gen
told
Z
you why not.
walisema Matiangi. Gen Z walisema
PK, they also came up, they fought akina Boniface Mwangi, akina this lady wa human rights. They fought each other, they fought everybody. They destroyed their CV, and they went on the internet, wakawachafua. Now watu, niliwaona kwa bunge wakiprotest. Nimeona wakisanya pesa kusaidia wengine. So let me try. Everybody must have a direction. Another thing, Jerry, I don't like the
I think we need an angel from heaven. That's what they're looking for.
condemnation of one person. Na una makosa moja ati unaweza mwekea ati alipelekwa kotini akashtakiwa juu ya hii just because he's above 50. No, you need those people. In fact, let me surprise you. The next president will be above 50. Mpaka Gen Z wenyewe wakomae wakuwe to a point where they can also be leaders. I'm telling you. And then we are asking ourselves here, if we have a snap election right now, what would we do? Which is the most likely thing right now? Wapi yo Gen Z?
Gen Z lazima waingie ma MCA, ma MP, ma Senate. I'm not hearing them even declaring Senate, MP, councillor, inaitwaje si councillor, MCA. You have to be in positions of leadership. You huwezi toka tu university unaruka ati unaenda ati Morara can't make a leader at all, to tell you the truth. But he can be, after he's mentored 1 term or 2 terms in a position, he can get an MP. Then he goes into the house. He goes there, fight bad policies. Then the next, he goes for something bigger. That's how it goes. Can you imagine Morara being a president? And I'm not demeaning him. Then he displaying those guys he was with at the Pale office were Kilaujat. Those are the people who run the country called Kenya. From which angle? Kenya is not run from the laptop or iPad. It's ni muzigo. Okay? Ni muzigo, my dear.
And why, maybe we should explain to these people why we keep coming up with Matiang'i. We have a record of what he has done in Kenya and he has achieved, and he has touched the ground. He has touched the common man. There's a history at 30. He associates with Kenyatta. And let me say, this is something I wanted to say, like in Nigeria Metoka. Mr. Semaivi. Let me say this. People who are aggressively fighting Matiang'i are Kasongo sympathizers. Ni wale watu walipigia Kasongo kura na wako na hasira sana, amewa let down. Saizi wanafurahi Gachagua ametoka, but they know Gachagua cannot be president, so they must haribia kila mtu, every other person. That is what I'm thinking. Because there are people who are feeling that if Gachagua can, of course Gachagua cannot be president. It is very clear. Bona watu waweke, who is this Matiang'i? And that is why Jana people were mad with me yesterday when I said that people in the diaspora, they have no touch of the ground. They have no record of exactly how Matiang'i has touched the ground. And if they have a record and they feel him, the common man in Kenya feels him. When Matiang'i became this, our life changed this direction. When he was given this ministry, our life changed again. When he did this, he did this. So they feel him. But we in the diaspora, tunasoma tu newspaper. hatuna details sana. So I beg that first, before we fight somebody, we find out what have they achieved. What have they achieved? That's my take.
Julia. Nani anataka? Oh, nani Njeri amerudi. Alafu
Mi
Julia,
naona Stone. Yeah? I just think that mnatafuta this guy who's super white, clean. When I say clean kabisa, ule ana kitu yote. You remember when I was telling you when we talked the other day?
unaangalia Senegal vile
Alafu
walifanya. You
kaniambia
have to run to
eh,
some people.
yani mnatafuta mtu clean, morara na uchafu. Anybody who presents himself as a leader is a bad person. Acha nikwambie ukweli. From today I'll tell you. For free. To get to that point where you're narcissistic enough to think you're the best, what do you call it? You're God's gift to humanity. That's what all leaders think they are. That they have so much self-importance, they ran for an official seat. Alafu unakuja unasema unakuja kutafuta. There's very few amongst the world. Lakini shida yenu kama Wakenya, you'll see them to be too soft. So, oh no, but he's too soft. You know, that's a problem. Oh, he's too soft.
Niulize, mbona hatuwezi changia mtu kama Morala akuwe president?
Muligonge.
Me naweza msupport before ni support Matiang'i.
That's a good question. That's a good question, PK.
What he's displaying, he can't make it.
He's already tested.
He cannot make it because he's not being supported. He's not being supported by people.
Who said we didn't? Who says he can't run? By the hold on, Stone. Who said he can't
Morala
run?
anaweza kuwa president mzuri sana, lakini nyinyi mnasema ati lazima akuwe ameenda hiyo maseneta sijui aende huko akuwe corrupted. Si afadhali achaguliwe saa hii akiwa mtu mwenye hajajichanganya, aende na hiyo view yake ya leadership.
Afanye na watu gani? Atafanya kazi na watu gani?
Who stopped him from running? Kuna mtu amemkataza to run, and he's one of the guys we think should run. Enda.
I think he should run. I would support him before I support Matiang'i.
Anataka Matiang'i,
atafanya kazi na watu
that is what an election is.
Atakuwa president, atafanya na hao watu na ataongoza Kenya vizuri sana kuliko hao watu
You've done a good thing by saying that, Jerry. You've done a very good thing by picking somebody. And we cannot argue now. You've done the right thing. Wewe umechagua Morara, hao anataka
mimi nimechagua Morala na Madhakarua. Hao ni watu sawa. Lakini
si Morala kati Madhakarua, wewe
mnamwekanga second fiddle kila saa.
Mimi sisemi. Mimi nasema venye naweza taka. I wish wangeshikana hao wawili. Those are two tough people.
You are right, but ataki anataka ati those young boys wako naye hapo. That's mchezo tu, kalongolongo.
Hata wanaweza pia, nani amesema hawezi ongoza Kenya na iendelee?
Don't be naive. It's not running a country, is not running a kiosk or a wood carpenter. Wenye wamekuwa na experience ya 40 years wametupeleka aje? Tumeona aje? Wametupeleka where we are. The country has gone.
Na sasa tuweke watu wapya wenye au vijana tuone venye watafanya now. What is the worst that can happen in Kenya now that hasn't happened? We shouldn't go for those old people and those people attached to those old people. That's wrong.
Mulisema hivyo ati tunataka muliambiwa na wazee before Ruto and Uhuru came. You're warned by the wazee. Wazee walikuja kuambia you cannot wait, mkaambia msiweke hawa watu wawili. You need to get tried and tested people. Mkakataa kusikia. Mwasema we want the digital boys. Those are the digital boys are the ones who've killed Kenya for the last 13 years. Ruto was once young and Uhuru tulikuwa tunaona kama spring chicken. Mkasema hii watu wazee wenye wana experience ni sawa, leta hiyo. Mkagonga vizuri sasa.
Mimi sijai support Kenyatta in any leadership Mimi hiyo familia ndio imeharibu Kenya ikakuwa penye iko saa hii. Kasongo na yeye alitudanganya tukiwa wengi, si mimi peke yangu. Mimi sijai msupport na sikuwa support wakiwa na Kenyatta. I was for Raila, but walichaguliwa venye walichaguliwa, lakini Kasongo alitudanganya. Kenyatta naye mimi sijai mchagua, lakini sasa penye tuko saa hii hatuwezi sema ati hatuwezi chagua watu wengine young juu au wametupeleka au walikuwa watu wa touch na kina Moi na kina hiyo na kina watu wengine, so they were doing the same thing that was being done in the 60s. Hiyo mambo ya kushikana shikana, why can't we try something different?
Where are they, Njeri? Where are they?
Si tumesema Morala ni mtu mzuri,
ni mmoja, ni sawa.
Ama Omotata pia ni mtu, ni jamaa mimi naweza simama, naweza sema achaguliwe
Hao ni
president.
wawili. We want
wametosha.
Tunataka watoke. Hapana, we want to form a government. You need 290 members of parliament. You need 47 senators.
Wewe niambie 90 ama 47. Pia wewe umeniambia, umesema Matiang'i na Karua. Si hujasema hao wengine wote. I'm just saying.
I'm telling you what you need to lead a country. So Gen Z needs to come out in all those positions, which I support 100%. Si kuangalia tu presidency. Unaona? They should come out strongly the way they came. Right now, na si ati akina Gaucho ndio atu wanaenda kusimama. We don't want the idiots in the name of Gen Z, in the name of young. Because you can be an idiot and you are young. It doesn't mean you'll make it. Okay? So we want the really good people, exposed and all that. And that's why we are appealing even to diaspora. Wale wako huku diaspora wanafanya kazi za ushenzi za ujinga, and they are so well, they are so nice in leadership, good. Waende mtu achukue. By the way, you don't need to ati lazima usimame kiti ya MP ama nini. Begin hata pale ward. It's enough. Hapo utengeneze ward yako, watu wako wapate haki ile wewe umesimamia. Then from there you keep on moving. Leadership should be from grassroots all the way to the top. But Gen Z, they are just talking and they are not even declaring which positions they want to go take. Sijui anataka zitoke wapi ama waletewe wapi. Hata afadhali nani Mtata. Look, Mtata declares, Makaori anakuja wana oppose and all this kind of a thing. But I also tend to think Makaori was also wise. Anaingia kwa basi hii ambayo it's already existing. Okay? He wants to flow with that wave. But the risk of flowing with that old wave is that he may not do much. Okay? Huko kwa ODM, I don't think he will even have a voice and all that kind of a thing. I wish he had stuck with akina, whatever. Hata kama hakutaka kukaa na akina Morara, angekaa kivyake. Hold my conference zake, aongee na watu vizuri nini. Because as of today, Kenyans they don't care about party. As of today, when I was last home, watu wakiongea kwa grassroots, wanasema they would even prefer good people to come independently. Because party is BS. Maneno ya chama ni BS. Those are just shops za wenye nini. Kama ODM ni money saka or money minta ya Raila. Okay? And fleecing Kenyan resources as they pay the party and all that kind of a thing. It's simply useless to be in those parties. So it's good that Kenyans have matured to a level that they are saying we even would vote independent candidate, which would be the best. So which means the youth now have an opportunity. You don't have to look for your 500,000 kupeana kwa party ndio usimame. Use the 500 for logistics and all that. For me, I'm so happy about that. Where the citizens now have accepted and said that you don't have to be in a party so long as they believe in you. Yeah? Haijaandikwa ati lazima uwe kwa party ndio usimame. We can have independent peke yake. Yeah? So for, I think, it's a high time all the young people should actually, wale capable, watokelezee. Si kusema hatutaki old. Sasa hatutaki, tutataka lini? Yeah? And even when Morara anataka, sisi hao wenyewe young ndio wameanza fitina. na wasemi wanataka nani. By the way, they have not even given wanasema Morara ni mbaya. They are not giving another better Morara in quotes. You see the confusion of the young people? Yeah. And during that confusion, ndio Raila aliingia akasimamisha kila kitu after watoto wameuliwa. You know? But if we were together, we didn't ati akina sijui Saida nani wanapigana, oh Morara is taking advantage, sijui nini. That confusion is what killed the movement. So at least even these young people, they need some old people who they can trust, because we have some. It is not the age that runs a country. It is the character of a person. Yeah? Because you could be old and you are an idiot. You are young and you are an idiot. You are old, you are a thief. You are young, you are a thief. We have young leaders that are worse than they are. I don't want to name them. They are unbelievable, useless. So it's not about young or old. You could be old and a thief. Yeah, young and a thief. So I would want people to look at characters. You know, who are we? What kind of people do we have?
PK.
Even those thinking of people like Babu Owino. Babu Owino was murdering his own brother, his own young man. Is that kind of a leader? Unatoa gun for what? I would never even talk about Babu Owino or any senior person. Anybody who draws a gun to shoot an innocent person just maybe because unafuta mabangi hapo mmeagi jua madem. Alafu wewe unatoa gun. Na unajua huyu mtu hana gun. I don't like when people really talk about. I don't see any leadership in Babu Owino, for example. That is my opinion. I don't see any leadership qualities about Babu Owino. Mimi unatoa, where you use your power over innocent. Unaenda kushoot mtu, unajua mtu ana gun, wewe unatoa gun, wewe ni MP na unajua uko na power. This is a simple guy, a simple DJ. What does that tell you of a person? Je, akiwa kwa power sasa ile proper. People are lost at, oh, he's young, he's this, he's young but an idiot. Oh, amesoma na degree 50. You can have 100 degrees but you are still useless in terms of character. Kenya tuko na shida kubwa Njeri. Na Njeri huyo mwingine. Pia Julian Njeri, if I remember.
Nitangwa Njeri saa ile. Ona mtu akinikasirika unamwambia niko jeta Njeri.
So, mimi niko so disappointed because I have niko na a very big hope. Yani hope yangu iko kwa the Gen Z. I mean generation zote, the young people. Because that's when we can transform this country. But when they start getting na unajua wana mislead wana waizi hawa wazee. Ndio wana waizi.
Okay, alafu
nilikuwa nataka kusema wanaambiwa huyu mtu si mzuri. Yes. Nini tena wanasikiza, lakini si ati hawezi pata leader kama huyu kijana anaitwa Kasimo, si alichukuliwa tu hivyo na wazee akaanza kupewa pesa. Anyway, I'm not saying that we should entrust them fully. Tunaweza chukua mtu young kama Morale, alafu tumtafutie mtu mzuri, an older person, lakini si kusema ati we recycle. Like that recycling doesn't do us any good. You know?
Yeah, you are right. Njeri, unajua kama ka Samuel nikwambie, because mimi unajua nilikuwa tumekuwa close. You know, as on this channel we were picking on this and we were trying to support directly. Ka Samuel nilikuja nikamdrop alipoingiza ujaluo ndani. Sorry to use that term. Ati akaenda yani he was approached from a tribal point of view. You know, ati how can he be, ati there's no way he can be anything unless he's under Baba Raila kwa ODM. Can you imagine? That kills your vision. Because you become a slave. Umeingizwa kwa nyungu. One thing I admire about Morara is that he launched his party. Fantastic. That is what anybody should do. Then from that platform now, he builds himself and he will get people to help him. And then he can even now go to Martha Karua, yeye akona inject, Martha akona knock or whatever atakuwa menini. They talk and agree what do we do to present our ticket. Then from there, they can decide to dissolve one or merge or do whatever they want to do. And then we have two strong people doing what? Going for it. So among all the young people, ule amechukua step ya kwa mzuri mbele is Morara. But again, I also inbox him. Alipoanza kuenda tena analewa sasa. Alikuja akawa drunk, akafikiria sasa the whole Kenya is behind him. Mimi nikamwandikia, I tweeted him. Nikamwambia, my young man, brother, don't be drunk. Don't think that you want to sasa they are so happy with what you are doing. Then you start getting drunk and lose your focus. Remember, you have not been elected. You are nowhere. Don't think you are a president. Na kabla nimwambia hivyo akaanza kutandikwa, akaanza kufanyiwa hizo madharau zote because aliingiza kiburi. You know, akaingiza he's one of the very rich young people. Those are things that young people need to be advised. You don't go announcing your riches. Unaenda kukipraisia watu that you made money at the age of 25. Who asked you? So he started going haywire like any other young man, you know. And when you are talking those kind of things, you will be taught a lesson. You'll be treated like now when he went for that ODM thing. People told him, don't go there. He later came to accept he did a stupid thing. How do you go to a place where people are waiting for you? ODM goons are waiting for you. What point are you going to prove? Sasa aliprove point gani hapo? Aliumizwa, akatandikwa, akadiminiwa. A whole would be president, unaruka juu masuruari zikiraruka na huko. You should avoid those kind of stupid scenarios, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that you need some guidance from your bigger bros. Yeah, you need some guidance from your. You can never disregard your elders. Wezi, lazima upate guidance hapa na pale. Yeah. So at least now I hope he has slowed down. He has known that he has to. Na kuuliza advice si mbaya. It doesn't mean that unakuwa you become a slave. No. Yeah. Wezi. You start a party, for example. Lazima uanze kusoma how does a party take over. Yeah? A party, kuanza party Kenya, my friend, ndio ishike. It's not easy. Na uwezi anza party 2025 and by 2027 inakuwa ati sasa ndio watu wana nini. You know, it's ni ngumu. Yeah. Yeah, so lazima, I want us to float people that we think, and then we analyze them, we talk about them. Yeah. And try to see whether we can have president here and there. Mwamba ako hapa anataka kuingia. Mwamba, karibu.
Asante sana, asante.
Ole, sikuwa nimekuona, nilikuwa katikati.
Unajua? No, I've just come in. I've just applied. Sijaka.
Okay, karibu sana. Tulikuwa tunafunga lakini tena tukapata wateja wa Kereketo. Njeri akaleta very good good stories ambazo we need to really discuss a guide and
I was expecting to find her here but she has already left.
No, she will come back. She'll come back. Nafikiria ni network yake, hata ndio huyu, acha nimweke hapo. Unajua wengine saa ingine tuko ka network zina shida.
Yeah.
Karibu Mwamba.
Asante. I don't know. I think I'm on 2 sessions. How do I get out on one?
Yeah? Sorry?
I'm see. Okay. I think I was on 2 sessions, so I'm getting out on one. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Very good, very good. Jerry, habari yako? And wengine Stone na Julia, uko sawa? Tonight nimesikia debate imekuwa moto sana about these young people, na I think as much as Jerry would want to see a young person and not see Matiang'i because that name really hurts her, I think the name Matiang does not.
Oh no, please no, it doesn't. I really like Matiang'i and admire. I'm sorry for interrupting. Please, I don't. I think he's a good person. He means well, but yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
What is the problem with him? Because he has been fronted by so many people, including the young people, but you seem to be very much against him. Can you hear me?
Yeah, she's there. She's there.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
hear you. I
Because I'm saying, my
said
argument
what
here
my
is
problem with him is.
he's a good person. That one I agree. He has done things. He has a proven record. But the fact that he has a friend that you don't like doesn't make him bad. And I don't think that is a good line of thinking, because I'm sure you yourself have friends who are not good, and you have some other good. That is not infectious, and it doesn't mean that your enemies must become your impediment to life. Matiang'i is a person who has been proven record. He is very focused. He is very firm. He has shown us by example. This is one person that has been known to go right to the ground to sort out issues of what we are complaining about. So the moment you say that he is a friend of the Kenyatta family, surely I think we are going wrong. There we could be going wrong anyway. As for the young people, we are not disputing that these people really feel dissatisfied and they feel like they have been shortchanged by the older generation. But you should really actually also be able to look back and see where we are coming from and where we have come from, really, even to be at this point we are. I would talk to you as an old person. Of course, I'm in the generation, I think you call it Generation X or maybe generation before the start of A. I am a person who was born in the 60s, so I have seen the Kenyatta family, I have seen the Kenyatta presidency, I've seen the Moi presidency, I've gone Kibaki and everybody else. We have come from very far. We have come very, very, very far. I think I'm one of the generation of, I'm in the generation of those people who have seen big changes. And today, when I look at I look at the debate that was there in the Senate today, I was really disappointed with those people we have put there. They are young people. The likes of Sifuna and his people there in that Senate, I could call them young. These are people who are in their 30s and 40s. And then when they say they can't even be able to manage a URL to make a debate go in Senate, surely what are you telling me? What are the young people you guys are talking about? These are idiots who are in the Senate today. So it is not that we hate the young people, but also the young people should be able to be people who can take counsel, people who can associate with the whole community. It's not only the Gen Zs that are being pushed by the system, it is everybody in Kenya. So there is no way I want to agree with the Gen Zs to say that they want to take leadership completely and suppress. In fact, I see a point where we will give those Gen Zs now, the likes of Samuel, the likes of Morara, the likes of Mwangi, people who are just being given a little money and they lose their direction completely in a very short while, even before they are off the blocks. So we need one another. We need all of us. We need a Kenya. We need to work together. It cannot be the Gen Z. Yes, the Gen Z started that revolution. Some of us would not go to the streets. We have seen blood for very many years in Kenya. We have seen a lot of blood. Gen Zs have just started seeing the blood. And my dear, a lot of blood has been spilled in Kenya. So we should also be very careful when we jump out to say we want this. I have brought Gen Zs. I have Gen Zs in my house, many of them. And I tend to find that argument of Jerry, and I'm sorry to say, I am not trying to victimize you. I have seen those arguments in my house on a personal level. You should be able to listen to other people. You should also be able to actually take counsel, because that's also very important. You should be a person to take counsel. We cannot give that country to somebody like Morara, who is already starting to get drunk with power before he even becomes a chairman of the community deep. I want to stop there because I don't want to get angry.
Ala, Njeri ameenda wapi? Njeri, oh.
Merudi.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I keep coming back.
Jerry, by the way, Jerry,
Yes.
Jerry, don't feel like don't feel like there is any intimidation or something
No,
like that.
I don't.
Yeah,
I like positive criticism. I'm not saying what other people are saying is wrong. Everybody has their own opinion, so I'm not offended at all. If I were,
exactly.
yeah.
Thank you for that. And for me, I love you know, people like you, because how do we empower each other? You know, that is the weakness that we had in Kenya, and that's why we've been put in a lot of years. You know, because we didn't listen to each other, tukakoniwa, ujua hatu kusikizana. Sasa nikiambia Njeri akiniambia kitu namwambia wewe achana na mimi, najua vile nafanya. Unaona? So
Now, there's one thing I would like to say, Stone, here.
yes.
Number one, I think the best thing that has happened in Kenya recently is actually to have President Ruto as the president. Because number one, if there is anything Ruto has done for our country, is one great thing. He has woken up the middle class of Kenya, and they now know the importance of voting. Do you know middle class never votes?
They never voted. I know.
Yes, they never vote. They never go to the polls. Kenya's leaders have been decided by those people who are actually uneducated, and I'm not insulting anybody. Those people who really don't even understand anything to do with leadership. These are the people who will accept 100, 200, or a lesser, or maybe a coffee and a t-shirt and give you their vote.
Exactly.
Now, the middle class, those people who are supposed to know or who understand the economics of the world, have never voted in Kenya. But now they have been so hit. I think this is the first time I expect to see 20 million voters this coming 2027.
You're right.
Last time, when we went to the polls in 2022, there were 8 million Kenyans who did not vote. Actually, the people who did not vote could have made their own president, apart from the two candidates that were top. So, I think we have woken up. And that is what Ruto has done to that country. Nothing else, of course.
Thank you, Mamba. At that point, it's good you brought it up, and I'll keep on preaching it in our channel. And another indicator, you know, sometimes, especially people in the diaspora, you know, when you are not there, especially during the voting, you may not see what you have said. Like when you go there and see that there is nobody, you know how you tell middle class have not voted? Hautaona mtu amekuja hata na bike, na bike ama gari. Because you see middle class don't walk a lot. Mtu anakuja na kagari kake. Hiyo primary school unavotia.
They don't vote. Absolutely, they don't vote.
They don't.
They don't vote. In fact, they take it as a public holiday to go and stay home or do their stuff.
Exactly. And they, you know, they take it as nonsense, by the way.
Yes, very good. Yeah. Very good. That is how nonsense. They take it. And that is where we have gone wrong.
And then, when things are not happening, you hear them talking in the bars. Wanasema, mulichagua nani hapa kama MP? Can you imagine? A Kenyan. Atunauliza, mlichagua nani hapa? Mbona hii barabara ina mapoto hole hivi? Juu gari yake imepigwa ikapasuka nini? Where were you? So I agree.
And there's also this thing you hear somebody saying, my vote is only one, it doesn't make a difference. So I won't vote.
And these are the
now, those are the runner people, and that is the argument you'll get from them.
And
sometimes going to school does not take away the idiocy from ourselves. I always tell people that somebody like Robert Mugabe, he had 7 degrees.
7 degrees.
He had gone to school, and actually he was so qualified. They were not fake PhDs like we are having today. He was learned. What kind of a reader was he? So going to school sometimes does not even make sense. And especially now that we are having the most educated idiots today.
Actually, our country is where it is because of middle class. Middle class. Ignoring
the middle class is the one that
akakuchagulie senator. Can you imagine, Mwamba and the others? Njeri, Jemo Karibu. Yaani
Now, this,
unaacha ati shosho yangu aende akadecide.
na yeye shosho yako ndio anaenda huko, anaambiwa, anaulizwa shosho, unataka
Anapewa
kupiga,
ka-50.
anasema inataka suit.
Nataka suit. Niwekee suit. Sasa kama ni dogi na paka na nini ni suit tu.
Akisema
Ilikuwa ni
nataka
nini?
UDA, nataka suit. Nani wako yellow hiyo? Weka hiyo yote. So actually, even now, about 20% of the people who go to the polling stations actually do not cast their own votes. Those are agents' votes. No. So we have been going wrong from the word go. Number one, we have ourselves to blame. And they always say, if you want to know how our country looks like or how the people of our country look like, look at the leaders. So let's not even blame the leaders. It is us.
Yeah.
Ni sisi.
Jerry, you have something to say before I bring in Jemo?
No, not really. I think I'm good.
So Jerry, do you know I want to propose you? Jerry.
Yeah.
I want you to come down.
Come down.
Ukuje home. Utafute kiti moja. Yeah, because I can tell some quality in you. Usiogope hata kama ni sikiza. Because you play a major role when you go. You know why things are not working, the shares and all that? It's because people can't ask why and how. Yeah? They have no guts. Hawana guts.
Yeah.
By the way, we list all the MPs we have. You had the name Tugege. Tugege, these are people who are planted there. They have nothing at the qualities tulikuwa tunaangalia ati huyu ni wa single mother. Huyu sijui ni wa single father. Are those the qualities of leadership? Huyu ni wa single mama. Sijui huyu unajua huyu ni orphan. Huyu ni look at that.
Yeah.
So when you follow those kind of indicators, you will get leader. You will not. Oh, huyu alikuwa anauza matangi pale. Alikuwa anatuuzia madebe. Huyu alikuwa anatuuzia makaa. Huyu alikuwa anatuuzia sijui nini wa matagi wa makarawato na hiyo maneno yote. Jemo na akina Jemo nao ndio nimkaribisha na hii kali. Akina Jemo nao wanaangalia kama PhD, doctor, engineer.
Wewe unanikaribisha na moshi ya pilipili eh?
Bwana, ati doctor sijui nani unasikia. Which school did you go to? Stone PK. How many when did you get your first and second degree? Sasa hiyo ati ndio quality ya leadership. Karibu Jemo.
Mi by the way, acha niwaambie, leader si mtu mwenye amesoma. Leader ni mwenye anaweza shikanisha watu wenye wamesoma. Eke kwa in one roof na move a mountain. Unaweza kuta watu wenye wamesoma, they can't even work together because they don't have the teamwork aspect. A leader is somebody mwenye anaweza kutanisha inchi moja with one purpose and get the best people to do the job. Anaweza kuwa hana hiyo masomo per se, but amefika minimum qualification. Lakini akiongea anashikanisha professor, mwalimu, engineer na tuna move the nation. So
move the job. Yeah.
That's why you are saying Mugabe was learned, but maybe he wasn't the guy. Yeah, I doubt Kasongo amesoma hivyo because hata vile anaongea, hata vile anafikiria, his economic concepts they are not really progressive for a country. Kwa wale watu wamesomea biashara.
Jemo, let me tell you, we are having one of the most inexperienced presidents in work ethics today. Ruto left university and joined KANU 92. Was it YK 92?
YK 92.
So this bugger has never worked anywhere else except politics.
He has never put his
He does not understand anything beyond taking money, putting in his pockets, and actually selling people. He does not know any better, whatever he is.
Hata kugraduate ilikuwa shortcut.
At least even the other presidents had a history of doing something for themselves. This guy came from school, joined politics, and he joined politics the wrong way because this was the time Moi was dishing out money. Yeah, you remember the time of Jirongo?
Yeah, Jirongo, 500.
Because yes, they were getting that. They were the first people to receive printed money. So he is so inexperienced when it comes to leadership. He only knows how to pocket money and buy his way through. Because this guy, I believe, he actually believes that everything is money. If he had even attempted to actually buy his way for Raila to be the AU chairman, surely, what a stupid move for the country.
So that said, we are just saying that Ruto, when it comes to running a business, he has not earned profits in his business. He has always taken shortcuts. Najua, what can be taken away from somebody through deals. Unajua hii mambo ya deals, ninajua nani kwa serikali ama mimi ndio nani kwa serikali. And you're getting favors. That does not mean that you're doing business. You could have your kuku business all the way blown up because you stole money from XYZ na ukaeka kwa makuku. By the way, you don't even know the book.
That's what we call laundering.
Yeah, and it's
hakuna kitu
laundering.
bure kama pesa ya bure. You know, pesa you have not sweated for. Wacha kutuambia alikuwa nauza kuku. That is not work.
Anaweza kuwa anauza kuku but
no,
tuseme tu kweli, anaweza kuwa alikuwa anauza kuku. Ulitoka Wareng Nairobi University ukachukuliwa na Moi.
Yes.
Pesa zimeprintiwa, mbona usiweke biashara ya kuuza kuku unajua zinaitwanga nini hizo biashara? Hobby. Because you don't even know if you're making money. They're just hobbies.
No,
they're hobbies because the books are not there and you have more money from printed money than the money that the cuckoos that you are. A matter of fact, he might not even have been getting any money out of that. And it's just something that he can put in his portfolio. Ni kama kukuwa na shamba enye unalima lakini haujawahi uza, ni ya kukula tu. So unaweza sema ni mkulima kiasi. So you can put it in your portfolio but you cannot really say that you have run a business.
Nani hajawahi kuuza kuku? Anybody who has grown up in the rural area. Nani hajawahi kuuza kuku?
And it sounded and looked like a very good pointer when it comes to campaigning because he also knew that time will come where he will have to tell a story. So if I was Ruto, I will bump up my stocks za kuku. Sio kusema zilianza mbili mpaka zikafika 3,000. No, I just bumped up the stock because I need to tell a story. The point is he has no experience in running.
Let me tell you something. Nani alilipua Sulubu. Alilipua akasema Ruto alikuwa anaenda ananunua hizo mapesa zao anaiba. Anaenda Tanzania ananunua asali ya Tanzania. Akicross border anaibrand. Product of Sugoi. Unaona? Sasa hizo ndo ameiba, lazima angetafuta namna ya kulaunda.
It's just what I've been hearing these days. Unasikia watu they actually ordering unga from China and it is actually back in the ship. So when it comes out from the ship in Mombasa, it's actually branded one of the local plants.
Yeah.
Sasa mnaanza kununua. Yes, it is branded in the high seas. By the time ikifika Mombasa itatoka ikiwa jogoo kafagara, all those nonsense.
Yeah, jogoo kafagara.
So now tell me when the Kenyan farmer will ever get to make anything.
So the main thing here is that Ruto does not know how to run a business and he can't run a country. The way he's been talking about the economic policies of Kenya, like I can tell from the onset of how he speaks about economy. Unajua, for instance, just back in 2022, that finance bill, the way they were putting taxes on energy na nini, and they discourage a lot of investors. That's the same reason why I knew, and we all knew in Kenya, but he was shamelessly sitting in front of Mama Samia akiwashukuru kwa kupita Kenya,
Imagine.
and looked at the camera and said, it is what it is.
Exactly. Na ingine nikwambie nani Jemo na colleagues na kina Mwaura, to know ujue ni fake, ni conmanship. Unaona ndi?
David Ndii.
David Ndii ni nani kwake?
Economic advisor ama ndio nani?
Ndio
The stupid economic advisor. And that
Haya,
guy is
David Ndii alikuwa amejikon kwa Azimio.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know David Ndii has not delivered anything? Go back to where he was working before. Do you know he was fired?
Oh.
David Ndii has been masquerading all along kwa his World Bank and all this. You know you can masquerade there.
That is just a con.
Man.
Even
Everybody that has
Sasa mimi nauliza aje? Nauliza all these routers that are hiding behind this president, this so-called president. When we get a new president, they need to be prosecuted and put to jail and return all that money that they've stolen.
Very right.
Like,
you know, Jerry,
mm-hmm.
One thing I actually wanted to support you on your previous nini. I heard you talking about Matiang'i, and that's why I was trying to build this narrative ya masomo. Kwa sababu I've worked with people who are good at what they do if they work under somebody, and they are not good when they are working as the leader. So unawa promote thinking that they are the right people, but no, these people cannot even train the rest because they know what they know and they stick with it. So they can't pull other talents together. So I've been always, when it comes to Matiang'i and the point yenye umetoa sahi that wakikuja washike na warudishe pesa. So mi niko na wewe pale penye. I was talking about this the other day. I want Matiang'i to express interest, personal interest, and to come out and just say, without actually making it look like amekuwa endorsed. Unajua endorsement sometimes ndio inafanyanga usisamee watu, kwa sababu unaona issue.
Wacha tusichanganye hajaendosiwa.
Yeah, ndio nasema, ndio nataka akuje now that hajaendosiwa. Unajua kukuwa fronted pia na vile unaona vile hizo kuna chamuka, it's like a volcano boiling and they are trying to find out who's gonna come out of the top. And wale watu wenye kina Wamunyoro, unajua you've heard how they are calling, the name has been fronted, kina huyu chairman wa Jubilee, you know. It will be so bad if some other people tag along Jubilee, because at this point in another 2 years or 1 year to come, people will start making shifts in Kenya because they will be looking at the political environments for UDA and even ODM, and they will be like, no, neither of the two parties can get us elected, especially in Mount Kenya, especially in some other regions, you know. So what wataanza to make some strategic moves. And we don't want watu kama the chairmans of Jubilee absorbing people under them, and then at the same time they are pushing Matiang'i, and the people that are coming under them are corrupted people. So if it becomes a good party that is viable for, and will be the one that's kicking out Kasongo, then subconsciously we've also absorbed and made Matiang'i a little bit compromised, because whoever that was pushing him up was a party, but the party were not really keen in absorbing corrupted people. So unakuta hii issue ya Irene inakuwa ngumu sana kama atakuwa endorsed with the party. I want him to come out and say upfront before even being endorsed, that I am interested in running, and akwetuna a good press ama online aseme the issues with Kenya is XYZ. We need to make this different direction. I'm willing to work with anybody that's not corrupted. That would be a good statement to say. We'll be vetting leaders under my leadership. I'll be vetting leaders under my party. The party, the people that we are working with is XYZ. At least hata kama ataulizwa maswali tunajua XYZ yako corrupted. We'll start kinda coming up with clear picture of what Matiang'i wants. Lakini tunamwamini sana sababu ya kazi yake. That is very good. That is just like that is
msimamo.
sawa. So tunamwamini juu ya kazi yake. Honestly, hatujui muona akiwa president na hatujui kama the strengths zenye ako nazo akiwa minister will be the super glue that can bring people together in one common agenda ya kujenga nchi. Sometimes when you're too strong, you forget to glue people together. So unakuta watu wanakuogopa. Umewahi kuwa na ule good boss mwenye is so strict people don't want to come to work? What happens in that company or his department? You'll find out that they were promoted because of their good work ethics, but they stay on that level that there is turnover and people don't come to work. So we need Matiang'i, but we need Matiang'i to come out himself. And if he can bring out the good leadership, I'm with them. But kama atakaa hivi vile ananyamazanga, honestly, I'm with Irene. I want somebody that can step up. Leadership is taken, not given.
Msimamo amekaa sana, sitaki atupwe nje. Sorry Jemu tu nini.
Na iko sawa.
Msimamo, ndugu msimamo, lete ya vanga bana. Msimamo
ametuna huyo.
Msimamo amesimama mahali fulani. Sasa
let me say something what Jemu has said.
But
I agree with you.
Mwamba, just before as you come in, there's something maybe you might also ride on Jemu. Jemu, I think we are also trying to put is it called the cart before the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse? One of the two. When we talk of this candidate Matiang'i, I would guarantee you that the way you behave as a regular teacher, even if you are promoted to deputy headmaster or headmaster, that the way you have conducted yourself will be almost similar. In fact, what happens is, if you've been fairly assertive as an ordinary teacher, when you are given authority, you push that up. That is my experience. That's what I've always realized. That you give me more madaraka, you have more say and more authority, I'm able to implement all my vision and all that. Now, based on what, because it cannot change. If you are a strict person, you are a strict person. Like me, my management, I never hide. I tell people, I'm what the people call tough love for my teams. I'm very tough, but very loving. When you mess, I'm extreme. But when you are good, I'm extreme. That has been my style. And fortunately, it has been liked by people. Okay? Because why should I dilly-dally with? I'm drawing people behind. I'm drawing other teams behind. So it's either you are good, okay, or if you are not very good, I'm able to. I should see you doing the efforts, putting in the efforts that are needed. And for me, I think that is what kind of management people should follow. Okay, but you cannot be lazy and you expect to be sympathized all along. Then you are dragging the team behind. So I give what my staff always, I mean, the teams that I've worked with, they always say tough love, whatever that means. Yeah. So Matiang'i has that, because he texts to you, he tells you this has to be done,
If it is to the benefit, we all agree we want to deliver this for the benefit of XY. We have agreed. Hii kitu tunafanyia wananchi. Kwa hivyo lazima ifanywe hivi. So if we have agreed about that, whether utasikia ukasirike ama usikasirike, we have said it has to be delivered. And that is the person we want. As to whether you will be able to prosecute thieves and all that, remember, once you are the president, you are the authority. And then you have the system. Remember, mtu kama Matiang'i, I have confidence. He will not have vigaragalias as judges, as nini. He will have proper teams, people, judiciary, and all that. And I don't think Matiang'i, from his way he behaved, he can start now going to trying to inaitwaje kugag, you gag parliament, you gag this, because a result-oriented leader would want help from the other teams, from the other arm of the government. If I'm the president in the name of Matiang'i, I would want a parliament that will, whatever they pass and do, I know they are doing it in the interest of mwananchi. Hata nikisign, najua sisign bill ambayo imewekewa nini za ujinga. By the way, it is so easy to run this country, as Onyonka says. Yeah, it's so easy, because the moment you don't tax people because you want to tax and steal, the moment you want to do fair, I think even Morara can run the country, honestly, if he has these good people. Because the thing, shida inakuja complication when you are putting a budget, unaongeza ya kuiba. Unachukua loan, you want to set aside what you have already unaiba. That is the only complication there is. That's why you could see anytime there is about the budget ichambuliwe, inaleta vita, because majority of it, 40-50% is stolen. It began with SGR, which went up 4-5 times. Yeah. So if you have a genuine person, which I think Matiang'i can be, the rest will be so easy. Yeah. Karibu msimamo.
PK, wacha niseme kitu msemo kama siji kuna shida. I want to add on what you are saying. Jemo, you are saying that if Matiang'i continues to keep quiet, Matiang'i is not a quiet person. He has just decided for some reason not to get into this debate. Matiang'i, yes, have Matiang'i or not have Matiang'i. He is not, the word quiet is not anything close to Matiang'i. Those are very, very forward from him.
How do you know he decided to be quiet? Did he say that he wants to stay out, or you assume he decided? Because, that's why I want him to say, I'm skipping out on this, but there will come a time. Okay, what I want Matiang'i to say, or I'm hoping, because my ones are just my ones. What I'm hoping Matiang'i to say is to just say, I will be expressing my interest in running. This debate that's going on in Kenya at this level due to XYZ, I'm staying out of them. Unajua kina Mukisa Kitui, they're talking and they're educating us out here. Sometimes you don't have to attack the government, but you can say something that is not in the line of attacking the government, because sometimes that you become negative, and sometimes you become too aggressive, and sometimes you can be pushback inaweza kuwa mbaya. But ile nina hiyo interest, but hii debate at this point in time, I am staying out of it because of XYZ. But I can talk about the general state of the country. That way tuone tunaenda na vision yake.
I think that's a strategy. And even in case Matiang'i himself did not pronounce that I want to vie for president, that is one. Okay? Why are we having
Julia, pale alipoulizwa alikuwa wapi? Alikuwa wapi? Mahali alisema nimesikia.
Amesikia watu wanataka avai for presidency.
Alinini kabisa, walieleza. I can't remember which function that. It was a funeral.
Yes, he went for a funeral and he criticized the government a bit. But I don't know whether he talked about his presidency bit.
No, they talked about his presidency, and then he said, I've heard what you have said.
Yes. So Matiang'i, that seems to be the strategy of Matiang'i. And if you see that the presidency thing is not coming directly from him, unlike like Akina Kalonzo and the others. It is coming from people. First, it came from the Gen Z. Gen Z went to space. Na wakasema they want pike ulionaga hizo mikutano wasema wanataka Matiang'i. Haya, ikaanza kwa Gen Z. Then somewhere Jeremiah Kioni said their candidate is who? Matiang'i. Recently, but before that, somebody began circulating some rumors that Matiang'i may hire some Canadian firm for his campaign. Whether that rumor was correct or not?
No, it was not rumor. It was confirmed. He wanted to have scientific data.
Yes, that he has hired. Yani, Jemo, that is his strategy. So his strategy is very different from the other people. But then, if that proves, whether he starts saying that at serikali ya Ruto imefanya hii ama haijafanya hii, Matiang'i, the things he has done for Kenya have laid a very firm foundation, far much than any other person will be yapping against Ruto. Unaona, yapping is good, but yapping is not good enough. Unaona, you see, we love all these people who are fighting for us. We love them because they are coming out to fight for us, to criticize the government. We love that. We love what they are doing. But then, now, we also got the next step. What can they do for us? So when it comes to those ratings, Matiang'i will still be rated higher than them. Why? Because the Kenyans have seen Matiang'i on the ground. They have seen him work. They have seen him produce the results they were looking for. But these other people who are yapping, saying that tunachukia serikali ya Ruto, hatuipendi, they have not seen them on the ground. That will be the difference. So whether he comes out to say that the government did 1, 2, 3, or he doesn't come, I want to tell you, Jemo, this guy has laid a very firm foundation. It is undisputable. I'm saying this because I was in Kenya when Matiang'i was cabinet secretary. Now, Mimi, even when I was in Kenya when he changed the education system. I mean, when he worked on the exams, I know what he did and how he did it. I understand that very clearly, and I know he had to be that firm. I can give you a whole narration of what he did, how he did it. That in 2015, the results for KCSE were very fake. 2016, he flipped the table. It was a whole different scenario, and how he did it, and the previous ministries he worked in. So I know what Kenyans think about Matiang'i even today. They don't think about him because wanaambiwa ama juu amesikia criticize Ruto. It is not everybody who is criticizing Ruto is a performer. Saizi kila mtu hata wenye wamekuwa kwa udaku saizi, they have something wrong to say about Ruto. We can't say that they are leaders because they are doing that. No, we love them. We want them to do that. For example, maybe an example of Gachagua. We can't stand here and start saying that Gachagua is now our leader. Kwa sababu gani? Ati anashabulia Ruto. First, okay, we want Gachagua apewe mic. Lakini si ati kwamba sasa tumeamua anaweza tuongoza kwa sababu we have not forgotten where he's coming from and the things he has done against Kenya with Ruto. Hatuwezi sahau.
And he's not a leader at all. We can't
forget.
He's not.
We can't forget and forgive. In fact, we are in this shit because of Gachagua. That is one. So, hata kama tunafurahia ati Gachagua apewe mic, hatuwezi kusema ati Gachagua sasa anatupigania, sasa ndio atuongoze. We can't say that. Now, we will be going beyond that. We want people who will fight for us, but we want people who will perform. And that is what Matiang'i is. So when I see somebody saying, atujui Matiang'i anataka nini, I have double sure whether Matiang'i is a cabinet secretary or a deputy president or the president, Matiang'i will perform for Kenya. He will perform. The other person I'm very sure of is Mother Karua. And the other person I have not tested, but I'm sure will perform, and I believe will perform, is Okia Omtata. All the others, I am not sure what they will do for Kenya, even if they yap 100 times. Sijui wanaweza kutendea nini.
Okia Mtata ameongeza another feather on his hat jana.
Yes, jana.
Alitebo aka-challenge Senate. They gave him BS. He walked out. He said, I'll walk and go to a forum that will have intellect to listen to what I'm talking about. If this Senate cannot take seriousness in what I'm presenting, that is heavy. Yani Senate aioni ana present security issue ya nchi yake. Senate. Yeah?
And they're not listening to him.
Yes, he BS'd them. And, I was waiting because I was monitoring that when it was live. I was saying, Omtata, don't take the shit, man. Walk out. Tell them you guys are all BS. And that is the kind of a person I would be.
And let me say this, PK, wacha ndio msimamo kama amerudi aongee. If Matiang was to launch a campaign, I'm telling you, nobody can dare face him. I'm telling you that Matiang is a Matiba kind of a character.
Exactly.
But sasa kama mulisikia stories za Matiba, you can describe Matiang like that. He's a Matiba was a guy that was not moved by anybody and by nothing. And Matiba, wherever Matiba worked, in all the ministries he was given, he performed and he produced results. And when he was tired with Moi, he said he was done. That was Matiba. Now, if you look at Matiang, the other person who is close to Matiang is Michuki. Tumekuwa a few characters who are like that. There are just a few characters in Kenya wenye tumepata. Si wengi, ni wachache sana, lakini wako. So that's why we are saying, if this guy is given, in fact, and one thing I'm sure about Matiang, he will not work with thugs. He will not. If you're a thug, you'll not work with Matiang. Hata kama ulimtetea aje, sidhani. And that is why me I'm saying, hata kama tuna stories za ukabila na zini tuweke kando. And even my people from Mount Kenya region, I just hope that this time they wake up from their sleep and we decide that they do the right thing. That is my hope, PK.
So niko na Julia, sasa vile umeongea hivyo niko na dilemma kidogo kwa sababu obviously mi nataka Matiang'i, obviously wewe unataka Matiang'i, PK anataka Matiang'i, na ni Mwamba anataka Matiang'i. Njeri sijui uko wapi lakini
Hapana, mimi sijasema hivyo lakini
okay,
can I go? Nitaoze hapa.
Yeah, so ninasema ni maswali ni unajua kwa hii conversation ninasikia a lot of if na unajua hiyo if inakuja kwa sababu we stand a 50-50 possibility chance that Matiang'i might not express interest. Are we gonna push him?
No, Jim.
What should we do?
You've heard what PK has said.
I mean,
He doesn't want, anatoka. Why should we worry about that?
What if, okay, because
kama
unajua if
tunaenda
na kama hataki lakini
yes,
if Matiang'i already launched a campaign strategy, kama Ameripa a farm to campaign for him, when this thing is not hii rumor ya Matiang'i haijanguka kutoka kwa hewa mabinguni. There's no in Kenya.
Let me say this, Julia.
Yes.
Jemo. It is good that we know what we want, and people are asking for Matiang'i, and the Gen Z is actually mentioned him very early in their campaigns.
And
they
as
have Jemo
not
says,
their stand.
yeah, and as Jemo says that Matiang'i needs to come out. Let me tell you why I think. This is my theory, it's not what I know. And I have also been in this forum to say that I would also be very, very, very keen to know that he has an intent of that. But of course, he has the intention is there because I saw that church, that funeral he went to, and he actually gave an intention without using the exact words that I'm standing for presidency. Visibility, yes, fine. The good thing is that we are the people who know and are asking him, come be our president. I think that is number one beauty of him being our president, because we think we know his performance. The other thing, and why I am saying this is only my theory, if you look at the corruption in our country, most leaders are corrupt or they support corruption because they are also corrupt and they are also blackmailed by the other corrupt class they work with. If you take somebody in a ministry, he's forced to be corrupt. He cannot be moved out of the corruption zone. Like now, if you look like the example of somebody like this Coast guy, what do you call him? This 001, what is his name?
Joho.
This guy was Joho, who was made a minister the other day. This is a guy who can actually blackmail his position because he is corrupt and he knows that the appointing authority is corrupt, so they can blackmail one another and stay in their positions. That's the only reason that somebody like Joho is actually in the cabinet today. He's also very, 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 very vicious when it comes to campaigning, and so Ruto would want to put him there actually to guard his whatever. So what I'm saying, or what I'm trying to put forward, is that if Matiang'i comes out today cleanly, he is a clean man. Of course, I don't think there is any scandal that is associated with him. These corrupt guys would not like him, and they will fight him tooth and nail to the. Before 2 years, he would be looking like a pig, because they will beat him to hell. They wouldn't want him to get there because they know Matiang'i is one of that guy who can behave like the Indonesian guy and arrest all those guys and put them behind bars. He is capable of that. He has proved to be, he can do that. So possibly that is why he's not coming out. He wants to hold the horses and possibly come at the opportune time at a later date, but not this early. 2 years is a very long time to be beaten in Kenya by these corrupt guys. They can even kill you because they don't want you to get there, because they will not feel secure under your presidency. That is one thing I think would hold Matiang'i from actually even starting to do the campaigning. Matiang'i is a teacher, a forthright teacher, an international worker, an experienced person. I think he is the right guy. He is the right guy, and as we say, our country is very corrupt, and possibly that is what is holding him back. He doesn't want to come out, because if he comes out, even the people like Kinagashagwa would also start beating him up because they don't want him there. I'm sure he is not liked by those guys in authority today. We, the Kenyans, would like him to be there to get hold of these people, but they would not want him to get there for their future security. So let him stay behind the curtains. He will come out. He will come out. Definitely, we can't call him up like that. I'm sure he would want to come. I think he's a guy who will answer to the call of duty, and he knows the nation might need him, or the nation needs him. And I want to give him that. I think he needs to hold his horses for the time being. Let him come out at the right time. It's too early to come out now.
You're right, Mwamba. He should wait for elections to be announced. Sababu unaona, when the moment this rumor started, unaona vile wengine walikunja mikia hata kina Kalonzo. Now they'll be gathering around to decide what to do with him na vile ya kumchafua. So the best thing for him, wacha tu asingangane now, so that now they're even quiet. Nobody's saying they're vying for presidency. You may notice evil since then.
Yeah, they stopped actually giving the indicators they were giving, because they know they are not a competition to him. The guy comes out.
They know they cannot match him.
They cannot match him.
Yes. So if that's the case, then this is the second alternative that I'm praying and hoping that these people who are the leaders, whichever end that's gonna face Kasongo as opposition party, that they meet the Kibaki way and they appoint this Matiang'i, ndio wakitoka tusikuwe na self.
By the way, let me give you a piece of history before I forget. Do you know Kibaki and this guy Michuki and Kenneth Batiba were classmates, and my dad in Mahangu High School. Mahangu High School. They were all in the same Kibaki and Michuki and Kenneth Matiba.
And your dad?
My dad was also in that class. They were classmates. And if there is anything I know about my dad, he was also a civil servant during his time. May he rest in peace. If there is anything I have ever heard my father swear in the name of God, is to say, my children will never feed on money on corruption. That is the only time I have ever heard my father say, "My guy, so that class has something."
They have Prince Wakona Misimamo.
I don't know. Yes, that was the class
they stood to their ground. That is why we are saying. First, I want to appreciate Jerry because she's very informed, and I also want to appreciate our young people. I mean, I think the generation, millennium, really never got anywhere to think about what's happening with their country. Same with generation X, somewhere to Ilalia Maskio, to Kawacha things they go as they're going. But this generation Z, I mean, I love the way they are upbeat and they are going after what's happening in their country. I really appreciate that. So my take is maybe they need a lot of more information on the history of Kenya and who did what, who played which role. Because if we look back, we have had Matiang's before. It's just that they never had a chance. For example, one presidency Kenya missed was Kenneth Matiba. Can you imagine how far Kenya would have been if Matiba ever became president even for 10 years? Mnafikiri nchi ingekuwa wapi? Unajua ingekuwa kama Singapore somewhere. Yeah?
Because you could see also the record of Kenneth Matiba, who was the managing director of the Kenya brewery. It was East African breweries. Since he left, it's scaled down now. It's almost corrupt.
Yes.
I think it's almost corrupt now.
And remember, he was performing with Moi being president. Because he proved to be independent. So tumekuwa na michuki na Matiang'i wengi ni vile hawajapata nafasi. So let's pray like Jemo is saying. This is my hope. Now that akina Gachagua wameweka mikia kwa katikati ya miguu, I'm sorry if I'm disrespectful, and akina Kalonzo, they are seeing the sense Kenyans are seeing. Hakuna haja for fighting this man. If their agenda is to remove Kasongo, then they should just create another Kibaki Tosha movement. And wanasema Matiang'i Tosha movement, okay? They should just create another Kibaki Tosha movement. This time ikuwe Matiang'i, waache hakuna haja kungangana ukabila. Na Wakikuyu watu wengi wa Mount Kenya region, si lazima tuwe na rais ama hata makamu wa rais. For once, we can do the right to help Kenya. And in fact, let me say this, Mount Kenya will save Kenya if they decide to save Kenya this time. That is my take, PK. Mimi naenda kulala. Good nightini. Thank you so much, everybody. Tunane kesho.
Good night, Julia.
Good night. Good night. Yeah.
So I hope we get this angel we are looking for. I am sure there must be one Kenya all this time.
Mwamba the nini kigoya yenye niko nayo ni that he doesn't announce and then once kupigania hapo. You know, in 2013 after Kibaki, the one person that was misadvised was PK, Peter Kenneth. Yeah, coming up high West make that guy looked like he was
stupid. PK is
No. PK
and they fronted him thinking that they will give him Jaman.
No,
so
PK
that
was not
stay
going to
away
be.
from
PK could have only been good as an MP for the area. You know, there are some people you can promote.
He did so well in Nani.
I don't think he could have done better anywhere else. In any case, he's also a very corrupt guy. He's one of those people who frees the Kenya National Insurance and the insurance thing. So he's not a good guy.
Yeah, we need to see these leaders pushing for if it's Matiang'i and the helper. That way we know after he comes back, we are facing Ruto without division. Unajua division might be what Ruto is cashing on right now, that people will go different directions and then
Jemo, acha nikukate short. Where Kenya is today is decided. Let me tell you. Saa hii ile hasira watu wako nayo, they are watu wameditch Raila. These people are decided. So what will happen is, let me finish. When Matiang'i akikuja hivi, unasikiza bro, Matiang'i Gen Z walisema Matiang'i, they have never mentioned anybody else, for your information. Na Gen Z hawajakufa wote. So Matiang'i tu siku ile anatokea hivi. Whether these Kalonzos and others want to inaitwaje kutukapked sijui kumit ndio wa decide. There is no decision being made here. That is the difference. You try to contest against Matiang'i, you are doomed. In fact, let me tell you, these people will go to Matiang'i without being told. Hakuna meetings that could decide. And I wish Matiang'i would announce tomorrow one.
I think let him hold his strategy. And the other thing you need to know is that Ruto fears Matiang'i to death.
Exactly.
He has really tried to get him, and that's why this guy has to relocate and start. You know, he lectured somewhere here in New York.
Yes,
with
that's
somebody
finished.
I've been seeing a lot. So,
We
and
are
he
done.
left Kenya because Ruto really fears Matiang'i. He knows this is a guy.
Matiang'i anaingia ni kama ule jamaa wa Senegal. Yaani
ataingia kama baba siku alikuwa anaingia. Wishaenda kumchukua mpaka hapo.
Matiang'i nakwambia, I swear atafanya country itakuwa frenzy. Hiyo tu aseme baba, sema sasa ndiye atakuwa baba. Sema neno moja tu na roho yangu itapona. Do you know, can you imagine Gen Z wakisikia tu Matiang'i amedeclare is coming to launch? My friend,
It will be a big thing.
I mean,
yeah, that will be a big thing.
And that is what he's building. He's not an idiot. He's an intellect. That he wants to build an impact. Ile aki-announce hivi, people will withdraw, whether you like it or not.
I'm telling you, there's so many people who are scared, especially those, and especially the judiciary. They are also very scared of Matiang'i. He's a no-nonsense guy. They're very scared of him.
And Mwamba, for that matter, sometimes due to the fact that the need for the country to have a leader like that, we cannot afford at this point in time, to look the influence of Uhuru telling everybody, hold your horses, we need to get Kasongo out, we can talk about other things later. So, and I'm saying that because the Wamunyoro factor sometimes can be an issue. Mimi staki migogoro zikuja hapa.
By the way, guys, have you guys heard that this guy is going for the SG?
Uhuru is nowhere.
No, but he can speak over Wamunyoro, by the way.
No, he's useless. Wachana na huyo mtu. This guy,
I believe if he fronts Matiang'i, he can speak over Wamunyoro.
In fact, Uhuru will not play.
No, I would rather Uhuru keeps quiet.
He's a coward.
He should just get out of the picture.
You don't see possibility of Wamunyoro trying to muscle Matiang'i.
Nothing.
No, you don't see Wamunyoro muscling Matiang'i.
Let me tell you something, Jemu, possibly you don't know. Wamunyoro might look very, very popular today, but if he starts for president, he won't get the Mount Kenya vote. That's what I can tell you for free.
Yeah.
Yes, he won't. And he knows that.
Niko na dilema ya Matiang'i kunyamaza, atoke leta alafu anze kumsukuma. Let me tell you, I always build case scenarios and I try to work with every case scenario. Scenario A, B, C.
No, Jemo.
And solutions.
Wait, Jemo, you want Matiang'i to start doing this nonsense Wamunyoro is doing? What is Wamunyoro telling you of value? Nothing. Nothing. Telling you Ruta na name barabara anafanya nini?
Garbage. Yeah? He shouldn't. Unajua Wamunyoro is addressing the government. Matiang'i should address the issues of the country. If he's talking politely.
What don't you know that you want Matiang'i to address?
Sometimes it's always good to build momentum your own, like, people know, but people want to know, what are we doing, what's the plan, what can we do about it?
It's not time for that. It's not time for that. Like me, I'm contesting.
Kenya, we have launched elections long time.
No, like me, I'm contesting this. I'm telling you, and I've been telling people. I don't have to go telling and I will contest where people know me very well. I don't have to keep on telling them, oh, this guy has denied you this and that. They know already. What they have been waiting for is for Stone PK to declare. Even if I declare 2 days before elections, they are okay. So Matiang'i, who has performed, a performer, unamtaka akuja ati kwa TV anaanza kusema, Ruto is not delivering. I would never do that. If I were Matiang'i, I would be the way he is. Quiet, strategizing, ile kungoa hii mutu. And then also building a force that will make Kalonzo, who believes he must be the candidate. Unajua Kalonzo speech zote zake, hata leo jana alikuwa kwa, I wanted to play it here. He still says the people have no option but to propose him as the candidate. Can you imagine? Na zile reason anapeana ni diplomatic experience, old, sijui nini. People hatuko huko. So Matiang'i wants to have a force that even if Kalonzo wants to go against Matiang'i, atapigiwa kura na wakamba wake peke yake. All right? Then Matiang'i will have the rest of the country.
because Kalonzo will be undermined. Can you imagine Kalonzo tukimwambia asisimame, you know what he will do?
Kenya kwanza quick fast.
you know Kalonzo is a risky spoiler. Unajua vile atafanya? Atahepa na wakamba wake wengine. So we will lose your 1.3 million. So we have to work to get from these other places.
So the team, and that's why I'm saying I'd rather have these people do the sit down yenye kina Kibaki walifanya. They need to work. Kama ni Matiang'i huko juu, they Kalonzo number 2, and pick people that are, performers, real
kukaa chini hata itakuwa possible, by the way. That's why you need to build your own force. They will not agree.
At this point, I feel like they need to build a force, because disintegrating the country,
individual force.
Ruto might take advantage of it. Hata akigawanya mara 3, watu kuwe na few people. Kalonzo akienda na 1 point something na amue kusimama asipelekee Ruto, that's alafu ukute Ruto pengine amebaki na Rao, alafu tuko na Matiang'i. Unaona hiyo 1.4 ya Kalonzo is gonna be
bro iko hivi, ni kuambie vile itakuwa. Ruto watakaa na Rao, that's the way to be up to the end. Wajaluo na Wakale, Wajaluo wengine na Wakale wengine, that's how it will go. Hiyo ndio ticket. Okay, Raila can't get out of Ruto because he's finished. Amefika mwisho, and he needs to save his image, and he thinks he can only become somebody by partnering with Ruto, and that's what the supporters have decided. The Luo Nyanza fanatics of Raila, not all of them. They want, and they are doing it to revenge. They think they are revenging against the Kikuyus, which is stupid of them. Okay, so Ruto na Raila watakuwa pamoja mpaka kwa debe. Then the rest of the country is gonna teach them a lesson. Okay, that is why Kalonzo akiregarega na yeye tunamtupa si Ikulu aende akakae huko na watu wake wa Kitui. Okay, alafu Gen Z na sisi wengine wote tutamobilize for Matiang'i.
But you should also look, before even Matiang'i comes around, you should look where his vote is. Matiang'i is actually commanding the middle class and also the Gen Zs. And I think that's the winning ticket now. That's it.
Yeah,
forget about these other guys who are usually on the streets or in the markets that always will be out there. Forget about those guys, because there is another new generation of voters that will vote this time who have never voted before. The middle class, and I'm sure they'll be going for somebody they know or they think because they can make a judgment. And there's the Gen Z who have made up their minds. He's already a winning ticket.
Yeah, it looks like it's a winning ticket.
Yes.
Strategy will be part. Najua pia kuwa na winning ticket iende na strategy. Because for me, I think there's too much to lose for the country. So I want no mistakes. I don't want no room for mistake. I will say, in my opinion, if we can, if let's say, the truth about the country right now, the goal is to kick out Kasongo, and we don't want to kick him out by some statistical numbers zenye zinakaa tu skewed to the right a little bit. Tunataka ni landslide, a wave, unaona. And I believe that for the sake of kicking out Kasongo, it will be better if we can, hata huyo nani, if we can adopt a language ya kuweka Kalonzo ndani, Wamunyoro wa cooperate, and everybody, and they should work some way out to knock out Kasongo strike 1. So I just pray that the language yenye wata approach is an inclusive language ya kuweka Kalonzo ndani, Wamunyoro. We might not like Wamunyoro say, but Wamunyoro has some strategy pia. He by himself right now he's doing some damage for Kasongo.
Let me ask you, Jemo. Strategy ya Mnyoro ni gani?
I mean, like he know. I mean, look, Wamnyoro knows Ruto, and I think he knows how to push back on Ruto.
Jamo,
He's
I'm
always
telling
on.
you, strategy ya Wamunyoro ni moja peke yake. He has skeletons for Ruto, and that is why he's even surviving today.
And that's a strategy.
That's it.
You
don't think he has. That's the only card he has in his pocket.
and it has
Wamnyoro
worked
is
so
adding
far.
himself
It
value.
is working
Wamnyoro,
because he has
listen,
not even released
bro.
everything.
Can I say this number to the group here? There was a question that was asked somewhere, na mtajua hii kesho na kesho kutwa. Wamnyoro aliulizwa, saa hii ukasikia Ruto ameland na helicopter hapo kwako Wamnyoro, what will be your reaction? Can any of you guess?
He will spill the beans.
No, atamsalimia na mikono yote miwili.
No,
Alafu
maybe not. Ama maybe watasalimiana.
Atamsalimia.
Thank you, Irene.
Yeah.
Atamsalimia, alafu
apewe bilioni 2.
Alafu
So his strategy should be to avoid an helicopter landing there at all.
no, not to avoid an encounter. Wamnyoro has a soft place for Ruto.
For Ruto.
That's why he talks. He says my president and all that. So he's just adding his value. He has a bargain.
Yes, he's just adding value, just like Raya is adding his value by playing hard to get.
But with that too, if we can take Wamunyoro successfully all the way to the other side of
Wamnyoro is not the savior.
without meeting Ruto,
Jemu,
it will be good for Kenya.
Jemu, listen to me. Wamnyoro is not a savior in any way. He's not a savior in our cause. Wamnyoro is just trying to revenge and shout so that he gets recalled na alipwe pesa. He even put his word. Alisema apewe pesa na arudishiwe kiti yake, lakini hawezi rudishiwa DP juu they look stupid. But you know, everything irudishwa na nini ile impeachment ikuwe dissolved. That is what he has put on the table. That's why I'm mad with the Mulima at Wanado, but I am okay with them. Okay, I know they're hanging there to seek some relevance. Wamnyoro is irrelevant as we are talking. There's nothing he's doing under that tree where he's saying that he's consulting. What is he consulting about? Wakenya unajua we get fooled up.
He's blackmailing Ruto then.
Not even blackmailing, he's just shouting.
Yeah.
And he can do nothing to Ruto. Let me tell you, Wamnyoro can do nothing to Ruto. Kabisa,
okay.
He is of no consequence to Ruto.
So that if that's the case, if he's not of no consequences to Ruto, and if he wants to go, this is what I know about Wamnyoro. The mountain left him in the government. I think if Wamnyoro joined the people, because even the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, he had it when he was in the government. I think hata ndio ilianza kupiss off Ruto when he started saying.
Jemu hapo umepotea. He took that later. 1 man, 1 shilling was not Wamnyoro. It was never UDA.
No, that's what I'm saying. People left him there. People left him there. He adopted it. He adopted it after.
When he realized that is what people wanted.
Yeah, and that's why
Wamnyoro was never people person. For your information, those of us who may be not knowing.
And that's what I was saying. People left him in the government. The mountain left him there. So even the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, he took it after he saw that nobody was supporting the government that he was supporting. So he was saying, I'm reading the ground, but literally it's because the mountain left him there. So I'm saying
he took it after the meeting, he banged the tables, bro.
Yeah. So
know we have the insight. Pale walipomit na Ruto.
Na alijua aliwachwa.
Unaona? Akaitisha doi wakakataa, akamwambia nilikuletea sijui 4.0, akamultiply votes na 1000 shillings ikakuwa sijui 4.7 billion, akabang akasema nipe hiyo pesa ndio ni. When now they disagreed, akambua you are BS, go to hell. Kwa hiyo meza ndiye alishuka hapo akaanza hiyo story.
One man, one shilling. But
Yes.
we
Yeah.
agree that
It
mountain left him there.
was already late.
Yeah, the mountain left him there.
Yeah.
So I'm not so worried if he decides to shake Ruto's hand. That's what I'm trying to say. Because regardless, we had left him there. He joined people, and if he wants to go back, it's okay. So that will be easier for Matiang'i, and that will have eliminated Wamunyoro in the equation of having any influence.
Do you know I'm not scared of Wamunyoro shaking hand here, Ruto, because whether he does what or what, I think the mountain is gone.
Yeah.
Nobody can take the mountaineers back to Ruto. That one,
Yes.
forget about it.
Na
So
iko peke yake.
Gachagua is of
Yes.
no consequence today.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Mwaura. Thank you. I mean,
He is
Mwamba.
of no consequence.
I
Completely.
support that. I support Mwamba because remember even Mulima was saying sisi hatumfuati, yeye ndiye anatufuata. So
Yeah.
that makes it
Yeah.
understandable. Yes.
Yeah. And then Mulima wamejiona wajinga kabisa the way they were fooled by this Wamunyoro man. People, there is no tribe in Kenya that has regretted like the Kikuyus. They did the most stupid thing that no one ever does in that country. Sorry to talk that way, but yani,
that's true.
Yani they did yani kitu ijawahi onekana in any part of the world. Ati you discard your person, then you bring in a foreigner. Let me ask.
Which
Today,
they have not done before.
Listen, if I wanted to contest the seat of an MP and I'm from Embu, niambie nisimame Kiambu nichaguliwe. Tachaguliwa? Kweli urongo? Sitachaguliwa. Niende nisimame mahali kunaitwa Uasin Gishu kule ndani Kapkatet, Kiricho, Kapkatet, Belgut. Ati Stone PK umetoka Embu, unauliza kiti ya MP huko ama MCA, utachaguliwa?
Wewe sio Mkenya.
Niulize governor Kericho na nimetoka Murang'a, nitachaguliwa? Let's be realistic.
Ama uende kwa simama Garissa.
Kama niende nisimame Garissa kwa mama Ali Mfara na wengine na nimetoka pande hii, nothing. So basically Kikuyus did the sin again, sin kubwa, dhambi kubwa mno, because unaambiwangwa hata kama ni kionje you keep it, ukizaa moto lamba. You discarded, insulted that Uhuru man who you had adored, you said you saved from ICC. Now he became rubbish and you took a foreigner. Because that is the word anyway, if you are not from the region. At Indio Kingpin, who does that? Those are stupid things that Kikuyus did because of love for money and pretending to be saved. Luckily, they've realized how stupid that was. And they regret. You know the way you have a dream that you want to forget kabisa. Yani, unataka hiyo usije ukakumbuka tena. But you dreamt, huwezi kusahau. Ama ulifanya kitendo, huwezi Wakikuyu wangependa kusahau kwamba ni mainire tugokira tene. If you anywhere, I played that song somewhere, I had my Bautikinya friend. Karibu nipigwe. Na wananipiga tu kuniambia, akia Mungu storipike unaturudisha wapi? They don't want to hear that. Tugokira tene, tugathure Ruto. They sang.
Kama inaibwa Mandera.
No. And we cried on TV. We cried here with Akina Kairo. We even did vernacular sessions to tell our people, this is a hyena which is pretending to be a sheep, a goat. Please, wapi? Naye Mkikuyu unajua akitaka kulet down atakulet. Unajua walituambia nini? Tutaenda nayo hivyo hata kama ni nyang'au. Haya. Ikaditamba. Lakini nao tena wana reject ile deadly. Kama saa hii hata upeleke didi. You know they are extremes. These people are very interesting.
Na waliimbia Kasongo wimbo mingi.
Hey,
Kama ile song ya mudomo radhi yageromeka.
Biblia.
Nakwambia
Moikiria maguta.
ule nani ule wa jicho pevu ule jamaa nani
Mohamed.
Kikuyu enye alisuaga me nakwambia enyewe wa Kikuyu aliingishwa
na wamevaa yellow. Yaani mpaka watu wakasema
Ginyawaria
Habayaita alikuwa anaitwa Enoneo Jaba.
Hata mimi niliona Woria juu ya gari anaimba Kikuyu na anaongea Kikuyu.
Mpaka nikasema mimi unajua nilikuja nikaguaya nikaona haki ya Mungu baba tunaanguka. Yaani mlima hata itaki kusikia. Mimi nilienda naongea kwa baba nataka kupigwa na watu wangu. Naambia tuwe kwa Ruto bwana. Tuwe kwa Ruto. Yeah.
Ruto anaimba Kikuyu, Woria anaongea Kikuyu.
Mazesi Ruto alisweep hiyo mahali. Unaenda kwa village unasema mazee hapa kwani mnafanya ati kwani unaongea nini? Ati mazee mimi si unajua Azimio. Hapana bana toe kwa Ruto eti kama ntoja bwana huko ni Meru sasa.
Sasa hata mtu alinichekesha ilibidi aongee Kijaluo ni bibi ya Junet. Lakini sasa huko ni kwao, anaongea kwao penye kuna kura zao. You know, hiyo time ilikuwa na visanga. Mimi niliona Ruto anaimba wimbo 3 za ngaye wakwa. Nikajua hapa.
Hata Ruto alikuwa amekram ngaye wakwa we.
Na huyo Woria juu ya nini? Anaimba mambo ya komena.
Alikuwa anafanya praise and worship na Kikuyu.
Nikasema haya kwani tuko Kenya gani? Yaani kumbe tukianza kuhesabu wa Kikuyu tunahesabu mbaya kina jicho pevu.
Jicho pevu ni Mkikuyu. That guy was born in Majengo, Thika.
That guy speaks more Kikuyu than I do.
Yes, he knows more Kikuyu maybe.
Anajua Kikuyu kabisa.
No, he was born in Thika, Majengo. That's why he was brought up. So, hii Mombasa ameenda juzi tu.
Jicho pevu alikuwa jirani ya my wife. My family is my in-laws.
Kama Thika, kamezaliwa Thika.
Wewe ni Makongeni ama ni Majengo? Makongeni.
Majengo. Majengo ya Thika. You know him.
Majengo ya Thika ama Makongeni. One of the
ni Majengo. Me I know him from childhood.
Majengo neighboring Makongeni, you are right.
Ukisema tulidanganywa enyewe. It was so graphic.
Wewe bro, mimi yani unaenda mahali unaongea hivi unataka kusulubiwa. And they know you. You know? They respect you, wanakuambia sasa kasi mimi nilikuwa naambiwa wewe bwana usikalete mambo mengi hapa bwana tuna Ruto. Unajua ukiambiwa hivyo you cannot even ati za hiyo nimekuja hapo na t-shirt za Azimio
Azimie huko.
Ziko kwa buti ya gari naambiwa hizo hatutaki. Unachia Ruto bwana. Sasa nitabemaje za Ruto kwa Azimio?
This time I can see. You remember when it was time Moi was campaigning before he got out? Before Moi was. No, when was it? Umpa zilivalishwa t-shirt za Moi. This time I think we shall see the same with dogs wearing yellow t-shirts. If Ruto's colors will be yellow, I can see dogs wearing yellow t-shirts.
Alafu t-shirt zilikuwa zinatupwa na malori kwa barabara na gunia. Yes, gunia zinaenda zikidrop kigunia huko. Kwanza huko kwetu Embu town. Yaani lori inaenda inateremsha tu gunia na matisha. Nyinyi ndio mtararua mkijipatia. Can you imagine?
I hope they impeach this Wetangula guy because that will be.
Hapana, the package wamekubaliana you will not be impeached. Baba amekataa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the latest.
Yeah, Baba amekataa.
Raila amekataa. Raila, there is all what he has offered. He has been offered. and there will be a very big reception at Jomo Kenyatta Airport. Yeah,
But the
then
guy
there will
could
be
be
another
just be
narrative
playing. He could be
created.
just playing hard to get. Maybe he still wants more.
Yeah.
So we shall know when he makes the final decision. We still don't know what he wants.
No, we know. Nani Mwamba, we know. The last statement he made was that nobody should say that Ruto didn't do this and that. That is telling. Okay? And he supports Ruto. He says Ruto did all the best. He supported him 100%. So the next statement in Mwamba is obvious. He's coming. And of course, what he's negotiating, he's already having all the seats allocated. So now they are debating and planning and thinking of which position will be created for him. Now, the first negotiation was that Mudavadi is supposed to step down. And Raila said that, he said from inside sources, he said that would be too, it's not befitting at his status. Yeah. So they are thinking and contemplating, this I'm telling you from the very inside sources, of how to quickly fix the position of a prime minister.
But then why was Sifuna so strongly against the issue of the prime minister?
No, Sifuna is against because that will be now the deadly thing, because it will mean those who are not for what Raila joining UDA will have to leave. From ODM.
His job is gonna be on the line too.
His job is gone because unless he joins UDA, which he doesn't want and he doesn't believe in Ruto.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll have to resign. Okay. Now, unfortunately, he should have resigned earlier. Whenever UDA got married to ODM got married to UDA, that is when the Secretary General should have resigned. And today, he would be one of the most strongest Kenyan. People would even be proposing him for president. But he squandered that chance.
I think he still has a chance. He can still
msimamo wako hapa chini anasema aongezwe.
Mwamba chance unajua inakuja in politics. He blows hot and cold. Because you cannot say ati kama hivi UDA wanasema ati they are not in government yet they are supporting the government. That is garbage.
That's garbage.
Yeah. So what Nani should have done the day they contradicted him as the Secretary General, that's when he would have quit. He should have quit. And men in Kenya, very few men have two balls these days.
I still believe in Sifuna. He's a guy who can really talk his way through. He can use his lawyer prowess, so
but
he
he
still
has
has
to show
time.
who he is, bro.
I believe he still has the
quitting
time.
from a party should be one of your strengths. But he wants to eat here. He's blowing hot and cold.
Yeah,
why
he blows hot and cold.
Party that is supporting Ruto?
Lakini PK kuwa kwa situation ya Sifuna where maybe he's trying to save ODM.
Ni tamaa bro, you risk. Kama kina Chikuku na wale wengine, usiniambia ati utaki kutoka, toka. Si umetengeza pesa ya kutosha. So when you are 50-50 for me, I put you next.
Tupatie msimamo nafasi.
2027. Unaniambia ODM na TI. ODM is UDA now. And you are Secretary General. Now, after Msimamo, JMO, I want you to explain to me how, if you are Sifuna, you would hang on in UDA, in ODM, which is already in UDA. Msimamo, and then after that, JMO, I want you to answer that.
Pike, mimi ningekuwa Sifuna by the time ile kwamba wameenda broad based government wakati ule, mimi ningejitoa katika hiyo chama immediately. Singekaa hapo. Kwa sababu naweza nikasema nikaongana na nyinyi kwamba Sifuna huyu akaiacha mwenyewe bahati, alikuwa na kuaminika zaidi kwa Wakenya. Hata mimi nilikuwa namwamini sana Sifuna kwa yale ambayo alikuwa anazungumza bila haya popote pale. Anaweza shambulia popote pale. Unajua tunahitaji kidume ambaye anaweza mwambia mtu ambaye anaweza zungumza front bila uoga. So katika hiyo sifa Sifuna wiki mtazamo wangu alikuwa na, lakini sasa baadaye nikamuona kwamba huyu ni ndumakwili yani huku yupo. Ile siku tu aliposhindwa kujitoa haswa katika hii chama baada ya kuona kwamba hawa watu wameungana na wamezima azima nzima ya ile ndoto ilikuwepo Kenya, but that's the time angejitoa na angekuwa na wafuasi hata kuliko Gachagua na akaendelea na huu Hussein. Lakini huyu kama pia ni kibaraka kimpango fulani kwamba anazungumza yale yanayotukera, lakini mwisho wa siku anarudi kule kwamba kazi nishaimaliza pale ngeni changu. So to me Sifuna kama angekuwa mkweli angekuwa ashatoka kitambo katika hiki chama, kimtazamo wangu haswa kuhusiana huyu kiongozi. Then Gachagua mimi sijapata jibu lake mpaka sasa hivi, bado ningali najiuliza kwa sababu kila ilivyo kesi kule mahakamani bado ina hang, haijakuwa na maamuzi thabiti kwamba okay, huyu jamaa haizi vai tena, kwa sababu bado hii kesi inaendelea kimpango fulani. Sasa kwa kucheleweshwa hii kesi, pili na jinsi haya mambo alivyofanyika kiharaka haraka kana kwamba yamepangwa mahali, huenda hata yeye alikuwemo kimtazamo wangu katika kupangwa, ama kwamba at least asimamie hapo ili kuweza kulibadilisha hii tafsiri ya hii mitazamo ya watu. Lakini mwisho wa siku Gachagua ni yule tu, unaona. Yani namfanisha haswa na hili jambo lilitokea juzi hili la majority na minority. Uone venye ambavyo tayari wakati alikuwa tumeshikwa akili zetu kuhusiana na majority na minority, na wenyewe walikuwa wanajua kwamba ni nini haswa fika kitaendelea pale. Mwisho wa siku wamesameana, huyu amepewa nyadhifa katika nyadhifa, huyu mwingine naye amesalimika kuweza kuwa impeach. Unaona, hasa huu mkataba waliokubaliana it seems haikuwa na maana ya hii minority na majority, huu uamuzi uliotolewa na mahakama. So wa kwanza aswa kuweza kukinzana na mahakama zetu wa kwanza ni hawa ambao walikuwa wanajiita ni majority, na kwa kweli walikuwa majority, na wa Kenya tunajua kwamba walikuwa majority. So huu mchezo wao na siasa kutuchezeza hapa na pale, kwa kweli we need somebody ambaye ni strong, ambaye atasimama aswa yeye mwenyewe aswa kidume, na simame aseme kwamba mimi hii ndio njia ambayo tutakwenda nayo, hii ndio njia ambayo tutakwenda nayo, haya matarajio ya Kenya lazima yatimizwe na nitasimama na wao. Sasa mtu huyo, kumbuka, ni kama nilivyotangulia kusema juzi, kuna mara mbili, lazima lazima ajitoke kafara, kwa sababu ataandamwa na mambo mengi tu yenye ataweza kumkabili. Alafu langu la mwisho kabisa ni kwamba sawa, tunaongeana haya yote, lakini tunasahau njia gani ambayo Ruto yeye huwa ndio the last yake ambayo anaitegemea. Hii kura kwamba tutaungana tufanye hivi ni sawa, hiyo mipango yote tunakubaliana nayo, lakini pia tuangalie lizimu litumalizalo, maana hela nazo. Mimi siku zote nawakumbusha hapa na nazungumzia swa hela, unaona, maana hela ndio kura. Vipi kama tumemruhusu yeye na ODM yake ama UDA versus nani na ODM wakipanga wakina nani watakaa IBC kwa favor zao, wakina nani watasimamia zile bora ambazo kisha ya siku tukuja tukikumbuka kwenye haya malumbano tunalumbana na stages ambazo tunazipanga, tukifocus kwa hilo, mwisho wa siku tunajagundua huyu jamaa kapita na jambo la kipuzi tu hili la kuiba kura ovyo, maana hili sio kama tunalionaje. So kwa kweli lazima tufunguke kila pande. Mimi kimtazamo wangu kwamba huyu jamaa tunamdhibiti kwanza, tungangane tuhakikishe kwamba wizi wa kura hata kuwa na nafasi nao kwanza. Pili, tuhakikishe kwamba hana mashiko katika taifa, yani hakubaliki vyovyote vile, kiasi kwamba hata mnadi kinamna gani hakubaliki. Maana already hapo ndipo walipo wa Kenya kwamba hawakubaliani kabisa na huyu jamaa by all means. Lakini wanaomweka hapa ni wale wanasiasa walafi ambao wanamuunga mkono na kumleta kwamba hawa sasa hawa ndio wachawi. Kisingizio wote tunalipiza jamii fulani, kwa sababu unaona venye wanahadaa wananchi wao ama raia wema ambao kwa kweli hakika sometimes inatia uchungu. Na ndio maana alikuwa anazungumzia hapa, nasema hawa raia wanaozungumza sasa ni wakati wetu kwa serikali, tutamsupport mtake msitake, atakuwa hii yote imetengenezwa na hawa wanasiasa. Hii ya twendeni left twendeni right yote ilitengenezwa na wanasiasa, lakini mwisho wa siku ni wale. So tunahitaji kidume ambaye atakuwa atasimama haswa na matarajio ya Kenya, kuuliza vitu ambavyo vina uhakika na kusimama katika msimamo, alafu Wakenya watambaka. Hiyo tu ndio nitaka kuzungumzia nani PK. Asante.
Hebu tuwaulizeni swali moja. Hii neno ya Sifuna angetoka ODM aende wapi? Don't forget alikuwa tu pia amemvote Kashagwa out. Kwa hivyo hawezi kwenda kwa Kashagwa, kwao hakuna chama. ANC imejoin UDA. Ford Kenya ni hii ndio hiyo. Angeenda wapi? Huko kwa Waluya. Hawezi kwenda kwa Kashagwa. Where would he go akitoka ODM? Do you know that
Matiang'i na chama gani kaka?
Mamba,
Matiang'i na chama gani?
Lakini don't forget these are two different cases.
Anauliza tu swali, Matiang'i na chama gani?
Yuko nje bado, hayuko kwa bunge.
Haya.
Shikilia hapo. Kama yuko nje, vipi Sifuna hangekaa nje akangojea sasa kwamba haya mambo sasa amefika mahali, alafu uone kama angekosa safari ama angekosa gari la kuingia? Unajua kwamba angekuwa na chama gani? Kwani chama, nataka niulize, chama kinatusaidia sisi wa Kenya na lipi? Kwanza nipate hilo jibu la chama kinatusaidia na lipi kama si gari ya wakora? Hebu nisaidie na hii chama inatusaidia na nini haswa kama kwa Kenya? Asante.
Si sawa, bado yeye ni mtu na bado ako na mshahara, hataki kupoteza mshahara.
Haya basi, Mwamba wewe umejibu. Kwa hivyo
basi umejibu.
Umejibu. Kwa hivyo ni ubinafsi.
Hana mahali pa kwenda na huyo binafsi yake, kwa sababu a gentleman kuresign na kutoka hangejali kama anatoka hizo bunge ama nini.
Exactly.
That is how to be a gentleman.
Sifuna usimfanishe na msimamo huku. Sifuna hata angesimama akose kazi bado angekula. Si sawa sana msimamo huku. Umeelewa? So kwa kiongozi mwenye roho ya kweli, anataka kusimama la kweli, hana la kuogopa.
Ana sacrifice.
Atasimama pale pale kwa sababu Wakenya ndio watamfuata pale pale, kama sisi tulivyomfuata baba na kumwamini kwa yale ambayo alikuwa ni kisingizio, kumbe yeye pia ni mnafiki.
Yeah.
Wangapi kwani walifuatwa na baba wakashikwa mkono njooni? Wote sisi tulikuwa tunamsupport baba by all means. Kwani tulivutwa na mtu? So Sifuna tukisema atakosa unga si uongozi, kwa yuko radhi afanye yasiyofaa kwa ajili ya unga. Asanteni, nisije nikachemka.
Sawa, msimamo nichukulia hapo. Mwamba ameuliza, yani wewe ukiwa kiongozi unajidai, you are pretending to fight for the people, and this is what Kenyans should understand, that Sifuna and all these guys, it is I and myself first. You tuache. It's I and myself first, because you hang on into a party that is slaughtering or supporting slaughter of Gen Z.
That is why debating is so healthy, because once you prosecute a case like that, you come out to actually see now this guy is also a hypocrite.
Exactly.
However good
for
he
me,
looks like.
You know, he was my Secretary General. In fact, he's more, I mean, I don't want to talk about many things. So for me, the moment you start hanging there minding your own, nitapoteza unga, nitafanya hivi, I disconnect you from ever saying you are fighting for the people, because you take your comfort first. Maybe I'm talking this because mimi niko on humanitarian field, where it is people first and then you second. You know, like I meet refugees who are running away, crossing the border, ako thirsty, na mimi ndio naaga kachupa kamaji na niko thirsty. I'd rather die but save this guy who is crossing, who has been without water for 3, 4, 5 days. Okay, I think that's different. So, and I was thinking, a politician that pretends to be for the people, you cannot even say at you are being told that the party has just donated experts. It is not in government, yet you have donated your top officials to the government.
Kenyans, we take a lot of shit.
It's a lot of shit, Mwamba. For me, that's why I lost the Sifuna. Kabisa, I even inboxed him. I lost him. And again, I looked at his age, I realized he's a young boy. He's a young man.
He's a very young guy.
There's a problem with youth, with young people. Yani, unajua, say this, you know, because
hiyo flamboyant secretary general anaangalia, anaona ataipoteza, because there is money, of course, there is salary peke yake ya party, then salary ya senate and all that, but that disqualifies you from ever pretending to be fighting for the people. In fact, I would never elect him for Nairobi anymore. He has betrayed us. Anybody in ODM has betrayed the people, and that's why I want that party to collapse.
Did you see that lady Bensouda
Yeah.
today in Parliament?
Yeah.
Ule mama anaitangwa Bensouda, the one who was saying William.
No, si
Did you see that
Bensouda, huyo
debate?
mjaluo anaitwa Gogo.
Ni Gogo.
Daktari.
Oh shit, man.
Senator, daktari, PhD holder, bro.
How can you be such a puppet? You know it was
PhD holder.
Honestly, hata kama ni mtu, hata kama ungekuwa maskini, surely why should you be a puppet like that? You look like a bad yearning for that matapiko iwekwe kwa mdomo yako. You know? It was so, even that, I don't know.
That's embarrassing.
I was so embarrassed.
Watafikiria nini?
I was so embarrassed.
I played it purposely.
I didn't see you play it.
PK.
I played it here.
PK. PK.
Go ahead, Msoma.
Mi nitaongeza tu kiduchu hivi, nitasema hivi. Kwanza hawa wanaotafuta miungano na kuungana wote ni wanafiki, kimtazamo wangu. Na kwa nini ni wanafiki? Vipi hawajiamini kama kweli wao wanasimama na kweli na wanalitakia hili taifa mema? So to me, mi naweza nikasema Matiang'i vyenye ametulia akizuka na azuke na mambo matatu tu mazito tu yanamshika Mkenya. Hii miungano sio vyama, sio hawa kuna Nadco report, hawa wanatafutana kule, hawa wanaungana kule, tushikane hivi. Hii propaganda ya siasa mbovu hii nadhani itafika mwisho, kwa sababu tulipofikia sasa hivi tunahitaji mtu ambaye ataweza kusimama na sisi kama Wakenya, kuweza kulinusuru taifa mikononi kwa hawa ambao hawajali usalama, ukora na kila kitu. So to me, hao watu wanatafutana hao, wacha tuungane, tutashirikisha na huyu, tutafungana na huyu, watu wanajitafutia kiki za kula hela. Lakini kwa kweli mwenye anasimama na kweli ataungwa mkono na hata na mtoto mdogo, bora hawa anazungumza yale na yuko tayari kuyasimamia yale ambayo yanamkera mwananchi. So to me, hii miungano to me sasa hivi sioni kuwa na tija, kwa sababu wanaoungana mwisho wa siku ni wale. It's like ni hebu acha tuungane alafu tuangalie. Ndio maana kitu cha kwanza wanaungana watalilia positions. After position watasema sisi tumekuwa represented kwa sababu mtu wetu yuko pale. Unaona hiyo lugha mahali huwa wananikwaza nayo na siwaamini haswa. Tuna mtu wetu yuko pale. Lakini kama yuko pale na halizungumzii swala lazima nalonifinya hapa, ananisaidia na wapi? Hiyo ndio swala najiuliza kama Mkenya. Ndio maana nakanganyana na hawa all political class na hawa pia hawa young political class ambao ni walafi, akina Murkomen na wengine, this young taxes, akina Sifuna, hawa wajuzi hawa also, hawa wote wameambukizwa wizi wa kiakili na kuweza kucheza na akili zetu. So we need somebody ambaye ataweza kusimama kwa kweli. Wacha hivyo vyama vimfuate yeye kama vinamhitaji, lakini asimame na Wakenya. Na naamini kwamba Kenya nzima hii tulipofikia tunahitaji mtu ambaye ni shupavu na ni shujaa mwenye msimamo. Asante.
Ndio nasema sasa, kama tungekuwa na mtu kama Matiang'i akuje na chama yake, asitake hiyo miungano na nini. And you know you have very good campaign points today. Unaweza kuwa unawaleta ile story, kulikuwa na ile muungano ya UDA ile ya 30%. Tushaambua hii maneno inakuanga behind the table, I mean behind the houses, sisi hatujui. I mean this is a very good campaigning point for somebody to come clean. Asikuja na hiyo miungano sijui tumeshikana na huyu, because we shall always now suspect them. They have already made, wamegawana ma ministers, wamegawana nini, wamegawana mpaka their home takes. I wish somebody would come and say, I am standing for the nation, I'm here to lead you guys, I don't have any strings attached to anybody, I'm going to be the president and I know what I want to do. I wish we could get somebody like that. And we have. Unfortunately, Kenyans, ni vile ukabila yetu, you have to ungana na wao to get a certain vote. But I think today the mountain would trust somebody like that. But it would be a gamble. Because number one, I don't think Gachagua is going anywhere. I don't think Gachagua will attract any votes from Mount Kenya, even if he was a vying presidential candidate. Hakuna watu watampigia kura. Don't forget that. Maybe very few.
Alafu kwa kuongezea kwa Matiang'i, kama ana willing, hata kama atakaa chini na maji, lakini kila ilivyo safari ya leo, safari ya kesho hupangwa leo. Huku mashinani sasa, hii timu Matiang'i kama yuko willing, wache afanye kazi yake mapema na civic education. We are here, kina msimamo, tuzungumze kweli kwa hilo, na si kwamba ni mimi, the whole country. Wacha kuwe na watu mashinani wenye watazungumza na kusimama na very strong team yenye ambayo hakika kwamba hawataruhusu sikio la mwananchi la adaika aidha kwa hela ama kwa uongo, litabaki na msimamo tu. So mimi naungana na wenzangu nikasema anyamaze kwanza, asionyeshe makali yake, lakini still bado pia lazima tukumbuke kwamba safari ya kesho hupangwa leo, haipangwi kesho. Asante.
Haya, kwa hivyo
All about
tunaambiwa
strategy.
Lakini unajua JMO, strategy ya Kenya saa hii is it's what we call off the beaten track. It's not what usually happens. I borrow Matiang'i's word. It is not always how we have done it. This is a different and unique thing. Right? And that's why I tend to think, because imeiva, kila kitu imeiva, but kupakua ndio shida. You know, when the people now have the power, once the people reject, that's the power. Ati kwamba watu wamesema tawe. Sijui kama mnanielewa. Yani you are talking of a people that have said go to hell.
Yep.
Which means that anything, they can land on anything and take it. Okay? So it is now our presentation that will matter. Tukianza hizi ujinga, and that's why I'm against these issues. Wamunyoro anakaa kwa miti huko, ati sijui ana consult people from all over. That is nonsense. It should not even be happening. Because what are you consulting? Can we hear the subject of discussion? The topics discussed. Mnaongea nini? I think that is hiyo ndio ujinga, kujaribu kubeba wa Kenya ufala. But now you are put at the fence, mnangoja ati Wamonyoro aseme, nitasema tarehe 1, nitasema tarehe 2. I hated him with a passion. Of course I didn't like him at all, but this made him it made me throw him into the garbage because he reminded me of Raila. Jumatatu, then Alhamisi, then we went to Didimia, nothing. Mara tukasikia Nadco. Okay? Gachagua was saying that he had to make a major announcement. Then we also had Mudavadi also with this nonsense. Ilikuwa inaitwa nini yake? Sijui earthquake or Kenyans, let's not take this garbage from this.
Earthquake.
Yes. Wakenya tusichukue huu upuzi, ujinga ule. Hata Wakenya mimi nawaambia ule rais tuchague independent president.
Now huyo Mshenzi now, why did he fold his party? Huyu Mudavadi.
Umeona Mudavadi ako na shida sasa already.
What is his problem?
Mudavadi is dead politically.
That's why, let me tell you, Mudavadi is a smart guy ukimsikiza huko nje. Hata chenye alipredict mambo ya akiwa opposition, akiwa nje ya government. It's happening, by the way. But then, since he's working under the wrong person, that's why smart people cannot work under
That's a
Dumb.
then delete the word smart.
Can you delete that word? I don't see his smartness. That boy has been there for so
I'm
long.
not. I'm not saying he's not like. Look, he knew what he was saying before. He knew. Let,
I have
he's
never
not.
seen Mudavadi smart. This is just a guy who was given
But I
Alipewa
feel
leadership
okay.
na sahani.
But I feel like he's a guy that he's intelligent if only he can follow up with what he believes and what he knows.
But he can't.
Remember when he
He's
said
going
after.
bro, Jemo, ndio uendelee. Once you are approaching my 60 years old by being na bado when confused, yani you give useless decisions, you are bure kabisa. You have of no benefit.
But
I
this
will
is
say
the
it's
case I
good.
was telling you.
I will say
Mudavadi,
that.
do you know Mudavadi became an MP when he was still in the university himself?
Yeah, he was fooled. Also, he
Because
didn't graduate.
he didn't graduate. His father died, and he was actually made the MP.
Yeah.
Actually, he was not elected. He was made from the word go. So this
Silver
is a
plate.
guy without any experience of anything. He's just a guy who is there to receive.
Yeah.
Period.
Unaletewa paper, unaletewa certificate nyumbani.
Turn ahead.
Go ahead, Jemo.
But the guy he called out a lot of issues, and unfortunately, when he got into the government, same things he used to call out are still happening. I'll give you an example.
But why would you, Mejemo, call out issues, then you enter that stupid government, your credibility goes to zero.
To zero, yeah. So
Yes.
that's why I'm saying you might know things, but once you are in a position of change, you become mboga. You call out excessive borrowing and what the implications of the economy.
Because he's an economist. Yes, he was
Yeah,
right.
Why are they still borrowing?
it's happening. It's happening. What he called out then. So him being mute, come up, hey, miushanga. Second thing, actually, he called out right was telling Ruto, if once the Gen Z have walked out, your government imeanguka. And he's saying in the government, well, in the government, but he called it out. That's true. The government.
He's also the same person who said that if the parliament is taken over, the government is normal, and he's still in the same government. So
And
he's useless, very useless.
Neither here nor there.
He's not even there.
But he knows what he's saying. He doesn't know how to do it.
Yeah,
Ni
so
kama
it's not
sign ya kusema tu Nairobi 50 miles, but that sign will never leave the place.
And don't forget Kalonzo and that Mudavadi guy, they are just the same people.
Yeah, that's where now
they are exactly
we
the same
can
person.
relate it, because now hii watu wenye wanajua sana
Sifa yao moja, watu wawili ni uoga kwanza, sifa yao moja, uoga. Yani sasa hapa tugonge ndipo, yani tugonge msumari kabisa, na kama ni uoga hawa watu hawatusaidii. Asante.
Uoga. Uoga.
So that's what you call a bird of a feather.
Now you wonder with everything Mudavadi knows. Unajua sometimes knowing something at least helps. Umeona ule mtu mwenye ni alikuanga mechanic akapoteza mikono, lakini anaweza sumama hapo akwambie shika hii spana, fungua hii, eka kando, na unamsikiza na unaunda gari na unarudishanisha. I feel like Mudavadi is that guy who knows something, but he cannot even advise people on how to fix it. He knows the book theory, what I can say. He knows the book, but actualizing it is not his strength.
Yeah, because what can you say that Mudavadi has ever done? Has he ever achieved anything?
Including kwao kule nyumbani alikuwa anataka
kwake barabara anakwama akienda kwake nyumbani. MP, hata kama you have useless, ati gari yako inakwama kwa matope when heading home,
ukielekea kwako.
Unajua hiyo ni ujinga.
I think that's why the Gen Zs walikuwa wamekasirika hivyo, kwa sababu hiyo makasiriko yao was very genuine.
Mimi kwanza hata nikiwa MCA, the first thing I will even tarmac
PK, wacha nimalizie, kuna mahali nataka kufika kidogo na mazungumzo mahali, so nifikizie hapo, so naomba tu nimalizie. Nitamalizia kwa kusema hivi, Wakenya wote, makabila zote, ombi langu haswa kama msimamo, tukitaka kufaulu hivi vita, kwanza tutoe viongozi out, tuseme hatuna viongozi wala hatuna chama, tunasubiri yule ambaye atasimama na sisi wote kwa pamoja, kwa sababu tukisema Eastern inaongozwa na Kalonzo, sasa Kalonzo atakachosema sisi nasi tunafuata hicho, tutabaki pale pale, miaka nenda miaka rudi, na Kalonzo atabaki pale pale kuwa kiongozi, akitembea na helikopta na akijifanya yupo, lakini yupo kwa biashara zake, kwa niaba ya tumbo lake. Nimetoa tu mfano na viongozi wengi wako. Kwa hiyo tukitaka kufaulu vita kama wananchi kweli haswa, wacha sasa hivi tuseme hapana. Hapana. Tunahitaji mtu sasa ambaye ataje kusimama na sisi. Yeye awe na chama, awe independent, yeye atakayesimama na haya matarajio yetu, huyo ndo tutakayeface. Na hii shenanigans hawa viongozi ambao tumekuwa nao, tumewapa muda mrefu kwa kuweza kuamini, wacha tuitoe katika fikra zetu, kwa sababu ndio ambayo imetuleta hapa tulipo. Na tukienda na mfumo huu wa kwamba kuna kiongozi wetu tunamsikiza, wa NC yuko pale, Mdavadi wetu yuko pale, Wetangula wetu yuko pale, Joho wetu yuko pale, unaona hakuna mahali tunaweza songa, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku tutakuwa kanga wenye chongo tunawafukulia wenye macho. Asante, mimi nitafunga kwa hapo.
Ati kanga wenye nini?
Kanga wenye chongo kila wakifukua hivi kuitafuta riski wanafukulia wenye macho.
Wallahi billahi, hicho ndio.
Alafu ni mjibu huyu Ayaga huyu. Anasema msimamo ulisema kitambo ulitoka ODM bro. By the time tundisia kwamba kuna broad based government wametoa experts, nikasua hapa kuna unafiki. Kwa sababu kitu gani kilitoa ODM? Ni wale vijana waliokuwa wanang'ang'ana kulilia kupigania mageuzi na kuitafuta haki iliyopotea katika uchaguzi ilipoishia hewani. Roho ile mimi kanigusa, kwa sababu wale waliokuwa wanapoteza maisha ni watu sawa sawa na mimi tu, na walikuwa wamepandisha mori, wako tayari kusafiri maisha yao kwa ajili ya kutetea haswa kutetea ushindi ambao tuliamini kwamba hii serikali hii tu kama tutaitia kiganjani basi tutakuwa tumepona. Mwisho wa siku kuna usaliti, ingawa sina haja kukaa ODM. Mpaka leo msimamo sina chama, nasubiri kile chama ambacho kitasimama kile chama ambacho kitasimama na Mkenya. Alafu pia kuna swali lingine hapa, the same Ayaga. Mountaineers are the people promoting ukabila. You can support with the conditions. I can even say this.
Na Ayaga, huo ni upumbavu. Which mountain is promoting?
Nitaka mimi mdunge msumari, lakini kwa sababu
achana na Ayaga bana, achana na huyu jamani.
Asante, niwatakie siku njema, tutakutana mida ile. Wacheni nikaanze kufanya mengine ya kiutuzima huku, fanya mengine. So tutakutana nini baadaye jamani? Kwa hiyo
in fact msimamo kwa heri, na vile ningesema ni heri Kenya iende ukabila kabisa. Sasa ndio tuende hiyo full cycle, tuache ujinga ya kuwa tunadanganyana hapa tukifichania. Let's go majimbo,
alafu tukienda hapo kwa majimbo, mkumbuke pwani.
Yes.
Vyenye watu wanasema hawaja jamaa amelala. Tukumbuke tu kwamba katika hili taifa walotaka kujitenga, kama jimbo la kujitenga ni pwani. Wamejaribu, hata kama ilikuwa kuna kisiasa ndani, but they have tried. Have ever seen another jimbo wakifanya hivyo? Meaning kwamba hiki kikiumana kama haya mambo atakunda hivi na tuende kimajimbo, basi I'm happy. Nina furaha kwamba watu wa kwanza haswa kujitenga ni hao hapana, ambao wanaonekana ni wapuzi, na tukionekana na kwa kweli inatamausha. PK, ukiingia pwani uangalie wa pwani wenye wamesukuma kwa sababu ya njaa na uchachi wa kusoma, wamesukuma. Yaani hii pwani ndio county ambayo ina kabila zote na wanaishi kwa raha mstarehe, hakuna mtu anakuwa bugudha. Hujasikia hivyo? Sio tu. Kwa hiyo hii kiumana, twendeni kimajimbo, alafu tutaangalia nani mshinda. Asante.
Kabisa ya kila mtu na kwao, sio? Manake huu umoja una faida, wacha kila mtu akae kwao. Raila akuwe president wa kwao huko South, whatever it is. And I mean, because if people want us to be stupid, let people be stupid. Manake we don't want pretense. Pretense hapa, sijui nini, tuko serikalini, mulikataa kutu support, so we are doing it. That's garbage. It's a lot of nonsense. Yeah, it's a lot of nonsense. That's why I'm saying akina Sifuna, akina Nani, all that. Now they have joined UDA, so the war should be against UDA and ODM. Now they are saying they must form the government. The most erratic decisions and betrayal of the highest order to the people is when you decide to say you are supporting William Ruto, to stabilize his government. Hiyo dhambi ambayo ODM na Raila wamefanya hawatasamehewa, watakaa na hiyo kura ya those fanatics of his, akina Eric, akina Ayaga, mutakaa hapo na hiyo ujaluo ya wao wachache. We know there are those who don't believe in you, those who think Raila is eminent, kumbe is a con man. Okay, you stick with him, mkae na yeye hapo, mkiomboleza, mkifanya upumbavu hiyo mmefanya, ati mnaenda mnaenda Addis Ababa, something that no one has ever done in this world. Stupidity. Going to
we look so stupid. We look so stupid in front of the whole world.
I wish we could divide the country. Nyanza ikae peke yao na hiyo ujinga ya huo, Wakikuyu nao wakae na upumbavu yao, Wakamba wakae na ujinga yao. Tukae hivyo sasa, turudi huko, because this is stupidity of being called Kenya at one country. Then some people are exhibiting idiocy of the highest order. And can you imagine somebody calling me, a colleague we were with, is from Ethiopia, and ananiuliza, what is this? What is this? What is this?
Yep.
And these Luo guys there, how at fanatic wa Raila, they are so proud about that. Akina Kajwang, yani you are proud of shit. You went to celebrate, to support. Was it a football match? Was it Gor Mahia playing Ethiopian team? If it was Gor Mahia playing for Ethiopian,
let me tell you this, Jemu. I was also called by three of my workmates who are in Addis Ababa, and they were asking me, George, what's wrong with your people? Because they had made that city, they were painting the town red even before the election had started. They were partying, they were arranging, wamenunua mabaruni na nini. What's wrong with you guys? Sasa, what do you say? Tulifanya ujinga ile hatujaifanya tena.
But hiyo ujinga haijawahi fanywa na anybody.
We have never done such.
And no wonder, by the way, let me say this, and I'll repeat on this TV, this channel. No wonder people say a Raila presidency would have been one of the worst. Wacha hii ya Ruto. You remember there was this saying, a Raila presidency utakojolewa na hao watu kwa kichwa. I think it is true.
Anakuambia serikali inakojoa.
No, I'm telling you, wewe serikali inakojoa. Wacha kupiga kelele. Fungua mdomo, mkojoa. I think it is true.
Ngoja serikali inakata natoa mkojoa.
Wacha serikali umalize kukojoa. We've seen it wa Senate jana. And no wonder God works miracle. No wonder Raila will never be president of that country. And that's why we even don't have people like Ouko. They missed it and everybody else missed. God knows. God knows who have humility to lead people. Unfortunately, God gives you differently. Wewe unapewa usome ma PhD ukue mpaka ma PhD 10. Unakuja unaongea nonsense kwa bunge kama vile huyu mama ameongea kwa bunge jana. Shit. Yeah, and you are a PhD holder. William. I saw you hold Baba's hand.
Eh,
I mean, surely.
sijaona race yenye mtu ameenda the last lap ameunua mikono juu ati ameenda kushinda. Like mtu
Imagine.
cross the line bana, at least cross the line,
I mean, surely.
you know. And I feel
Surely.
like, my own opinion, if you interact with a lot of with Luos, and for those wenye wanakumbuka back in the day, I feel like this Raila narrative ndio imeleta a bad side yao, kwa sababu unajua ile enzi za Oginga, I think there was some sobriety when it comes
Very
to leadership.
modest, by the way. Mimi nafikiria Mwamba, Mwamba is older than me by a few years. We know when we talk a few years, mtu amezaliwa early 60s na ni age set, na late 60s ama early 70s, hiyo ni age set. So JMO, my dad was also a politician for a very long time, you know, in Nairobi. He held position, alichaguliwa for I think 20 years, 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I grew seeing him, and he was elected by, you know, when you are Eastland, umechaguliwa councillor. Eastland, for those of you who know Eastland, Eastland belongs to everybody. Unaona, we have Luyas, Kamba, nina. For you to convince these people 6 times, 5 times, you must be a very good leader. Unaona?
Yeah.
So my dad, and I hate talking about it, kuongea hizi vitu. He's the one who, you know, as we were growing up, alikuwa anatuambia, you have to know how to live with people. Principle.
Yes.
How to live with people. Remember, aniambie how to live with people from your tribe.
So
if
you have to compare Oginga na Raila, who had more principles?
Now, my dad and Raila, unajua alikuwa pale Jerusalem. My dad kwake ni hapa Maringo. So these were the guys who were those days, those early days, formation of all these, Akina Tomboya and all these. They all knew each other. Ndio walikuwa watu wa mtaani. Wakienda pale Mbotela, si Mbotela, Makadara. Social hall ile pale hiyo ni hao. They knew each other by, unasikia ulikuwa kanu namba ngapi, they talked about the number. Yeah, registration number.
Yeah,
these were loyalties, and there are people, when they engaged in argument, it was not about wewe ni Mjaluo, wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe ni Mkamba, wewe ni Mbere. Hapana, nilikuwa nasikia my dad, lugha yao ilikuwa watu, raia watafanya nini, raia watasemaje, raia, yani you hear. And that is why I fell for Raila, because like when I engaged with Raila, all his speech, hata mkiongea na yeye dakika 15, it was about people. Now we need to do this for the people, this has to happen for the people. So somebody talking about the people, not even his family, you fall in love with that kind of a guy. What changed honestly pained me to death. That's why people find me funny. Mimi ofisi ya baba in my area, it is in my plot. My people wananiambia wafungue wachome vitu, nikamwambia hapana, my conscience does not allow that. Yeah, so when I speak about the let down by Raila Amolo Odinga, I know what I'm talking about. You know, some people hapa wanaongeanga, they even have never reached, hata they've never shared a table with Raila. Mimi tumekaa, you know, due to other areas. So I know. So when he changes, when now I came to realize, Allah, you know, people used to ask me, mzee unamfuata nini na vile anakuanga selfish. Kusikia. Watu wananiambia hapana, alikuwa hivi. My own dad, by the way, as much as they were in the same area nini, alikuwa ananiambia Raila ni mtu kisirani sana.
Yeah.
Imagine, ni mtu, baba yake ni mzuri sana, lakini kijana yake ni kisirani sana. That was my late dad's word. That Raila was.
But of course, you can say he's actually
he screwed his dad in his own party.
I would want to have called him a spoiled child kwa sababu he doesn't even compare with his elder brother Oburu.
Yeah,
They don't compare.
he doesn't.
His brother, even though he's also a fanatic of Raila, he looks like a cool and very level-headed person, even when he makes arguments.
Yeah.
Lakini Raila, me, I've never liked him.
And how would you take your younger brother to be the head of the family?
That's the
There must be
question.
something wrong.
Yeah,
That is the
that one is something that you question when it comes to
Yes.
the humility. Unajua pia leadership requires a lot of humility
A
and
sort of humility, yeah.
yeah, and
humility na huwezi kusema ni nini amemshinda naye. The other guy is even more learned, you know.
Yeah, ni nini ameshinda Uburu nayo?
I
Hapo
don't-
unakuja ati unajidai wewe ndio the
Oburu is a
family
PhD
head.
holder. I think he's a genuine doctor.
Even in Luo that doesn't happen.
and I feel like that's why since when Raila became the political leader of Nyanza, it's kind of tainted that region from what the dad had envisioned, yeah, kwa sababu sasa ukiona vile hata wakiongea hata kwa hizo mikutano unaona, yeah, it's true. If this guy ati baba akisema bibi apewe mimba apewe, baba akisema bibi those type of things. It means that baba akisema tusilipe rent, hamtalipa rent, hamtadu. Like they kinda scare people away because
It was wrong. Very na baba a dispute hizo asemi.
anaona ni kama ni sifa poa
Yeah.
kwake, even though he expects people to take it as a joke, but people take it serious, and when you become that type of a leader where you can put your people in order or to order issues like maandamano, and I hate to say vitu za kung'oa really, like, but we have demonstrated our communities, some other communities where our leader can be, he can be treated unfairly, and we'll continue with the one and we'll talk, but we are not gonna go demolish things. So those kind of things zina care. Can you imagine trying kuandamana kwa serikali ya baba? Sometimes we don't even ask those questions. If these people will pull the rally, and even though he fought for democracy, if something goes terrible wrong in his government and people decide to demonstrate, what's gonna happen? It's gonna be goons like not sio wenye wametumwa, ni wale wanakuja kumprotect because they feel like they owe this guy, he's their kingpin, he's their god. It's kinda scary. So I think he took it as if ni kitu ya mzaa, but he helped he single-handedly tainted the community. That's the only thing that I feel like baba, kusema kweli, government yake ni yenye tutawaiona, na kama tungeona kungekuwa na vitu mingi huko ndani zenye pengine we will have regretted too.
Ebu kidogo. Yeah, I agree with you, Jemo. Mimi Jemo, mazi ungekuwa kaa mimi, unajua mimi politician. Watu wanasemanga ukisimama ukitafuta kiti alafu yani mimi I used to believe in Raila. Unajua kuna kitu yani umeamini mtu to death mpaka unasimama, when you stand in public, in a public address system, then you are putting accolades on somebody, then anarudi anakuleta down. Do you know how it feels? It is terrible. Yani mimi mpaka for the last 1.5 years nimeshindwa kwenda home. Yani nafikanga Nairobi siendi Ocha. Wameningoja ile deadly. Yani wananingoja, wanasema mheshimiwa, wewe tunakungoja, wewe ndio ulituweka hapo, ulitubandika.
There's somebody here who is asking, where did Dr. Ekuru Okot alienda wapi? And I like that guy.
No, Ekuru Okot is there.
Where did he go?
No, he's
The
there.
governor from
Amekuja
Turkana,
hadi kwa
was it?
Citizen.
Yeah, that guy looked very sensible.
He's very sensible, by the way, but he has nani ndiye alimpinda, alimaliza huyu Raila huyu. Okay.
But why did he go under? The guy had very good ideas, and especially when he brought that thing, Punda Amechoka. Was it Punda Amechoka?
Punda Amechoka. He's not under.
No, it's punguza mizigo.
Bado
That time
anaongea ako
he was
kwa
talking a
kwa
lot
nini,
of sense.
anakuja kwa nini.
He
But
also
now
looked like a very honest guy too.
he is good, but you see one thing he did, mistake ya Ekuru Okot, daktari, he's a doctor. And I think a genuine doctor, because he's really...
These days you have to specify.
Yeah. Nani Ekuru Okot, his approach is so sober.
Yes.
But the only thing, of course, he and I now agree with him, but people mistook him because he disagreed with Raila from day one. These are the people who believed what they were told about Raila. Lakini sisi followers tuliambiwa maneno ya Raila hii 1 2 3 4, tukasema hapana, hakuna shida, we will deal with that after tumepata presidency. Ekuru Okot alichukua seriously because alipewa characters za Raila 1 2 3 4. They had meetings kujaribu kutafuta coalition, akakuta huyu mzee ni kitu ingine. Truly speaking, Raila does not want anybody to shine more than him. Raila has not mentored anybody. Wacha hawa wanawake wanakuambia ati they mentor. He put his relatives here. That's not mentoring.
Kindiki amepata jina mpya.
Kamama, yeah.
Kamama.
Yeah. So ndio hapo ndio wakakosana na nani? Now, when he came with Punda Amechoka, Raila hataki ikuwe branded ni ya huyu daktari ameanzisha Ekuru Okot. He hijacked it. Unaona? Ikakuwa ni yeye ndiye anasema Punda Amechoka. Nini kumbe it is Ekuru Okot. Ekuru Okot aka collect signature blah 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 blah. Raila I don't know how walifanya wakakollude na nini ya Ekuru Okot ikakuwa atufanyiki. How does it happen that ya Raila ikifanywa BBI inakuja zinapita? And Ekuru Okot used the same method.
Yake ingepita. Unajua BBI ilisemekana haikupita because Raila had, Uhuru had a hand in it. He was the president.
Exactly.
That was the final reason. Otherwise, BBI had gone through. It was contested in court.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Now nilikuwa
nataka tulale sasa.
Ngoja niwaonyeshe moja ile alafu tulale hii ya why we celebrated. Kuna watu unajua mlima imepigwa sana, inaambiwa ndio imecelebrate failure ya nani? Failure ya Raila. In fact they are blaming
Wale walifanya anguke.
Na JMO. Ati wana blame ati Wakikuyu ndio wamefanya Raila akakosa kura. Yaani
so we are not celebrating the system.
It is terrible.
You know when you ride, ukizoea ku ride on everybody. Acha nisikie video.
You were raising an issue on this same, what was under discussion.
Because
Otherwise, the next person.
You can give me the opportunity because I'm standing, Madam Speaker. I want to contribute to the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I rise to give my comments on the motion at hand, I was asking myself why we are actually debating this motion. Because, Madam Speaker, I remember even when we were elected, we didn't have something like that. For those who failed it, for those who never made it, for those who made it, I don't see the reason why we are discussing that. But now that it is here, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Right Honorable Raila Odinga for offering himself to run for the seat, the chairman of AUC, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some of us have been accused, probably we celebrated, when he failed to capture the seat. But I want to tell you, we never celebrated because Right Honorable Raila Odinga did not get the seat. We celebrated because some of those who are fronting him failed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, Madam Speaker, I agree, was best fitted for that seat. But just like 2022 elections, Madam Speaker, he lost because of those who fronted him, Madam Speaker. I wish Raila could have gone for this seat alone. I wish he could have campaigned. He has connection within Africa nations. He knows presidents, they know him. If he could have campaigned alone, without president behind him, with him all the time, I tell you, Madam Speaker, Raila could have gotten the seat. Madam Speaker, he lost the seat because of various reasons. And it's good for us to understand, because going forward, we might front another candidate. And it is very sad even to hear a CS, Madam Speaker, calling Kenyans and telling them those who celebrated Raila's downfall have small brains, Madam Speaker. It is quoted, a whole CS said Kenyans should not have celebrated because Kenya lost. I want to tell Kenyans that Kenya never lost. What Kenya lost was billions of money that was used against the budgeting processes, against any laws that we have, Madam Speaker. Kenya lost money. You know, and it's not only losing through campaign and the budgets that was used to campaign for Raila Odinga. We are losing in SHI, we are losing in SHA, we are losing in affordable housing. A whole CS cannot tell Kenyans that Kenya lost. Kenya has been losing as we speak today, Madam Speaker. And that's why we are standing here today to tell that the reason why Kenyans were happy is because you come back and help clear this mess, because him and the president, they are part of the broad-based government. And you cannot run away. And we cannot also allow the president to use international community to try and cleanse domestic issues, Madam Speaker. So I think it was the prayers of Kenyans that they wanted Raila to come back and do what he does. Either he joins the government and they continue looting, or he speaks for the people, as he has been speaking for the people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Sotsi?
Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order number 105. My good friend, Senator Karungo Dhangwa, has said that Honorable Raila and should join Honorable Ruto to loot the country. Madam Speaker is on record that Honorable Raila does not hold any position in this country. Can he substantiate and provide evidence before this House that Honorable Raila and Honorable Ruto have been involved in looting? Madam Speaker, I think we cannot allow these kind of things to go on. I know the narrative is trying to spread, but we in ODM are not going to allow our leader to be scandalized just because he stood for the position of AU and lost. Many other Kenyans would have done that, Madam Speaker, who are not necessarily in government.
Senator Karungo Dhangwa, when you make a serious allegation, it's your responsibility, understanding Order 105, to substantiate your claim or allegation. Can you proceed to substantiate?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, Senator Sotsi, who is my former chair at CIPIC, is also holding a very big seat at ODM. And he is questioning that Raila Odinga is not holding any office in government. Yet his party has fronted some big CSs who are holding big ministries, like the budget, like the finance, treasury, Madam Speaker. Today, as we speak, we have been whipped, all the chairs, and especially from Mount Kenya, and they are going to ODM again, Madam Speaker. So, and when he stands here to ask me, they are now part of the broad-based, what I call the bread-based government, Madam Speaker, because it is their time to eat. It is their time to eat. But they should do so, knowing that Kenyans are watching, Madam
Senator
Speaker.
Dhangwa, it is important you use the parliamentary language. When you say bread-based,
You can swallow without eating. You just swallow. Just swallow.
Senator
Madam
Osotsi.
Speaker, let me finish. I am a man of few words, Madam Speaker.
Senator Osotsi, you have a point of order?
Again.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, I really did not want to keep on interrupting my friend Dhangwa. But you see, the point of order I raised was on the issue that Raila and Ruto are involved in looting. But he has not responded to that. He has only brought in the issue of broad-based, that some people are in government courtesy of ODM. Let him respond to the specific issue of the looting done by the two.
So you have type 2 diabetes and you've heard from a friend or family member, or perhaps from an internet rumor, that you can reverse your type 2 diabetes with just a simple.
That is the issue I wanted him to respond to.
Senator Karungo, you either substantiate or withdraw that.
Very quickly, I can do that, Madam Speaker. And this will come out clear once the statement that I have be given an opportunity on the floor of the House, because a lot of money was used, Madam Speaker. Kenyan government, even Raila himself, is on record saying that Kenya and the president, the taxpayers' money was used to campaign for him, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that money was not budgeted for. We do not have a kitty to campaign for anybody who is running for any seat across the country, Madam Speaker. If that is not looting, I don't know what you would call that, Madam Speaker. So allow me to ask that question that was asked by the Juja MP, Madam Speaker, saying that they used a lot of money. And instead of substantiating, instead of saying we used this amount of money, they arrested him, Madam Speaker. And after arresting him, only to take him to court and produce a different charge sheet from what they had arrested him for, Madam Speaker. So you can see they are trying to hide. They don't want Kenyans to know how much money was used. So, Madam Speaker, that one will come out clear when I do that. But let me finish by saying that, Madam Speaker.
Senator Dhangwa, you need to table that. Do you have it here with you?
The statement?
Yes.
Yes, I do have the statement. I can send it on WhatsApp. Yes, I can do that. I don't know why, Madam Speaker, you are allowing us to have...
Madam Speaker.
One who raised that issue that you substantiate, so let him finish.
Madam
whether he's
Speaker,
satisfied with the answer.
substantiation is not done by way of a request for statement. It is done by way of evidence before the House. So he can have a statement seeking for information. But what we want is substantial evidence to be tabled in this House on how Raila and Ruto have been involved in looting. And Madam Speaker, this is a very substantive issue which you need to respond to.
Senator Karungo.
Maybe we can ask the Senator whether is Ruto looting.
Senator Dhangwa, you still have not substantiated that issue. Are you able to present the substantiation documents now, or do you need to bring them by tomorrow?
I'll bring them by tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
By tomorrow, the next, when the session, when the House rises again tomorrow, you bring that evidence to substantiate on the looting.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Can there be a point of order as I give the ruling? Let him proceed on his feet. You raise it when he's on his feet. Proceed, Senator Dhangwa.
Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Methu?
Madam Speaker, I also didn't want to interrupt, but I am standing, pursuant to standing order 97, and I think I would want to invite you to look at this standing order. I feel that most of us, just as the deputy party leader of ODM actually mentioned, we are misusing standing order 105. The senator has spoken on the same matter, with your permission, thrice. On the same matter of substantiation, he has spoken about it on it thrice. Our standing orders actually says that nobody should speak on the same matter twice. So how do you keep allowing somebody to keep raising the same standing or the same point of order on a matter that he has already raised? Why can't somebody consolidate their thoughts and raise them as one standing order or one point of order once. Otherwise, they will keep disrupting people when they are making their contributions. Madam Speaker.
Are you also disrupting by raising that point of order?
I'm not
But the
disrupting, I'm
point
just
is,
inviting you to read.
it was an
No
issue
senator
that
shall
was...
speak more than once to a question. So why are you
Senator,
lying? Okay.
Senator Medhu,
Yes.
Senator Karungo was requested to substantiate, and this was a request from Senator Osotsi. And Senator Osotsi has to respond whether he's satisfied with the substantiation, and I've given a direction on that matter. No need to further push that matter. Karungo, Senator Karungo, will you bring in the substantiation tomorrow? Proceed, Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think we should also look into that starting order of 105, because sometimes it can be used to suppress what the senators are thinking. And because we are the oversights, Madam Speaker, it is their work to substantiate, Madam Speaker. But nevertheless, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, Kenyans want to know how much money was used. How much? Because the Kenyan coffers, the public coffers, must have used a substantial amount of money to campaign for Raila Odinga. The question is, how much was used, Madam Speaker? I remember when Senator Migori was speaking, he said that he paid the air ticket to Addis Ababa. Madam Speaker, you were very lenient to him when he was told to substantiate. And he said, I can do that tomorrow or whatever time, Madam Speaker. And you know, and I know, members of parliament who have been accused of receiving bribes in toilet of 10,000 shillings, nobody, Madam Speaker, would cough millions, there are hundreds of thousands, Madam Speaker, to just go and celebrate. It must have come from the public coffers, Madam Speaker. And that's where we are asking. And that's where we are asking, Madam Speaker. We want to know how much. We want to know a breakdown. How much was used on tickets? How much was used in hotels? How much was used to induce others, Madam Speaker? So, you know, it has been said here, Madam Speaker, yes, we are parliament. We are a parliament. We are supposed to be honorable members, Madam Speaker. But some of the things that have been done here, sometimes we question ourselves whether we are that honorable the way we are pretending to be, Madam Speaker.
Senator Hamida, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, under point 105, I have my ticket, I have my hotel booking, and everyone does. So seriously, you are the one actually and Eddie has collected all evidence. In fact, that's what he's going to do. But then I feel strongly and pained to be told that I was paid for, or people, it was the government money. We all paid for ourselves, Madam Speaker.
Senator Hamida, that's noted. Senator Eddie was directed by the Speaker to present evidence of those tickets, which I believe you present by tomorrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Proceed, Senator Dhan.
And finally, Madam Speaker, now on a more important angle, Madam Speaker, we, as I was saying, we need to know why we lost, Madam Speaker. And we lost because of 4 things, Madam Speaker. One is the relationship between Kenya and other governments, Madam Speaker. We need to understand that we have to be as diplomatic as possible as a country when it comes to other countries' affairs, Madam Speaker. And I believe Kenya and other countries, and especially SADC, said, Madam Speaker, they could have supported us when the Madagascar candidate was eliminated, Madam Speaker. But they didn't. Why? Because again, for point number 2, the Francophone support, Madam Speaker. Those countries that speak French, Madam Speaker, they went for their candidate. And on a lighter note, the 2 candidates that were running, that is Mohamed Ali Yusuf and Raila Odinga. Mohamed Ali Yusuf could speak English and French, and our candidate could speak English and German, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the last point, the internal issues in Kenya contributed to the downfall of Raila Odinga, Madam Speaker. The internal issues because other countries could not trust Kenya when it comes to fighting for human rights, Madam Speaker. Because of the abductions that are going on in this country, the killings that are going on in this country, and yet nobody is speaking about it. And the Right Honorable Raila Odinga spoke about it the last day of his campaigns when he was being prayed for in Bomas of Kenya. That is the only time he's had in public condemning abductions. I think probably he was told, you have to speak about it, Madam Speaker. So we lost because we could not be trusted to fight for other Africans, Madam Speaker. We have Kizza Besigye, the opposition leader in Uganda. The person who is supposed to represent Africa never even commented about that, Madam Speaker. So we lost because we pretended to be diplomatic. We pretended that we understand the problems of Africa, yet it was a contest for somebody to prove, if I can get Africa, why not Kenya again, Madam Speaker? So Raila was used as a bait by the government. They never wanted him to win, and that's why they did what they did, Madam Speaker. And I'm so sorry, and I say pole to the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, that you did not lose because of your person. You did not lose because you didn't have what it takes. You lost because of those who are fronting you, just like you lost in 2022 because of those who are fronting you then. So next time, choose the right people, those people who have the blessings of this country. But next time, I believe if he runs without them, he will make it. I don't know what, but he will make it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Karungu Thangwa. Next.
Do you really want to make your holiday special? Tanzania has got so much to offer.
Wow. We have at least some few brave guys who can still debate and call it as it is.
At least Mwamba na Jemo, hiyo ndio
Yes, sir.
bunge yetu.
We, yaliyomwagika wanaitwa nini? Wanasema maziwa yakimwagika yanafanya nini?
Hayazoleki.
Hayazoleki. Sasa spend time tukizoa maziwa. Huyu jamaa wetu tulimwongelea extensively vile alianguka, na I'm loving the conversations Matiang'i, because those are the alternatives. I think is Raila honestly zimeisha. Yeah, people, that top point zenye huyu msee alikuwa anasema that they celebrated because he will come back and help fixing the country. How? The guy is on the other side. So we celebrated that Kasongo alianguka kwa hiyo agenda. Honestly, I express myself that Raila, because hata points zenye tumesema leo, is an individualistic guy, and any hiyo vile alifanyia nani PK umesema Ekuru Okot alikuja na punda amechoka, but Raila atakangi mtu mwingine apate sifa, so he wants to run the narrative of the country. Huyu Kajwang, he's a very learned guy. I've seen him holding those panels, the governors, the accountability. He's like, he can drill down to the root cause of a problem. But then, man, kusikia leo akisema that we're happy that Raila will wait for him to come back because Raila know what Kenya needs. He said something like that. He has the solution for our country, so he needs to be back. Me knowing Raila, and how Raila is so much of an individualistic guy, selfish guy. I don't see his work in Kenya sahi. So huyo ni mtu tunafaa tuachane naye cause he's gonna run his own narratives like he has been doing, and because his people believe that he is the God that solves all the problems, you know, we are not gonna see any difference. You know.
Jemo, have you ever tried to look at the debates in the Tanzanian parliament?
Sijawahi. I mean, I've seen a couple, sound bites, but I've not really paid attention. I think I haven't had the opportunity because our country has been so messy and noisy.
We don't have a parliament. We don't have debate. We don't have nothing. We don't have shit. Man.
There's no substance.
There's no substance. Ni mchezo wanaendanga huko. Hao watu wanaendanga mpana mafilimbi kwa bunge. You should see the parliament of Tanzania, the way they conduct business.
And
it's a serious
and they are paid less, I guarantee you. Tanzanians,
of course, they are not
they are paid less. They are not like, you are paid less to do the job. And here we pay people more to do nothing.
You know, leadership is supposed to be a service, but not in Kenya anymore. In Kenya, it's a business. So we don't have servant leaders. We only have business leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't even being called leaders is actually an insult. We have businessmen, people. They go to do business to make money.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Those are brokers.
Brokers. They go there to make money. So it's not a leadership. It's not a parliament. So I believe the debating standards are very, very low.
Hakuna haja tutegemea, tutaendelea kuleta these other alternatives of leadership. Pengine huyo Raila, man, mi nilimaliza kumwongelea last well, alishindwa, tulimwongelea, but now we need to move away from him. These people will continue talking about him. The people, the ones, and then a lot of Kenyan politicians from ODM, they need Raila around because for endorsement. Some of them are terrible. They haven't done anything at home in their constituencies.
You have hit the nail on the head. Most of them support him for endorsement. That's all.
Yeah, and they are not performers. So, but they know they don't have to perform. They just need Baba to come and say, "We ni kijana yangu."
Yep.
So that's what they are waiting for. They cannot afford to lose Baba.
Anyway.
They will dance to his tune.
Baba is losing popularity because I have never seen somebody like Korengo speak against him. But I think I saw him actually now kind of being rebellious.
You have
to a point, like he said, he would go to a Munyoro. No, I could not imagine that one from Orengo.
Unajua kuna mtu akienda chini na unajua, unaweza kuwa unacheka na mtu na anaenda chini na nyumba yako na unamwambia hapo penye unashinda ukipiga panga ndio imeshikilia is the other, is a three-legged stool. Now sometimes it can turn out to be a joke, but guarantee you, if Raila exits the entire ODM, and I'm saying this one, God forbid, Raila exits. With this, when his time comes, the entire ODM is nothing. Kwa sababu wamebuild their party around a man, not around
It's not only ODM. It's actually the Luo nation will be so confused for some time because they want to know what to do with themselves.
Lakini unasikia tunaongea hata tumediscuss Sifuna, he cannot exit. When we need to have leaders who can make decisions of exiting while Baba is still alive.
Yes.
Not exit because at hayuko, because right now they need to rebuild that ODM and show that even if they're not rebuilding ODM, they need to rebuild their images as leaders while Baba is still here. Because at the end of the day, if Baba is not here, hawa watu siwezi kudanganya hizo endorsements, bila endorsements They're
And
not.
that's why I'm admiring this young guy called Babu Owino. Seems like he wants to rebel. Looks like he wants to eject.
You have to make a strategic move. It's not strategic is not disrespectful. You know, sometimes you can just make a decision that fits you, but unaheshimu huyo. You know, that's why people resign. You know, umeona watu wana resign baada ya kuvutwa ama, you know, and they still make a very good resignation letter even though they don't agree with the principles of, you know, of the leader. But they make it look like thank you for the opportunity, you know.
Yep.
But in a way, you're saying no. I still can. I've decided not to follow you. People need to start doing that while Baba is here, because Baba akitoka kwa, you know, I don't want to say like, but at the end of the day, you know, you cannot put all your trust in one man like that. That's too much power. Huyo mtu akitoka, yeah, they need to do it. Orengo need to do it. Yeah. So Baba tu mi naweza sema kusema kweli amebaki kuwa ni the last bullet ya Ruto. Remember 2022 yeye ndiye alikuwa na last bullet Baba. Sasa saa hii yeye amekuwa ndio hiyo bullet ya Ruto. Sasa Ruto anasema Baba, na nikifire usika backfire. I need you to do the job. Sitoe powder hapa.
Demo, the worst that has happened for some of us. Unajua, Demo, let me confess something. Kama kuna watu waliumia when Baba goofed, but they are not those people expect to be. Ni watu wale walikuwa ma regions whereby there were stereotypes, insulting of Baba, na unasimama unaongea juu ya Baba. Why am I saying this? Yani wewe unaweza imagine umesimama tuseme tu Eastern Province. Wacha tusiseme Central. Central ni kwa Kikuyu. Hao walikuwa wamereject Baba for life. When I say Central, Kikuyus had rejected Baba for life. Waka influence the entire Eastern and all that because of those stereotypes. Unaona? Very bad. Na hiyo mnajua, I don't need even to talk about it. Then things started turning. Ati unaweza hold meeting. I'm talking like somebody, mimi nime participate in those things. Unapewa mic kwa crowd, unaanza kuongea ukiuza Raila. Watu wanapiga nduru, wengine wanaanza kuongea, wanatupa maneno nini, lakini you have to talk. Then slowly anakuja anakuwa accepted. Can you imagine when you have struggled, you've done hizo kazi mingi. Mimi tuliride na Baba kwa helicopter. Ukifanya hizo hops, unaongea, ananiambia huku alikuwa hajawahi, kwingine alikuwa hajawahi fika. Anakuta watu wanawika. Na si ati mobilization ya do. Hapana, mimi my area, I never give people money. Unaona? Na tunafika tunakuta, unajua mkiwa kwa helicopter huwa mnakuja mnapiga swap, mnapiga round moja, round mbili, ndio watu sasa wajue mna arrive. 2013 code ina arrive. Ndege unajua ziko painted nini. Sasa wanajua ni Baba, na ulikuwa umeannounce on the ground, gari imezunguka na public address system. Then you have a crowd, my friend, in a no-go zone. 2013 ilikuwa TNA. Yes, ya Uhuru. TNA. Na sisi tulikuwa ni cause. Sasa unaland na unapewa audience, unahutubia watu, nini huyu mtu ni poa nini. Alafu sasa inakuja inaenda hivyo. 20 nini NASA inaenda hivyo. Azimio inaenda hivyo. na bado umestick pale, alafu huyu mtu anakuja anakubetray by doing what? Ati ana join pande ile ingine. Utaambia watu nini? Unaona wewe umebaki kwa mataa.
Lakini unajua the one thing yenye Mount Kenya tutawapea even though tulivotia mtu mbaya, siwezi kudanganya hapo. Hata mi usemanga somehow Mount Kenya when it came for not voting for Baba, tulikuwa kind of vindicated, like huyu mtu tuliona ni mtu wa kigeugeu untrustworthy. Like unajua history, mi upenda vile America will run ama other countries, so they run the credit for somebody when they see tendencies of not doing something. Huyu mtu amefanya handshake na handshake na handshake, guarantee you I think Mount Kenya waliona huyu hata hatujui ni nani tuna nini juu atatuacha kwa mataa. Amezoea kuacha watu kwa mataa, you know. The last time alikuwa ameambia kina Kalonzo waende mambo ya kuapishwa, alafu kina Kalonzo wakakataa kwenda,
Kaingiza jeve.
jamaa akatokea Harambee House. Sasa unaona, you could have been taking a bullet for no reason, you know. Mtu kumbe amekubali ataapishwa, na kumbe pia ako on the other end anaongea na Uhuru. You know, it is just something that I feel like, and I don't support. Me, I was so much for Baba. I felt so bad. But when I had him, when we went to court and hiyo story ikashindikana. Mimi kusema kweli nilisema nao kutoka hapa kwenda mbele, there's no need for us to kwe kwa barabara. Now, Baba is using that narrative. Anaambia Gen Z, hata mi nikiwa kwa barabara nilikuwa napigania. No, you are fighting for your own seat. The seat that hata koti ilisema ulishindwa fairly and squarely. Whether you agree or not, that's up to you. But going forward, we are fighting for your seat.
Yeah.
We are not fighting for the country. At the end of the day, Ruto has not started working. You know, so the things that you're fighting is not bad, poor economy. You're fighting for your own seat. So hiyo narrative alikuja akaambia Gen Z, hata mi nilikuwa kwa barabara juu yenu. It wasn't so long before Gen Z joined, went to the road, and Gen Z went for the economic issues. You were there na masufuria, kumbe ulikuwa na bargain. And every time utaona Baba na bargain kwa barabara, ujue kuna ka check kameiva. Ni 0.2 tu zimebaki. Ni 0.2. Yeah. Ke yako huko na sufuria kwa kichwa, na Baba amesema hiyo 0 ongeza 1. Wanagombania 0.
0 more.
Wakimpigia ka screenshot ka check.
Nasema haya.
Anaingianga hapo Karen na unasikia 1 week amenyamaza.
Naye ananyamaza kama mangi ya mtungi.
Ananyamaza. Kalonzo ajui penye Baba ako. Anajitoa, anaingia hapa India kidogo, unaona asalimia Modi kidogo, anatokea hapo Harambee House, unashangaa. Yeah, so me, I feel like for the Mount Kenya, knowing that Baba has been doing what Baba did, and at this point ndio imekuwa mbaya kwa sababu, you know, when he joined Uhuru had intentions of working. So sometimes unaona, Uhuru hakupenda hii kelele za Kasongo. He had intentions of just do something kwa sababu haitusaidii tufanye kazi. Hata Baba nyamaza, unajua Uhuru nyamaza, Baba nyamaza, wacha tu nijenge hata kama ni barabara moja,
wika barabara kamoja hapa, watu watoke kwa barabara.
Yeah, it was me, I see where Uhuru just needed the silence and the tingers. Alikuwa anataka tu kelele inapigwa Kenya ni ya tinga. But hii ya Baba na Kasongo kunyamazisha inchi ni nini inaendelea? Tinga hata hazina mafuta. So
ladies and tuko gentlemen.
Hey.
Karibu niite Maze, it is frustrating to discuss how, you know, the journey with Baba. You know, wacha nimuite Baba. I stopped calling him Baba, but wacha nimuite for the sake of now.
Never called him.
Yani, ile journey tumeenda hivyo JMO umedescribe Mamba and all that. It takes time for mtu to build trust. Alafu watu wana trust and then you ditch. And what annoyed me most and pains me today is that Raila doesn't care. I'm telling you. He decides he doesn't want to listen to anybody. Ngoja muone vile atashuka. He will talk things you won't believe. Na tutakuja hapa question. Yani, alafu ameingia senility period. Unajua ukishaingia senile, you just say things, you don't care what people feel, what people say. Because one, you are frustrated, you are in the advanced age, you are in the sunset years, and you become arrogant and you become, you don't care. That's why, for example, he's saying, Ruto did everything. It's all accolades for Ruto. So for me, I would tell Kenyans, let's forget about Raila. Wacha Raila akule kile anakula, apelekee aida nyumbani na watoto wake. Raila is not the best face of who a leader should be in Kenya. Every position he recommends for his people, winning East Africa, nini. Tafadhali ndugu zangu, we've been duped. Same thing with Kalonzo, of course. Yeah? East Africa, you propose your son and all this. So they're in the same club. And if you were to reject, you should reject all of them. Just like what Jerry was saying. So mimi, nataka tuanze kufunga. Na sitaki kuwa wa mwisho. Nataka niwe wa mwisho ndio nifunge station.
Yeah, actually we can funga now.
Yeah, Taulina Mwamba aseme one, two, three things for 1 minute and do demo, then we close. As I thank everybody on the comment side.
Sasa tumesema yote leo, acha tulale tuseme tu sasa what we need to do. Mtu akilala aombee country yetu because I think tumefika hapo sasa. Hakuna lingine. Of course, Mungu atusaidie tupate leader ule atachukua Kenya from where it is and be able to pick the pieces and put something together. For now, hakuna mahali tunaelekea. Lakini Mungu yuko. Otherwise, good night.
Thank you Mwamba.
By the way, PK unakuanga wapi? Where are you?
New Jersey.
Ai wewe, wacha mchezo.
Yes sir.
Yeah. How do we connect? One of these days.
Niandikie namba yako hapo kwa private. Ama nikuandikia hapo kwa private.
Wacha nikuandikia hapo kwa private.
Hapo private nitakuandikia.
Uko Jersey gani?
New Jersey.
Where?
Clifton.
I'm in Lodi.
Aya, guy.
Can you imagine? It's a walking distance.
Then you know the people I know. You know the people I know.
Kumbe kambuzi kanaweza chomwa weekend.
Sasa nimeona kambuzi hii weekend.
Hiyo unasikia huyu vile anaongea mambuzi zile zinachomagwa hapa ni ajabu. Si unajua nani? Unajua huyu Kioko. Kaa uko Lodi.
Kioko nani? I don't know Kioko. Unless he has another name.
Jeremia Kioko.
No, I don't know him.
Really?
Ni anajiita Creeks Choma. Anajiita
Kioko.
Creeks Choma ama?
No, Kioko tu ni ako hapo Lodi pia.
Umepata hiyo? Oh, okay, I got yours. Ngoja ni save sahi.
Save alafu nitumie iko na WhatsApp alafu ndio tuweze kulink.
Yeah.
Kioko anaishi hapo Lodi. Mimi hata nipokuja huku ni baadhi nilifanya madrive na nini nilifanya hapo Lodi.
Yeah. This is interesting. It's good I asked. It's good I asked.
Inaonekana
Njiru
Mwambo
wewe unakuja uraukarĩrĩa gũkere we Njiru.
We tiga maundu mengi nauka kumwira story yo Sifuna auga thaino.
Uga ũrĩa ũrauga nĩguo tũvinge.
Oh.
Pike na Mwamba, kwani Mwamba umesikia jogoo ikiwika asubuhi na imesikikia kwa
Huyo
speaker ya nani?
Mwamba tuko area moja.
Kuna kajogoo kanaweza wika na mkasikia nyinyi wote hapo. Unashanga kwani hii jogoo iko kwa neighborhood yetu?
Yeah, okay, ni sawa. Wacha nimalizie statement. Nimeona Sifuna Sifuna is taking another tangent. Sifuna amesema hata Raila support Ruto, he will lose the election. So that is one thing which and Sifuna is in ODM. Mimi naona ODM itakuwa matambara soon.
Sasa tumekuwa tukidebate Njiru. Sifuna atoke kwa hiyo shit. Atoke, anakaa kwa kitu ambayo ni matambara ya nini?
Yeah, because mimi naona ODM zitakuwa ODM mbili very soon. Unaona vile kulikuwa na ODM na ODM Kenya. Sasa
Stone nimekuandikia WhatsApp.
Nimeona okay. Nita confirm.
Kunaenda kukua na ODM na
ODM Kenya.
ODM Ruto na ODM. I think zitakuwa mbili. Kutakuwa na ODM Ruto.
Okay.
So Stone PK, from what I see, ni ndio nilikuwa nikisema hii uchaguzi ya 2027 ama whichever the day tutafanya uchaguzi, we are in a poor position na tuache kuogopa. Huyu jamaa tunamtoa round 1. Hata tunagonga 70 and above. 70 and above.
Nani atahesabu kura?
That is a good
Unajua
question.
Stone PK, let me tell you, the theory of elections, even if hata kama mna watu wa kuhesabu kura, the theory of elections ni mkuwe na confidence na mkuwe na kura mingi na mkuwe na mashambiki everywhere. The government itself cannot be able to deal with you that way. The moment the government discovers that they are the minority, they allow. Shida ni ile ambako tu wanakuta ni kama wewe uone Ruto ni kama hata amekubali anatolewa. Ruto ashakubali anatolewa. That's why unasikia hata
what is the indicator?
Akisema tuache kusema hizo mabarabara, anasema ukisikia speech ya Ruto knows very well he cannot be elected. He knows. Ruto anajua ya kwamba yeye anaenda nyumbani. He knows. Sasa mbeleni hakuwa anaamini, especially when Mount Kenya region was going away. Hakuwa anaamini. But now as we speak, because Bwana Stone PK, I take a lot of time to understand body language, to understand speech work. Hizo ni vitu mimi mwenyewe I take from Ruto speech work. He knows anaenda nyumbani. And that is my conclusion. So sasa sisi ile kitu tunafaa tu kufanya ni we plan. Tukue na plan serious, tusilete watu imbo. Our opposition, the people who are going to oppose Ruto, that thing is going to form. Na tunaenda kukua wengi. And let me tell you, watu ni kungoja wanangoja. Hao unaona wakijaribu kushikana hivi hawa hii opposition ya Ruto, watu wasidharau watu sana. Hao watu sana. Msifikirie hata watu ni nani status. Watu wanangojea alafu they start swarming them.
Akina nani sasa?
Nimeona kama leo kulikuwa na hiyo meeting ya Gachagua, kulikuwa na Kalonzo, kulikuwa na Wamarwa, and I know other people. Hao watu najua, naona wanatembea wakiwa tu watu watatu hivi, and then naona watu wa ODM wanawakenjeri wakisema tu nani status. Hao watu msiwakenjeri. They could be the glue which will glue all the other regions and the other people.
Yeah, they are the guru, that is a fact, but none of them is deserving.
I agree. That's what nimesema, they are the glue. They don't deserve, but they are the starting point of our revolution.
Yeah.
Because we have to start from somewhere. And we also need some popularity somewhere. So ile kitu iko, I know the real people will be coming, they will be forming. Omtata sijui alienda wapi. Omtata ni kama aliisha mafuta.
Today aliweka one feather on his cap.
Amewasha moto Senate.
Amewasha moto leo. But anyway, Omtata gave us a very good timeline. He said he has chosen a committee to go around and actually look, do a research on his viability as a presidential candidate, and he said he was going to come back after 6 months. So I think he's an honest man to his word. So possibly he's waiting for that report, because he said, when the report comes, I will table it with Kenyans. So before he declares, I think he's still waiting for that, which was a good thing, I think, to do.
It was a fantastic thing.
It was one of those things I've not heard in Kenya. He said, I can't just stand. I need to know whether I'm viable. There's no point of wasting my time if Kenyans don't want me. So he chose a very professional team, and somebody was pushing him to tell the country who those panelists were, but he said no, they are good and they are professionals and they are chosen according to, in a professional way. So those guys are just doing a research to give him a report, which I found like that was one of those things I've not heard in Kenya. So that's why he went quiet, and he said he's not campaigning until he gets that report. So there are some people who are having good plans, and we have some good leaders.
Bwana Mwamba, hiyo story ya huyu jamaa Okiya Omtata, I think he is using the West concept. You know, even in the West, like in America, before you become a candidate,
yes,
you develop something they call exploratory committee.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the word I was missing.
So, like in America, you cannot declare a candidature without having an exploratory committee. Exploratory committee, they evaluate and synergize your all the strength and the efforts. Can you go anywhere? Na ndio unaonanga sasa most of them unasikianga mtu akisema I will be the president, wengine even they don't announce because exploratory committee evaluate the pros and cons, alafu wanaona hiyo candidate it is going nowhere. Yep. And they advise you that your ambitions were good, but for now we feel it is better if you join so and so. So you are given a probable advice. I hope your exploratory committee of Okiya Omtata is a professional team which is able to get details and advise him accordingly how to assemble a campaign.
He said that's why he was not even disclosing who he chose to do that job, because he wanted to have an independent and a very
but also he has to be careful because exploratory committees pia they can also be hijacked. Unaweza jikuta uko na committee alafu sasa hiyo committee pia Ruto ameingia ndani.
Njiro, unajua like me, you know I'm a candidate. Hii keep repeating. You announce officially. You appoint your own people to go and do that because you want to get a genuine thing.
I think the only thing he came up, I think he said he has 2 people from the religious community and he had 2 lawyers, and I can't remember what other professionals he said he had in his panel. I mean, it was in the press. He said it. I think he said it in one of these programs this morning.
For Omtata is not a do or die.
No, you know, that's the other good thing.
We belong from the same faith, Catholic.
If you can tell that, because if he's looking for counsel, then you can tell it's not a do or die.
Yeah. So he says your survey were carried on, and then he sees the results. I did the same. I'm telling you guys, me when elections will be called, I'll go to a place and tell you
what is your ambition?
I've done my advanced parties. I've been doing assessment. I send a rapid assessment. I've sent, you finance all these things, and then you send people there. When they give you information, you are not an idiot to follow. Sometimes people are huko watu wanasema ni wewe tu. You don't just take
that's nonsense now.
Yeah. So you have your own intelligence, to know what is happening.
What is your ambition, PK?
Sorry. No, for me,
what are you looking for?
I want to serve in the lowest development unit, which is MCA.
Okay.
Okay. Then from there, I want to impact. And, if you impact to 20,000 Kenyans, those families, you see them change,
Stony PK, 1 minute. MCA award gani?
Sahi sitaki kureveal.
Utake. Momenje kana?
Sitaki kureveal sahi.
Wacha sasa kuleta kiembu hapa.
Wow. No, sio nini. No, Momenje ni ward ya Karish. Wewe ndio unataka kureplace Karish ama?
No, Karish is my cousin. So sitaki kumtoa. Karish is going
No,
for
but
Senate.
Karish want to become a senator.
Yeah, Karish is going for Senate and he will get it. And I don't want to I'm not in Momenje, I'm in Kiambere.
Oh, you're in Kiambere, eh?
Yeah, you know who is there?
Kiambere, najua ni jamaa mwingine fake hapo sana.
Bas, sasa hata umejijibu.
So you are going for the limping haina.
Umejijibu. Kiambere is the heart of Kenya because that's where we host you with the energy. Electric.
I have usually even been siwaambia hata kuna kuanga na makamping noma sana akina Matendeni.
Bas. But those guys are the poorest in Kenya.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That part of the country is so neglected. I wonder why.
Njiro now anaweza kuambia we host all the dams, we have the best camps, we have yani but
tunaendanga you know what happened, hizo camps zilijengwa wakati 7 Fox zilikuwa zinajengwa, so I think those people watu walikuwa wanajificha, waliacha like so good swimming pools ziliacha huko, hata we go there unajienjoy. But the truth of the matter is that that place, even if it is semi-arid, kuna vile tu like watu tu wameiachilia tu. I don't know.
There's nothing like saying semi-arid. Actually, those semi-arid of Kenya are supposed to be now where people should be thinking of developing. If you come here, you go to, what do you call this city where they go? This,
Nevada.
Nevada. That is one of the richest places in America. And it is a desert. Kwanza desert proper.
Kwani Masai Mara iko nini?
In our country, we don't have deserts. We have semi-arid places. Just need water. And for that matter, Kenya is having one of the most precious things the world will be fighting for in the future.
Yeah.
We have those aquifers that were discovered near the Lake Rudolph in those near the desert.
Yeah.
So
Njiro, it's good you know. That idiot, I'm the one who installed him.
Si ni rafiki yangu, huyu jamaa ni rafiki yangu, hata nimekuwa nikikutana naye Embu Town, but
Masters.
Yeah, lakini ni kama ana substance, because sasa unajua sasa ngoja tulikuwa tunapanga mambo acha nimulipue kidogo. Tulikuwa tunapanga mambo akaniambia wetu kalia.
Oh my God.
But
that guy is me ndio nilimweka bwana, because that time 20 mimi nilikuwa na
story PK, unajua ukisikia mwanaume amekwambia wewe tutaongea, ujue that is the last conversation mmekuwa nayo.
That's the end of it. Yeah.
So you know, I was trying to I wanted him actually. Anyway, there are things we can say here. Sisi ni wanaume tunaongeanga hizi vitu. So I wanted him to introduce me actually to the county council, not county council, wanaitaje siku hizi hiyo. I wanted MCA. I wanted him to introduce me to the MCAs because I felt that there are some things I could do to the county. Ni kama hata hakuwa anafikiria.
Yeye ndio minority representative.
But tatizo unajua kuna ile tu, yani unataka tu mtu ajaribu tu uone tu kama like if somebody can be able to give you like
that's a position. Minority and nani wanaitwa majority. Those are leaders in the county.
Yeah, so anyway, Stony PK, nyinyi endeni muone kama mtaingia huko. Mko na labor force kubwa sana. Kama mtatuhitaji mtatuambia. So nyinyi anzieni.
Ni nawaweka kwa nini, we have to, huyo jamaa ameiba pesa ya mchanga sana, so he wants to buy people, so I have to look for money.
Don't worry, tuko hapa pia sisi tutasaidia pale tutaweza. In fact my family, I have a family those areas, hizo areas za kwenyu, so be assured that I will introduce you to some people. Don't worry about that. My family also comes from those areas. Ama ujuangi kuna watu wanakaa Embu initially walitoka mbele, ama unataka nikuanzie kukuambia maneno?
Acha tusiende hiyo, kwa tutaongea sideways.
Yeah. Good.
Anyway,
but I support your ambition. Embu tumekuwa na watu fake sana. The whole of the county we have been having so fake people. Kama sahizi there is another MC. Kama sasa kuna anakuwa watu kama akina Njiro Mombo. Sijui kama unajua Njiro Mombo.
Yeah, I have heard of him.
Yeah, the fake people, fake people, fake, like 30 MCs with Stony PK. Come, if we can be able to replace like half of those people with the serious people, then I think tunaweza kuwa tumejisaidia. I agree. So any person who I know and I believe, because I don't think we can be here, majority of us kama sisi, and we are not looking for good governance. So please go for it. I encourage you. And I believe people in your area should listen to you.
Jiro, do you know the worst that we have or we have had is to have put Sicily there?
Unajua, for your information, Sicily was Ruto project, and I hope she is not a product of Room 350, but because I tend
don't
to
hope that is it. That is it.
Huh?
Don't even repeat. That is it.
Because unaona, let me tell you, are you aware that lakini Ruto anatusomanga ufara sana. Can you imagine, yani county zote ambazo serious counties alituwekea mavivinyo. Maybe you know Stony PK, you know the one mavivinyo, yani like or Kirinyaga wakawekewa Waiguru, an idiot. Embu Town unaona ile tuliwekewa Mbarire, an idiot. Meru, hata kama Meru alienda independent, angalia Tharaka Nithi, another idiot. Like if you look like the whole of Mount Kenya region, maybe Kang'ata ndiye aliangukia kidogo, na Kang'ata ndio nimeshangaa mbona amekuwa focus hivyo na bado ni product ya Ruto. Maybe
we are different.
Ako different na ni product ya Ruto. Ani nikajua kumbe hizi product za Ruto kunazo ambazo zinaweza ziruku hata
unajua alikuwa people driven.
Kang'ata you was also Kang'ata wa Barua. Anyway, he looks like an independent guy,
alikuwa amefanya grassroots. Like me,
and I'm double sure ni vile tu Kang'ata anapimia, Kang'ata ataruka Ruto. I'm double sure.
Asharuka tayari. Ana Ruto. Because he wants to go for second term. Yes. Kang'ata anataka kwenda second term. Na alisema hata aliambia watu wao na Kikikuyu, I'll play that video tomorrow.
Okay.
Asha tayari kwisha finish. In fact, hakuna kitu Ruto ako nayo nini anywhere in Mulima.
Hata nani si ameruka. Kingi ameruka pia.
Kingi ameruka coast.
Nani ameruka?
Ana Lament, ana Wika.
Kingi yuko na Ruto?
Sisemi Kingi, nasema Ndindi Nyoro.
Sorry, Ndindi Nyoro hiyo. Okay, Ndindi Nyoro ako 50-50. Unajua anaproposiwa
hako 50-50. Leo ametumaniwa akakataa. Alikataa. Ametumaniwa leo.
Alikuwa wakalejino.
Ametumaniwa nini?
Alikuwa ameitwa in the State House before they gave out his seat. Akasema wafanye vile wanataka.
I think Ndindi Nyoro as smelled a rat. Ndindi Nyoro knows that working with Ruto is suicidal. Yes. I know everybody knows ni vile ni kama vile sijui Stony PK kama Nuru alisema hapa, umesema hapa, sijui nani alisema, watu wamesema hata ukikuja kudefect dakika ya mwisho they will punish you together with Ruto. Who said that statement? So kuna watu wameanzia kama ni kukataana na Ruto ni saa hii, hadi ukingojea atiri ya inchi alitaimuko mtaoshwa na Ruto. So I think Ndindi Nyoro is just trying to play safe because he knows that Ruto is dead. Na ndio najaribu kuambia watu hapa ama Stony PK to explain to you here. Hata kama tunasema Ruto ataiba, you know, let me tell you, stealing as a starting point. But as Ruto vile yako, even you want to play like Museveni, anataka kucheza kama Museveni, kuiba. Hebu ni kuulize, kulingana na vile uki downscale Kenya yote, and then you can see even now akina ODM wameanza kumkataa, sio vile ati anapata ODM as an intern, anaanzia wapi? No, Stone PK huyu jamaa hata hana chama because you deal ujue ishaisha. So maybe Stone PK in 1 minute, can you explain to me starting point ya Ruto re-election inaanza aje? Can you paint for me, because you know kama Uhuru 2017 you could paint, Kibaki 2017 you could paint, no 2007 you could paint, anaanzia na kulia Mount Kenya. Stone PK in 1 minute, can you explain to me Ruto re-election?
Unajua the problem, as I've been saying, Ruto ushaona ile kuvaragania kiodhi, yani sorry for those who don't understand that language, yani mnacheza draft, mtu akiona unamshinda anagonga, nyota zinaanguka. That is what Ruto is doing, because by the way Ruto is not geared for an election. Bronjiro, Ruto is not geared for an election. He is geared for chaos. All right? And Ruto, niliambia watu when you are away, Ruto is on a suicidal mission. He wants to perish with Kenya. Jiro, before you went, ulisema, what is wrong with this guy? Anaguza bomb. Yani kudaradara explosive. Unaambiwa hii ni explosive, anadaradara hivi kama tangema. Yani ngema inaitwaje soko hizi nini? It is a volatile thing. Na unaona anaguza hivi which can erupt any time. So this is a man on suicidal mission. Because
anapitia juu ya ID. Mnaitanga ID. Hapo tu juu ya ID.
ID, yes. Let me use this term, and I know people will start, oh yeah. Ruto is a Kalenjin that has the stupidity of moralism. Yeah? Your stupidity of moralism, if you look at Ruto and you look at Sudi, that is the thinking. Yeah? Yani kwani yeye ni mwanaume kuliko mimi? Nini? That stupidity, simplicity ndio Ruto ako nayo. Yeah? Ruto anasema mimi ni president. Ruto anaongea with arrogance. Ruto does not care what will happen, but anasema nitakuwa. Ruto is been brought up in their culture is a culture of stealing, culture of capturing, culture of believing that wewe ni mwanaume, hakuna mwanaume mwingine duniani. Okay? And that's why he's the way he is. He believes he's a conqueror. And if he doesn't conquer, he can die. He better die. Because all the indicators of Kenya is that Kenya is perishing. But what does Ruto tell you when he Kojuyagari? I mean, what Ruto talks at this moment, is that normal, bro? Yengo na kila mtu na mwamba. Wewe ukiwa normal saa hii katika Kenya, unaweza simama juu ya gari, unaanza kutangazia watu barabara inatoka hapa ikienda hapa ikienda hapa, when you have so serious pertinent issues happening, and to you it's nothing. People are dying because of lack of men, but that doesn't bother you. Watu wangu nawaambia, huyu mtu ako on suicidal mission na ako ile inaitwa state of stupor. And that's why mimi nilikuwa even na propose, why can't we have one army guy akuja shike huyu jamaa mweke kwa nini? Don't kill him. Just capture him, arrest him. Period. Put him in a cage. Mwambie sasa, this is what you're supposed to do. But unfortunately, the army is up to 80% Kalenjin. Wanakula unono. So the army cannot salvage Kenya. But we are on a wrong pilot. Pilot ameenda Basak na ndiye ana control ndege. Hakuna mtu anaweza mshika. So the plane is gonna crash. I know it sounds vulgar, it sounds too harsh, but that's it. Ruto is a situation ya Kabila mzee na Kabila mtoto yake. It is Kabila
Ni kama
mtoto
mwamba
yake
ameisha.
who saved Congo.
Mi wacha niende mimi. I'm working.
Mwamba ameisha.
Naenda job asubuhi.
Mwamba hata si ni sawa, lakini tuchukue hii tulale nayo. Situation ile tuko ni ya Kabila mzee, Mungu anajua, unajua hiyo story. Kabila mzee na Kabila kijana. The rumors was, which was later confirmed, Kabila mwana aliona nchi itatokomea akafanya ile kitu. How he did it usiniulize. Kabila mzee alikuwa ni ndombolo tu, ndombolo ya solo na nchi na dunia. Jana akakuja akafanya mambo yake, akaokoa nchi temporarily. Bwana Njiro na Bwana Mwamba, hiyo ndio sasa Kenya tuko hapo. Lazima Njiro, Stone PK, Mwamba, Jemo, mtu mmoja ndiye atajitolea kuokoa nchi. Hii ndege pilot amesema lazima icrash na kila mtu, because nikivalile, yani kwa Kikwetu tunasema mchezo imekwisha. Sasa anajua amekwisha. Unajua once you lose Central as a presidential candidate unajua watu wanajaribu kudimini ati Central. You know, you can only be very stupid when you demean Mlima Kenya where the numbers are. Ati utaenda kwa kitanda kuzaa ndio ufikie Mlima Kenya. That is the most stupid thing I heard from Duale. Ati sasa watazaana sana, yani sorry, I don't want to be vulgar. Yani hao ndio watalala na wanawake wao sana, na wale wengine watastop kulala na wanawake wao. Tukacha. How stupid can you be?
Wajama, good night, good morning.
Good night Mwamba. Siasa ya Kenya ukiongea utasikia kitu ya ajabu. Hivi wanda na watu wanakuambia ni graduates, ni walisoma, ni wazee kwanza. I mean, how can you go to a press and start talking that kind of garbage? So Njiro, urudi kwa kitanda ndio tuweze kupata. Njiro, say your last word na Jimmy, alafu tufunge station bwana.
Wewe sasa Stone PK unaniambia nirudi kwa kitanda, utanilelea?
Sasa ndio utengeneze kura. Kama una kura 2 ongeza 4 bwana.
Sasa unajua Stone PK, wakati wanaume wameanzia kukua wanasiasa kama wewe, that is the only motivation you can give us. Unajua I now fear your friendship, sababu wewe kazi yako itakuwa unaniambia tu wewe za.
Sasa uzae unisaidie, wewe ukizaa unisaidie.
Unajua mwanasiasa akiona mwanamke akiwa na mimba, anaona
kura.
I remember there was a time walikuwa anasema utalipiwa bure, lakini utalipiwa kuzaa, lakini all the other cost are they subsidizing education? Anyway, ni sawa. Unajua hata hii maneno ya kuzaa ni unconditional, inaletangwa, they just come, so don't worry. Na some of them ni wale Mungu amepanga, so
yeah,
kama Mungu amepanga future of a certain somebody to come through you, hiyo huwezi epuka. If there is a Noah to come through you or a Sarah to come through you, inakuwa hivyo. Wazo langu la mwisho ni ya kwamba nimekuwa nikisikiliza watu wawili kwa redio leo. Kasamuel amekuwa akiongea, sijamuelewa. I think Kasamuel anasema yeye betray tribalist, so I don't understand when Gen Zs became tribalist. I think Kasamuel is becoming a joke. Alikuwa kwa TV. Then na hiyo story nimewambia Sifuna, venye Sifuna amesema and I don't know why Sifuna is having that confidence. Sifuna amesema hata Raila akisupport Ruto will lose the next coming election, and yeah, he is so bold, by the way. Na mkumbuke pia Sifuna is not just is he still the Secretary General of ODM? Mama alitoka, I don't know.
Secretary General, very powerful position bana.
Okay, then that is now Secretary General of ODM, and I believe Sifuna represent the middle-aged people in their 40s who could actually put Raila into task.
Yeye ndiye
Because
ataenda na hiyo wing ya nini ya Yanga ya Yanga nini ODM.
yeah,
Yeye
so
ndiye
ndio
ako na hiyo
naona
wing nyingine.
mimi
Kwa
naona
hivyo
hata Raila akisupport Ruto, he will go with the old generation,
yeah,
50s and above.
yeah.
Hao ndio ataenda nao. Those ones will go to Ruto.
Yeye ataenda na kina Babu Owino na wengine huko.
So ndio najaribu kusema, so mi Stone PK, ile kitu nilikuwa nikijaribu kusema hapa ni tusikue na uoga like hata Ruto mwenyewe yeye asha discover sijui kama unajua Stone, me I like doing comparison. Sijui kuna mtu amejaribu kusikiliza speech za Ruto za 2019 na 2020. Ai bana,
Yeah.
that guy is deteriorating. Kuna assignment nataka kupea watu hapa, maybe Bitirongo and the rest na Dani Dario. I know it is irritating kusikiliza Ruto, lakini nataka tu for a minute enda usikilize speech za Ruto 2019 na 2020 when he used to refer to Raila kitendawili. Usikile confidence huyo jamaa alikuanga naye. Nyinyi mkiangalia hivi, hii mzee ya kitendawili munaona kama inaweza shinda mimi? Yani like the confidence he used to have. Ai bwana, Ruto knows is goose is cooked. So ile kitu iko, let's prepare for a new regime. I want to tell you 100%. Si mnaona kila kitu si kila kitu mnaona wanaguza tu kinaanguka tu. Si Raila wao wameanguka. They tried. They will not even make it in Kenya. Sasa si ndio huyo ameenda sasa kuanzia kuguza Sudan pale. Wewe unafikiria hii Sudan hawana infiltration Kenya, ama mnafikiria hii Sudan is totally a failed state? Hii Sudan tunacheka nayo. See ati Sudan is totally a failed state. They also have their people in Kenya. And that one will be an issue in the ballot. This interference. Some of these Congolese na places zingine ambazo Ruto anaguzaguza, they also have their people. It is a constituency, those people. And also remember pia the global alliance itamkataa. Unajua kuna vile sasa, na unajua sasa the moment hizi mainchi za ngambo pia zitaangalia waanzie kuona sasa this person is anyway, you know how that global alliance how it works. The same way that global alliance conspired against Raila Odinga, it can still conspire against Ruto. I'm not saying that tutasaidiwa na nchi za ngambo, but they also want they also put their interest in it. So lakini tuseme we rely on na nchi za ngambo. So in a nutshell, ile kitu tunajaribu kusema ni ya kwamba Ruto has no starting point in 2027. Gachagua told him the other day, hata agent atakuwa na Mount Kenya. Can you imagine Gachagua having such confidence to say Ruto that way? Do you think Ruto is going to get even one vote in Mount Kenya region? Hawezi. And many other regions hatapata kura. So in other words, ile kitu inaweza tusaidia Wakenya wapendwa ni confidence. But the moment tunaonesha Ruto ya kwamba ako na nguvu, even if he has money, money is not everything. The beginning of everything is courage and acceptability. And right now we have Wakenya washakubali rhetoric yetu, Wakenya washakubali our storyline. So there is no way in which Ruto ako mbele yetu sahi. Ruto goose is cooked and he has nothing else to do other than to kiss goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pananjiru. Jemo?
Well, tumeongea yote yenye tunafaa kuongea. Njiru hapo umesema ukweli kabisa. I've seen him talk and the confidence is not there at all. And then you also think about the people that he's trying to recruit, like Baba. You know, Baba, when he was the front runner of that party, of that seat, he lost, and he lost big with the, Uhuru there. So do you think Baba will take all his energy that he should have taken, he should have used when he was running and lost? You think he's going to take extra energy to Ruto, for Ruto to win? It's kind of hard. Uliona Baba ile time Uhuru alikuwa na msaidia Baba, alichukua, he did not have the energy as the one he had in 2017. So I feel like Ruto is cooked because Baba has no energy. He didn't have it in 2022. He was reluctant. Even though he blames Kikuyus for not voting for him, but he did not even show the effort. He expected it. And if Ruto is depending on that, all the best, my friend. Guarantee you, knowing that Baba is not going to be on the seat, on the ballot, I don't think his people are going to come out like that, not even to the numbers of 2022. So Baba is not taking no energy to support a low energy Ruto. And that's something I know. So he is cooked. Ruto is cooked. We will, just hope and pray that the few, unajua hii issue ya Kenya ni kama it's so entangled like a steel wire enye unajaribu kuichambua uiweke into a straight line, but it's not. It's so entangled. So the only thing we can do is use this steel wire na kama vile inatumiwanga kusugua sufuria, tusugue nayo Kenya. All we can say, because it's so messy and every day it becomes even messier. So let them fight. I see Sifuna saying that he's not going to support Ruto. We'll see how he goes about that. But it's going to get messier. And we will just take advantage of that and clean up Kenya. So that's it, man. Stone PK, back to you. Nataka nilale.
Thank you very much, Jemo and Njiru and all those who have been in the comment section. Tuseme ndugu zangu, nimefurahi na we meet tomorrow and then share more content and try to analyze our issues in Kenya. The politics is getting hot. We want to even start looking for leaders that we feel can take the mantle. Asanteni sana wote. I'll leave you with this cultural diversity. Asanteni. I don't know whether it played, but Good. Thank you very much. Tuseme ifike hapo alamsiki. Stone PK saying good night.